This is a compilation of all my rebuttal videos of the Become Jehovah's Friend series. I placed timestamps in the description below in case you want to skip to any specific section. Thank you so much for your support, and Merry Christmas. I guess we're starting off with a very Pixar looking atmosphere. Airplanes. Honestly, they did a very good job with the clouds. They're good looking clouds, I think. Oh, what a nightmare, falling into the suburbs of America. I think the 3D models haven't aged that well. Of course, the woman is cleaning, as you may expect.
Caleb! Time for dinner. I just cleaned the house, so remember, take your shoes off.
Okay, Mom. We're clear for landing. Yeah!
Caleb!
Damn, the dad, Caleb's dad, has been looking good since the first episode. It's just his face is kind of funny. He's very disappointed. And I like how Caleb immediately forgot what his mom told him. Like, in 10 seconds. Yeah, you might want to go to the doctor, Caleb.
Did Mommy tell you to take off your shoes?
Yes.
Mom worked very hard to clean the house today. How will she feel when she sees this?
Honestly, that's not an exaggerated reaction coming from Jehovah's Witness mom. I can totally see that happening.
I'm sorry, Daddy.
I know. Let's clean this up together. So that was a lot of work, right?
Not sure exactly what they're cleaning up because that sponge looks dry as hell and I don't see any soap in this. Now I see why the mom is doing the cleaning and not the boys.
Yeah.
You know, if you had listened to Mommy, you wouldn't have had to do all that work. My son, when we tell you to do something, it's because we love you. We want the best for you. Remember what we learned in family worship? It is here in Ephesians. What chapter is that?
6?
Right, very good.
Very good, Caleb. You know how to read numbers. We taught you well.
This is what Jehovah wants you to do.
I mean, it's kind of a stretch to say Jehovah is the one saying these things. It's more like the Apostle Paul telling children to be obedient slaves to their parents and also their wives being obedient to their husbands. But okay, keep on, man.
Children, that's you, Caleb. Be obedient to your parents, that it may go well with you. That's why you should always listen to Mom and Daddy.
Now keep this in mind because this becomes a very common trope in these Caleb and Sophia videos where just to give out a simple explanation or tell their kids to do anything remotely simple that could be said with just a few words, the parents go out and take out a whole Bible or a whole publication just to come across a simple point. It happens very often. Just keep a look on that.
Dinner's ready. Come and eat.
Come on, let's go get some food.
Okay, Dad.
Whoop!
Move it over here. Okay. Beep, beep, beep. Okay, stop. What? Beep, beep, beep. Hey, you almost hit me. Sorry. Release the marbles.
Caleb, it is time for family worship. Get your book. And pick up all these marbles. Someone could get hurt.
Why is she being like this? Who bought Caleb marbles in the first place? It was probably you, Mom. Just look at her resting bitch face. And she has it throughout the whole episode, like her dismissal. You think your kids are gonna be excited for family worship with that attitude? I just don't see any love here, guys. Maybe I'm wrong, but I just don't see the love.
Always listen to Mom and Daddy.
In JW land, that would be a very, very severe punishment. I'm talking about like physical hitting. I know a lot of former Jehovah's Witnesses are, they have memories of their parents beating them up, basically. It's not my case. I do not have that experience, but it happens very often. It's called the rod of discipline. So you see that Caleb is very, very, very scared of his parents, and it's all fun and games, and it's painted as like this dude falling over and destroying the house, but it's a very serious threat. I mean, JW kids are always on constant lookout to see that they do not receive a punishment by their parents, because these punishments are just overboard. This woman can't even smile properly. Look at this. What is this?
Thank you. I'm so proud of you for obeying. Now, let's hurry up. Your sister and dad are waiting for us.
Sophia, what do you see in this picture? Oh, good. Now everybody's here. Let's say a prayer to begin family worship.
Now, if you're not a Jehovah's Witness, you might be wondering, what is this family worship thing they're about to do? It's basically a book study between the family. There's not really much worship going involved. It's more just studying the Watchtower and writing down notes. Boring as hell. There's no sincerity in it. I mean, it's just the kids are dragged to study. So yeah, that's what's about to happen. These kids are probably gonna be like 1 hour just sitting there, bored out of their minds. But of course, they gotta put on a good attitude, or there will be consequences. So that was the first half of the video called Obey Your Parents. We have another half which is way worse. Because this video, I mean, it has a good message behind it. It's good to obey your parents. They know better than you, and it's not that bad, honestly. It's just funny. The animation didn't age well, but the next one is gonna be full indoctrination mode, so let's take a look. Lesson 2, Obey Jehovah. Let's see.
Barlock, attack! Oh no, it's Sparlock!
Caleb!
We need someone to save us!
Caleb.
Sparlock can activate your
Caleb.
magic, Sparlock!
Hi. How was school today?
Fine. Look at Sparlock's magic key!
Caleb, what toy is that?
It's Sparlock, the warrior wizard!
Whoa, a warrior wizard.
Yeah, my friend gave it to me. All the kids are going to see the movie. Can I see it too?
Oh, your friend gave this to you. You look pretty excited about this.
Yeah, Mom. He does look pretty excited about this. Just look at the happiness in Caleb's face, how he got into the house running and playing with this silly toy, how his friends are talking about the toy, the movie. It's just a kid being a kid. But of course, you cannot be totally happy in JW land, so Mom is ready to teach us another important lesson about why this toy has a problem.
Why don't you come over here and get your snack, okay?
I love it. I love how shitty her attitude really is. I mean, she feels such a burden that she needs to teach her son every single time for any apparent mistake. So now she's gotta do it again. Let's see if she uses the Bible this time.
Is this toy magical?
Mm-hmm.
Caleb, who likes magic? Jehovah or Satan?
Satan.
Right.
Well, okay, there are texts in Deuteronomy where God commands magicians to be stoned to death if they're caught in the nation of Israel, but you're also saying that Satan likes magic? Where's your proof of this? Where's the Bible verse that says that Satan likes magic? I'm still waiting on it.
Magic is bad. That's why Jehovah hates it. Do you really want to play with something that Jehovah hates?
Again, no single Bible verse says that Jehovah hates magic toys. He apparently in the Old Testament hated practices like divination and the casting of spells, but nowhere do I see that a magical toy, a fictional character, is something detestable to God. It's quite silly to think about it, that the sovereign of the universe would be incensed, would be fuming at the thought of Caleb enjoying his time with a little silly toy. But again, something so innocent will be turned into a full-blown lecture by Mom.
Do you remember who we learned about at family worship? Who is this?
Adam and Eve.
Right. Did they obey Jehovah?
No, they disobeyed Jehovah. And he got very sad.
Very sad is kind of an understatement, Caleb, because in Genesis, God got so pissed when Adam sinned that he condemned both him and Eve and every single one of their descendants to die. So yeah, I think God was a little more than sad in this occasion.
So what if you disobey Jehovah and play with toys he doesn't like?
I love how Caleb has no idea how to respond to this because it's so ambiguous. It really makes no sense to him that God would be mad at such a silly thing, at such an innocent toy. But then again, here's how the indoctrination works, and children are trained to despise things that are innocent in nature.
Do you think Jehovah will be happy or sad?
Sad.
Yeah. Do you want Jehovah to be sad?
No! I don't want Jehovah to be sad with me.
No, I don't want Jehovah to be sad with you either. So what do you think you should do with this toy?
What could Caleb do with this toy if he can't keep it? Well, maybe he can return it to the friend that gave it to him. Maybe he could donate it to someone that will enjoy it. I think that seems pretty reasonable. Yeah, the garbage, of course.
Caleb, I am so proud of you. You made Mommy very happy. And you know who else is happy?
Jehovah.
Yes.
Okay. Prove this, bitch. How do you know God is happy at this? You have zero proof. You are happy for sure after you crush your kid's dream once more, but how do you know God is happy? Again, these are baseless assertions and just another way to indoctrinate children.
Jehovah loves you very much for obeying him, Caleb. Hey, you know what I want to do?
What?
I want to go ride bikes.
Yay!
Let's go!
Well, I'm surprised she didn't say she wanted to go study the Bible again, because that would be the parents' idea of fun, I guess. Well, at least there's not a terrible ending since they go ride the bike, but I mean, just something blown completely out of proportion, just an innocent toy becomes a matter of life and death, basically, because when the mom pulled out the book and showed Caleb Adam and Eve and how if he disobeyed, he was gonna die, basically, it's just such an exaggeration, and it really shows how Jehovah's Witnesses turn insignificant things into life and death situations. It's completely unnecessary, and it ruins the joy of childhood. And it's very, very, very sly how they did this, because they started off with the obey your parents segment, which makes sense, you know, obeying your parents, but then they turned that into obeying an invisible being that you have no proof exists. And you gotta take my word on it if that some things make him sad and some things make him happy. But it's just a terrible way to grow up, and a terrible lesson for kids, really, to obey this God who is displeased at most of things in life and is just waiting for you to make a mistake. Anyways, those were the first two Caleb and Sophia videos. Revisiting them, I mean, they're silly, they look awful, but it's really only the beginning.
So we'll listen together to our first subheading, Spiritual Restoration, Why It Matters. Let's have the reading of paragraph 9.
Consider the historical perspective. Christians back in the first century enjoyed many spiritual blessings. Jesus and the apostles foretold that true worship would be corrupted and lost.
So kids, what did you learn at meeting tonight?
No sleeping at the meeting. And no playing at the meeting.
Good. Why should we pay attention at the meetings? Imagine if Noah didn't pay attention when Jehovah explained how to build the ark.
That's not what happened, Dad.
You are right. He paid attention, and it saved his life. Paying attention at the meetings can help save your life.
At Genesis 6:22, we read, "And Noah did according to all that God had commanded him. He did just so."
Well, that escalated very quickly. Let's break this down. First, we start off in the Kingdom Hall during a weekday night. These kids probably had a very long day at school. You know, being a Jehovah's Witness kid at school can be quite exhausting after all. I'm sure if you were to ask a child, how would you like to spend your evening? They would answer with something like, "Oh, I want to go play at the park," or "I want to watch some Netflix." Is that how kids talk? No kid would seriously want to be at a boring church meeting after school. We also get a snippet of the talk going on while Caleb plays with his toy car.
Spiritual Restoration, Why It Matters. Let's have the reading of paragraph 9.
The writers were very deliberate in choosing one of the most boring topics possible, the spiritual restoration of God's people. This topic involves using a lot of dates and mathematics in order to arrive to 1919 as the date Jesus chose the faithful and discreet slave to lead his people on the earth. Does it sound confusing to you? Just imagine how boring it must be for children. No wonder Sophia was falling asleep. She doesn't care about what's being said here. It's irrelevant to her life, and the information is not engaging. So I think this is the perfect opportunity to talk about meetings for a bit. Sometimes as former members, we can forget how boring these midweek meetings actually are. If you, dear viewer, have never been to a meeting with Jehovah's Witnesses, let me briefly explain to you what they involve so you can get an idea of why Sophia was falling asleep. Each meeting has a theme centered around 2 or 3 Bible chapters. This week, for example, is based on 1 Kings 15 and 16. The first part involves reading of a Bible story. And this week, the story is a gigantic bloodbath, which is completely inappropriate for children in the first place. Right after that, everyone watches 15 minutes worth of videos and presentations, showing you how you can perform your ministry more effectively. or in other words, how to indoctrinate strangers into your cult in a more efficient manner. To me, this is by far the most boring part of the meeting because it's extremely repetitive, and the advice giving is very elementary and it's not gonna win over any converts. So you're just watching these videos week after week and your abilities in the ministry don't improve at all. The last part of the meeting involves 15 minutes of miscellaneous talks or announcements and 30 minutes of book study. Families are expected to prepare with the book study beforehand, so Caleb and Sophia are probably sick of this information by now. The weekend meetings are not very different, with a 30-minute Bible talk and then a 1-hour Watchtower study. This equals 4 hours of meetings each week, without counting the time it takes you to prepare for them. Now repeat this week after week, year after year, and we can really grasp how boring these meetings are for kids like Caleb. Watchtower makes very little effort to provide content that is engaging to children, and when they do, like in this video series, it's only to remind them to continue in the same hamster wheel as their parents. Now look at how terrified Caleb and Sophia look after they get busted. It's like they beat someone up or something. I've heard numerous stories throughout the years of children being punished in the Kingdom Hall by their parents when they don't behave perfectly. Maybe you've heard some too. I mean, I wish I was joking, but again, Jehovah's Witness parents tend to go a bit heavy-handed with their punishments. I mean, no wonder they look so terrified.
When Jehovah explained how to build the ark.
Wait, why is one of Noah's sons darker than the rest? Is he adopted? Or is he supposed to be Ham, the son who is later cursed by Noah and becomes the ancestor of all black people? And why are there 3 turtles on the ark? Turtles are not considered clean animals. You're only supposed to bring 1 pair in the box. Clearly Noah did not read the memo. Also, this is the first time Watchtower uses this cardboard drawing style, and they're gonna use it a lot more in the future, and I don't like it. It looks terrible. Look at this gator. Look at this stupid looking gator. I can't stand it. Damn. Game over. That's kinda dark. Is this punishment for bringing 3 turtles into the ark? A total destruction of humanity? So the lesson here is clear. Noah paid attention to God's instructions and he survived the flood thanks to his obedience. So if you want to survive Armageddon, you have to pay attention to God's instructions as presented in the Kingdom Hall. Watchtower here is comparing its meetings to listening to the voice of God. The fear-mongering is real. If you miss our meetings, you risk losing your life at Armageddon. This message is terrible for children. Watchtower creates anxiety in their members by turning something so innocent like playing with a toy car into a life and death situation. Jehovah's Witness children already have a difficult time trying to uphold their parents' religion at school, and now they can't even feel safe in their own house of worship.
Paying attention at the meetings can help save your life.
Caleb's dad is essentially threatening him by saying he will perish if he doesn't pay attention. The story of Noah has long been used by Christians to instill fear into their listeners on the importance of listening to God, aka to them, in order to survive the end of the world. Even Jesus himself used the flood story to predict his upcoming apocalypse. The flood story did not happen. It is fictional. Debunking the Noah story was one of the first steps I took to wake up from the Watchtower cult. So if you're curious and want to learn more about why the Noah story doesn't hold up against scrutiny, I put together a playlist for you with some of my favorite videos on the topic. But if you still want to hold on to a literal interpretation of Genesis, could we just at least agree to stop scaring our children with these stories? Because using a story in which God drowns close to every living thing on the planet is not the best way we could teach them. I don't think it's very healthy at all. Well, this was a very short Caleb video, guys, but I couldn't skip it over because I think this marks the very beginning where Watchtower really pumps up the propaganda with these kid videos, And it's gonna continue. They just keep getting worse and worse and worse. But this is the very beginning. You see a very real threat to children, telling them that if they don't pay attention at meetings, their lives are at stake. It's ridiculous. It's not healthy at all. It's so amazing how the message gets right across without speaking a single word. I gotta give it to Watchtower. They can devote an entire hour-long broadcast asking for money, or a 60-second cartoon with the same effect.
We have looked forward to this next fiscal year and projected the expenditures for all of the theocratic initiatives we are scheduling. In doing the math, we found that the amount of money flowing out will be much greater than the amount of money that we have coming in at this time.
I mean, they really have perfected the craft by now. So right off the bat, we get a Bible verse. Proverbs 3:9. I would bet the entire $12 in my bank account that kids watching this are not going to look up this verse. Honor Jehovah with your valuable things, with the first fruits of all your produce. Then your storehouses will be completely filled, and your vats will overflow with new wine. This is not a message for children. Here the recipient would have a certain amount of wealth, and is encouraged to give God a share of his produce. We call this a tithe. Sophia does not have storehouses. She does not have vats. She probably doesn't even have a bank account. She only has this one tiny coin. You're telling me this coin is going to buy her a double ice cream? What era is this? The 1950s? But you know who does have storehouses and a lot of wealth?
The faithful and discreet slave, the governing body. The faithful slave, that slave will exploit you so they can live lives of luxury. Those are both bald-faced lies.
This verse promises that whomever offers their first fruits to God will be blessed in abundance. Not spiritual abundance, material abundance. If Watchtower is God's chosen organization, then why is it that they're low on cash? Did God fail them? Or is the promise of wealth found in some Bible verses just an empty promise to be abused by prosperity preachers? Do you see how many questions arise by just looking up this one Bible verse? And we're literally 1 second into the video. In case you're not a Jehovah's Witness, let me explain. Kingdom Halls, the buildings where JWs worship, has 2 or 3 donation boxes at the back of the hall. Jehovah's Witnesses take big pride in the fact that they don't pass around a money platter during their services, like the Catholic Church does. But then they go and produce this video asking children for money. As much as I looked around, I could not find the video produced by the Catholic Church encouraging children to donate. I guess Babylon the Great hasn't catched up to Watchtower's glorious methods of extracting money from children. But where is Sophia's money going? Will it be used to feed the poor, to house the homeless, to shelter the oppressed? Will God's one true religion give back to the people that have sustained it for so long? In a spirit of generosity that Christ displayed. Oh, they're building Kingdom Halls. We all state for Watchtower. Since these churches are built by volunteers and paid for by donations from these same volunteers, if Watchtower later on decides to sell this building, they essentially make a huge profit. There's no charity in these buildings, no giving back to the community. This place serves one major purpose: indoctrination. And it's also an effective place to gather cash donations. Second, we have special pioneers. These are Jehovah's Witnesses who are assigned by headquarters to work in a special assignment and are given a monthly salary. These volunteers don't live lives of luxury by any means, but if you have thousands of them out in the field, well, the money to sustain them must come from somewhere. What are these missionaries asked to do? Will they feed the hungry, house the homeless? No, more indoctrination. And the least effective method at that. Standing next to a literature cart and waiting for people to approach you. I said it before and I'll say it again. You could place a potato right next to the cart and they would do exactly the same job. Plus, you don't need to feed and house a potato. The last one is the worst. Sophia's ice cream money is going directly to Watchtower to produce, you guessed it, more propaganda and also feed the workers making this propaganda. Money is required to make these cartoons, so this episode was in effect an advertisement asking for money. It's quite a vicious cycle. In the grand scheme of things, this one coin made no lasting difference in the amount of wealth Watchtower has. But that doesn't matter, because this is about sending a message. Everyone needs to donate. Put Watchtower's interest ahead of your own. This was a perfect opportunity to encourage children to be generous by helping their brothers and sisters in need. But Colt gonna Colt, and Watchtower completely fumbles the ball once again. I'm actually surprised the governing body has not deleted this video from their website, because in my opinion, it's one of the worst propaganda pieces they made. But sadly, it's not the worst.
Good morning, students.
This is your Principal Rodriguez, and I'm very happy to announce that soon we're going to have our annual holiday party. Isn't that exciting? So get ready for games, treats, and more. It's gonna be great.
Yay! Oh yeah! Oh yeah! Yeah!
It's awesome watching kids getting excited over a silly holiday party. Oh boy, I sure hope that religious indoctrination doesn't ruin the experience for any of them.
Okay, everybody, settle down. We'll see you all tomorrow.
See you there, Sophia. Oh wait, you can't go.
Well, that's all for today. Oh, okay. That's right, thank you. Before I go, we'd like to announce the award for Student of the Month, which goes to...
Caleb, way to go!
Wow, look at Caleb. That's my little brother. With Jehovah's help, he tries to be good in school. I like learning about Jehovah.
Why don't you just let my boy Caleb enjoy his moment without feeling the need to mention the Sky Father? Oh wait, I forgot Caleb actually has direct communication with the spirit realm.
Are you ready to study? Oh, I'll get my book. I'll meet you outside. Okay.
Hey, Zoe.
Oh, hey.
What you doing?
I'm just about to meet
Sophia. Why do you hang out with her? She's so...
different?
weird. She never does anything fun. I mean, you're different, Zoe. But in a cool way. You should hang out with us, not that loser.
Angela, please see me immediately.
See you later, Zoe.
What are the loonies at the art department smoking? I just imagine they got together to design these three antagonist girls, worldly girls, and they were like, I wonder how do worldly people act? So one of them has to be a nerdy ginger, one of them has to be a goth girl that's always eating lollipops, and the other one has to be an Among Us character. Why are you intimidated by this midget, Zoe? She's like 2'3", just kick her out of the way. They just went for the most stereotypical, bland designs possible. I mean, just like the bully character, remember from a few episodes ago? The fat bully character, because we've never seen fat bullies in media before. I need to have a talk with the art department.
Does it bother you that others think you're different? What do you mean? Some of the other kids say things like, it's weird you can't celebrate holidays, and that you can't have fun.
What? Who says we can't have fun?
Of course we can have fun.
If by fun, you mean playing football by yourself or studying an indoctrination manual during your lunch break, then yeah, Sophia, how fun. Totally not weird.
It can be hard sometimes, but it's good to be different. Like Jesus. Like Jesus?
Yeah, that's right. We learn a lot about him at family worship.
In the Bible.
Remember when Caleb's dad actually went to the gym and he was super jacked? What did they do to him?
Look how they mess with my boy.
And remember how the mom used to be darker? Why did they demelanize her? What's going on?
Jesus said his followers would be no part of the world. What do you think it means to be no part of the world?
T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have it all.
So why is Caleb allowed to draw spaceships during family worship? I was never given that luxury. How are you going to be properly indoctrinated, Caleb, if you're not following along with the study? Boy, if you're not indoctrinated, you might go on to do something with your life, like become an actual astronaut, and we don't want that, do we? I also can't help but feel bad for all the 3D artists working on these projects in Bethel, but instead of actually profiting from their obvious talents, they're just doing it for free for a cult. Best life ever.
That's a good guess. But we don't have to leave the planet. He said that he did not want to take his followers out of the world, but
that they should be no part of the world.
That's right, honey.
What else did Jesus say? They are no part of the world, just as I am no part of the world. How was Jesus no part of the world?
Let's see. Jesus was different from everyone else, and so were his friends. He showed others how to be different in what they did, what they said, and even how they thought.
Really? How?
People aren't always nice to others they think are different.
The audacity of this woman. People are not nice to others who are different from them? Yeah, just like you're not nice to people who leave your religion?
But Jesus wanted to help everyone, and that made some people very angry. They wanted Jesus to be more like them.
But he didn't worry about what they thought. Because who did Jesus want to be like?
Jehovah.
That's right. Jehovah said that those who obeyed his voice were special to him. So, when you love and obey Jehovah, and you are no part of the world like Jesus,
that makes you special to him.
I don't know if I could ever be like you. What do you mean?
Okay, settle down.
I don't know. I gotta go.
Zoe then drops her study, goes on with her life, and becomes a successful entrepreneur. Nah, just kidding. This is a Watchtower propaganda. Of course she doesn't.
What the dog doing?
When you love and obey Jehovah, that makes you special to him.
Damn, she's tripping on acid now.
Hey! It's a leopard!
Damn, that run cycle was terrible. Oh yeah, this is totally how kids run. It's definitely not nightmare fuel.
Get away! We don't want you here.
Hey, this is how elders treat disfellowshipped people. And gays. I mean, even the dog has the common sense to not approach someone with leprosy. I mean, guys, we have to remember that back in the 1st century, leprosy was an incurable disease that could disfigure your hand and make your skin fall off. Of course, avoiding lepers made sense.
Shouldn't be here.
Lord, if you just want to, you can make me clean.
I want to be made clean.
It's a miracle.
Can you believe this? Jesus isn't one of us.
Jesus was different in what he did, said, and thought.
Of course, he was the Son of God. He could go around touching lepers and spitting on people's eyes without the fear of catching a cold. The common people did not have these superpowers, so I just don't understand how this particular story relates to the topic of remaining separate from the world. If Jesus actually kept separate from the world, he would have just told that leper to fuck off. He would have never dined with prostitutes and sinners. The Jesus of the Gospels didn't remain separate from the world. He was deeply immersed in it. That's why he pissed off so many of the Pharisees. Did you not read your Bible?
I'm sorry about your grandma. This is for you. It will help you feel better. Thank you. And that made some people very angry. Oops, I didn't see you there. Are you okay? Let me help. Sometimes they pick on me too. People aren't always nice to others that they think are different.
You should hang out with us, not that loser.
But Jesus wanted to be like his father, Jehovah. And that's what made him special.
Hey, darling, how was your study with Sophia?
Mom! There's something I want to show you.
Oh, okay.
Whoa, I call BS. Why would Zoe's mother ever allow her daughter to study this book? Any responsible parent would at least read over the book and find out that the later chapters talk about refusing blood transfusions, obeying the governing body, and being willing to die for this religion. This book is not for kids. It would have been much more appropriate for Sophia to study the Great Teacher book. I mean, she already gave it to Zoe. This book exists in this cinematic universe. Why are you not studying that? I think that's a little bit more wholesome, no? Well, to me it seems that Watchtower is really pushing children to preach to their schoolmates. But hey, good luck bringing any converts this way, because Zoe is just a Google search away from ending her study. And I mean, we just have to talk about the Jesus bit again. Why did they choose this story? The moral of the leper story is that Jesus was kind to the outcasts of society. It's not a story on remaining separate from the world. Watchtower could have chosen any other story in the Old Testament to promote that teaching, like the story of Daniel and his friends, you know, when they refused to eat pork in Babylon. Wouldn't that fit the theme much better? I mean, this just shows you that the goofballs of Bethel don't even know their own Bible, or if they do know it, they're just willingly manipulating these verses or these stories to fit their propaganda. Like I said, the whole Jesus character goes against the notion of staying separate from the world. I mean, did this man not tell his followers to be a light to the nations? How are you going to be a light to the nations if you isolate yourself during your lunch break and avoid making friends with people outside of your religion? We have had like a dozen cartoons at this point, and we've never seen Caleb or Sophia make a single friend at school. All of their classmates fall under two categories. They either serve as peer pressure to be resisted, or they serve as potential recruits. The only reason Sophia is talking to Zoe is because she is trying to bring her into her religion. I mean, just notice the difference in kindness shown by the two girls. When Sophia is assaulted by the emo girl, Zoe comes help her out of compassion. No ulterior motives, no trying to convert her. But when Zoe's family member dies, Sophia comes to comfort her, only to push a Watchtower book on her. The moment Zoe stops studying, Sophia's gonna feel pressure to drop her as a friend. JW kids are constantly pressured to preach to their classmates. I mean, it's seen as their personal ministry territory. Because instead of just fostering wholesome friendships with other kids, now all they do is look for opportunities to convert their peers. How is this healthy development in any way? I hate this cartoon so much.
All right, everyone, enjoy the holiday party.
Hey, Zoe. Aren't you coming? Let me show you how it's done.
Hi, guys. You didn't go to the party? No, I want to do the right thing.
Okay, let's have some fun. Oh, not again.
What the hell are you looking at, Zoe? Did the spirit realm also open up to you as well?
Ma.
I guess the God of the universe just loves seeing kids isolate themselves in the library during the holidays. Turns out Jehovah is just a cosmic version of the Grinch. The first video we're going to be watching today is titled Become an Unbaptized Publisher. Then it references Matthew 21:16, which has absolutely nothing to do with being an unbaptized publisher. Anyways, in case you have never been a Jehovah's Witness, let me give you a small refresher so you can have a bit more context. Because the spiritual progression of a JW child looks somewhat like this. You first have to become an unbaptized publisher, which means you have to go preaching door to door a few hours each month, usually with your parents. You then gotta write down how many hours you spent preaching and knocking on doors each month, how many magazines you placed, all of that. Your parents will then turn this little time slip to the elders in the congregation and they will tally up the numbers, so they send a report to the main branch, and that's how the branch determines, how many hours are spent on the ministry each year. A couple of weeks ago, they made the change that you don't need to report ministry hours if you're a publisher, so you just gotta turn in a little time slip that says you participated in the ministry, at least 15 minutes a month, but that's still like a symbol to say that you were active, you are an active Jehovah's Witness publisher. So after a kid becomes an unbaptized publisher, the next step would be baptism, which would make you a baptized publisher. This happens when you privately dedicate your life to Jehovah, so you make a prayer telling God that you're gonna serve him forever, and you pretty much publicize, make public this dedication by getting baptized. So at this moment in the cartoon timeline, Caleb is not a publisher yet, and Sophia is an unbaptized publisher who is on her way to baptism. Hopefully that's not too confusing. Anyways, now let's see how these kids are gonna take their next step in their spiritual journey.
Hey Dad, here's my service report.
Good. You can put it on the bench.
Okay.
That little slip is just gonna fly away with the wind, you silly goose.
Dad, when can I be a publisher?
Ah, you have brought this up before. When we're together in the ministry, you do very well when speaking at the door.
So then I can?
Not just yet. It's like getting a license to drive a car. You have to be approved.
Oh.
We can discuss how the elders are involved in approving you. For now, let's see if you might qualify. First, do you obey Jehovah and your parents?
Yeah.
Next, do you believe the Bible is Jehovah's word? And can you explain the basic teachings?
Yes.
And are your friends Jehovah's friends?
Yeah.
Caleb, you are already doing very well. One last thing. Do you want to be one of Jehovah's Witnesses and preach?
I do. I think I'm ready.
I think you are too. But we'll have to see what the elders decide. I'm so proud of you, son. Now, could you hand me that wrench?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So much to unpack here. First interesting point. Notice what drives Caleb to want to become a publisher. He looks at his sister. Sophia is turning in time slips, so Caleb wants to do the same. Even Watchtower acknowledges the huge role family pressure plays into the whole indoctrination process. Second, Caleb's dad, who the animators completely butchered by taking away his huge muscles. This dude used to be absolutely yoked.
Look how they massacred my boy.
Anyways, Caleb's dad lists a couple of requirements for Caleb to become a publisher.
Do you obey Jehovah and your parents?
Yeah.
Throughout the dozen of episodes in this series, we've seen how Caleb is forced and coerced by his religion and his parents to throw away his friend's toy because it's magical.
Is this toy magical?
Mm-hmm.
Caleb, Who likes magic? Jehovah or Satan? Caleb,
I am so proud of you.
Break down in tears because he accepted a birthday cupcake.
Caleb, are you okay?
What if Jehovah doesn't want to be my friend anymore?
And keep on knocking on doors even though he clearly did not enjoy the activity.
Can we take a break?
Yeah.
So yes, Caleb has proven that he is willing to obey Jehovah. I'm not exaggerating, Caleb is so indoctrinated at this point that he believes his mundane actions actually affect the mood of the creator of the universe, and that his obedience to Watchtower guidelines is received with the praise of angels and the approval of Jesus himself.
No thanks.
This kid is completely devoted to Jehovah. Next requirement.
Do you believe the Bible is Jehovah's word? And can you explain the basic teachings?
Yes.
Of course, Caleb grew up in a very fundamentalist religion where the Bible is treated as the inerrant word of God. And we've seen him preach a couple of times, so he is familiar with Watchtower's interpretation of scriptures. This is a kid who has been told to reject science in favor of the creation myths of Genesis, and who literally believes that humanity is only 6,000 years old, despite the overwhelming evidence that it's not. Yeah, the joys of being brought up in a doomsday cult, guys. The last requirement is probably the most insidious.
And are your friends Jehovah's friends?
Yeah.
Are your friends Jehovah's friends? Jehovah's Witness children are expected to only make friends with other Jehovah's Witnesses. And we've seen multiple times how Caleb is unable to connect with his peers at school. Sometimes we see him talking to them, but most of the time he's just playing by himself in the soccer field. And during the holiday parties, he just recludes himself with his sister in the library instead of, having fun with the other kids. All of this while convincing himself that he's actually having a lot of fun.
What? Who says we can't have fun?
And you might be thinking to yourself, well, couldn't a non-Jehovah's Witness kid be considered God's friend? Maybe they're also Christian or Muslims. But no, literally Jehovah's friends literally only mean Jehovah's Witnesses. So you can't even make friends with other Christian kids, which is just completely messed up if you think about it. In practice, most Jehovah's Witness children do make non-JW friends at school. I know that was my case. Even my dad, allowed me to go play with my friend who was never a Jehovah's Witness. But Watchtower does look down on these type of friendships, and in their perfect little world, they would like Jehovah's Witness kids to never make friends with anyone outside the religion, because that's seen as putting your relationship with Jehovah in danger, because these other kids might, open up your mind to new ideas that might take you out of the religion later on in life. So, Caleb has been indoctrinated into being a loner at school. The final requirement to becoming a publisher is being approved by the elders.
But we'll have to see what the elders decide.
They have to see that you are following all the Watchtower protocol, going to the meetings, going out in service, and only then can you be approved. So yeah, once all those requirements are met, congrats, you're now officially a Jehovah's Witness.
Nice.
But your spiritual journey is not over. No, not even close. Because now you have to start progressing towards baptism. Baptism in the JW religion is quite fascinating because it's essentially a lifelong contract. In theory, you are dedicating your life to Jehovah God only, but in practice, you are dedicating yourself to an organization. Why do I say this? Well, being a baptized publisher involves following the same rules as everyone else, but if you commit a serious sin and the elders decide to disfellowship you, then your family will be coerced into shunning you out of their lives. And I don't mean that they're just gonna look at you in a mean way or something. No, I mean, We're talking about completely treating you as if you were dead. So, if an unbaptized publisher gets in trouble with the elders, he's simply taken the title away from him. You know, he's no longer an unbaptized publisher. But if a baptized publisher gets in trouble, then he faces the dangers of shunning and losing their entire social circle overnight. Now, dear viewer, you might be thinking to yourself, Panda, why would anyone in their right mind want to get baptized if that involves harsh punishments in the case of wrongdoing? And well, dear viewer, in JW land and JW theology, baptism is a requirement for salvation, and it's simply the expected thing to do. If you hit 15 years, 16 years of age and you're not baptized yet, your family is gonna start wondering if there's something wrong with you. So beside the spiritual incentive, there is a very clear family pressure to get baptized. And this drives some Jehovah's Witness children to get baptized at a very young age. We have seen cases as young as 7 years old. Just imagine a 7-year-old getting into a lifelong contract with Watchtower, with devastating consequences if he decides to leave the religion later. All of this is not to say that JW children that get baptized do it simply to please their parents. In most cases, there's also a level of religious sincerity, you know? They truly believe that this is the way to please their Heavenly Father, but the family pressure is still very much there, as you will see in this future cartoon. So, enough context, let's watch.
Wow, that looks like me. I have a question.
What is it, my dear?
How do you get baptized?
That's a good question.
And an important one.
Mom looks so young in this picture.
Hey!
Yes, you can be young, like your mother. What matters is that you love Jehovah and want to follow Jesus' teachings closely.
You can show that you want to get baptized by what you do, like obeying your parents.
Learn about Jehovah by reading the Bible. That will help you obey Jehovah and avoid things that Jehovah hates.
Then you'll want to share your faith with others.
Especially in the ministry.
And at the meetings. Make friends with others who love Jehovah.
And most importantly, tell Jehovah in prayer that you want to serve him forever.
That's why we get baptized in public. It shows others that we've dedicated our lives to Jehovah.
That's so cool.
Would you like to get baptized one day?
Why don't you learn a little more about the steps for baptism and share it with us at Family Worship?
Okay.
This one makes me physically ill. So first of all, we get to see the spiritual journey of Sophia's mom, whatever her name is. We don't know what her name is. This insufferable lady who made her children throw their toys in their garbage and encouraged Sophia to spread her homophobic beliefs in school. Yeah, this lady now tells us how she got baptized, and surprise, surprise, she was actually born into the religion. This religion is all she has ever known. So we see a couple of photos of mom doing a series of JW activities, like reading the old book of Bible stories, which contained a lot of bloody photos that were definitely not child friendly.
Oh my god, bro. Oh, hell no.
And the next slide is interesting because we see the mom rejecting the same wizard toy that she made Caleb throw away in the first episode. So yeah, that's another fucking rule that JW kids must follow. No entertainment involving magic of any kind. No wizards, no Halloween, nothing even remotely connected with the occult. And generally, JWs have relaxed a bit on this front. Now JW kids usually watch stuff with magic, it's not as strict. But back in the 70s and 80s, which is during the Satanic Panic, yeah, a lot of entertainment was put under the Spiritism ban. So Sophia's mom has a long history of being a religious fanatic. And just on a side note, this slide just completely breaks the Caleb and Sophia continuity because This Sparlock toy appeared back in the first episode of the series, and when Caleb's mom saw it, she had no idea what it was.
How was school today?
Fine. Look at Sparlock's magic
Caleb, what toy is that?
It's Sparlock, the warrior wizard.
Whoa, a warrior wizard.
Yeah, my friend gave it to me.
But now we know that Sparlock existed back when Mom was a child, so why doesn't the mom know what Sparlock is? Is she suffering from amnesia, or has she been replaced by another woman? That would also explain the dad's lack of muscles.
These new parents are imposters?
The mom is then shown preaching door to door with the yellow paradise track. You remember those tiny little tracks that we used to give to people? Yeah. And she's making friends with others who love Jehovah, which, as we saw with the previous video, can only mean other JWs. So Sophia obviously wants to follow in her mother's footsteps, and Mom asks her if she would like to get baptized one day, as if that wasn't always expected of JW children. So Sophia will now have to follow more steps to be approved for baptism. She needs to talk with the elders. The elders are going to ask her like 50 questions to make sure she's completely in track with Watchtower theology. And if she is approved, Sophia will be baptized in the following convention. And look at how proud her parents are. Yeah, honey, we have been successful at indoctrinating this kid. Once she takes the plunge, she won't be able to leave this religion without dire consequences. I hate this cartoon so much. Watchtower loves talking crap about infant baptism practiced by the Catholic Church, but they're happy to accept the baptisms of 7-year-olds. Dear viewer, do you really think Sophia is ready to enter into a lifelong contract with the organization? Sure, this is just a cartoon, but this scenario plays out over and over again in JW families. Child gets baptized way too early, grows up and realizes they don't like their religion, and then they're shunned by their family and friends. This whole system is awful. I'm gonna give this cartoon a 9 out of 10 in the cult meter. Absolute trash. Just get it out of my sight.
Okay, let's have some fun.
You got this, come on.
Go, go, go. Yes.
Bro, that was good.
Hurry up. We're gonna be late. Yeah, let's go.
What a way to introduce your cartoon, holy cow. In case you're not very familiar with Jehovah's Witnesses, dear viewer, let me explain real quick. JW kids are strongly discouraged from joining extracurricular activities at school. They're extremely sheltered, and hanging out with non-believers is seen as a danger to one's spirituality. Extracurricular activities also take time away from meetings at the Kingdom Hall or from preaching, so they're seen as a complete waste of time basically, and since the end of the system is so close, there's no time to waste in band practice or a football team or something like that. So while all these kids are hanging out and doing, normal kid stuff, Sophia feels like an outcast, literally using her recess hours to read a Watchtower book. Super depressing stuff.
And he called them his friends. We see throughout the gospel accounts that those who chose to befriend Jesus gained the best friend possible.
Hey there.
Oh, hey.
Oh, you like to draw? I like your notes. Really cool.
Mom taught me. Pictures help me remember.
Me too. So, looks like we have a talk together.
Yeah.
I'll get in touch to practice soon.
Lydia, we're leaving.
Well, I gotta go. See you later, Sophia.
Well, it seems Sophia doesn't even have friends her age at the Kingdom Hall, so is she just supposed to be a perpetual loner?
Hey, bro. Hey, good to see you. I'm glad I was on your team. My favorite thing was the safari treehouse. Yeah, it had all the cool jungle animals on the wall.
Timmy, I didn't think your team was gonna make it.
I love my prize.
You got a prize?
We all did.
Bah.
Okay, kids, settle down. Time to get started. We have a lot to talk about today. Before we begin, for those of you that participated in the science club this weekend, we will be having another camping trip. But only the ones with the highest score on the math project will be selected to go. More on that after class.
Hey,
now today,
Sophia, we need you in our club. You're good at science. We have another trip coming up.
No, sorry, Zoe. My parents won't let me go because they're religious fanatics.
Hey, Sophia, come with us. So, anyway, all the kids had badges and prizes and stuff. And it sounded like a lot of fun. And it seems like they really need my help.
I see.
Oh, you see what's wrong with the car?
No, I wish. No, I see why you want to be in the club.
You do?
Of course. We all want to have friends and do fun things.
I just wish I had some kid friends.
Jehovah wants you and me to have friends. But the question you need to ask yourself is, who should be my friend?
Well, the Bible doesn't say a lot about friendships. There's just a few proverbs like, what was it? Proverbs 17:17, I think, that a good friend is like a brother born for times of distress. And that's it. You know, a good friend is someone who has your back. Is that the answer to your question?
Let's talk about it at our next family worship. How about you go do some research on Martha? And I will tell Caleb too. And then we can come back together and talk about it as a family. Sophia, are you ready?
Yeah. Martha, a Jewess, the sister of Lazarus, and Mary.
They lived in Bethany,
a village about 2 miles away from Jerusalem,
which was probably Jesus' home base when he came down from Galilee.
Martha liked to cook.
Yes, she did.
And she would cook for Jesus and all his disciples when they would visit.
Wow, that would have been a lot of food.
Yes, and a lot of work.
But if they worked together, they'd make it a success.
However, some of their friends felt differently about Jesus.
Okay, so we are taking 3 obscure characters from the Gospels and turning this into a full-blown fan fiction because a lot of what you're about to see is nowhere in the Bible. Also, how do we know Martha liked to cook?
Martha liked to cook.
Yes, she did.
She could have hated cooking for all we know. It's not like women had a lot of personal freedoms back in 1st century Judea.
Martha makes the best apricot cakes. It's just a fact.
You've always praised me too much, Talia.
Well, if it gets me more apricot cakes, I will continue to praise you.
So fucking cringe.
Oh, Talia, did you hear? The teacher Jesus, he's coming back to visit.
The man from Galilee? Are you hosting him again?
Yes, I am. Actually, it's tonight.
I've heard a lot of talk. The Pharisees in Jerusalem, they don't approve of that man. I am not sure it's such a good idea for you to be known as his friend. Okay, well, I guess I better be getting home. See you two later.
Why do Jesus and his disciples look so clean? They literally walked around all day preaching in dusty villages. And look at those neatly trimmed beards. Gosh.
Martha, Jesus is here.
Wait. Let me get this straight. He wanted you and Mary to sit and learn about God just like the men? A teacher instructing women? A woman's job is to provide food for her household.
That's true. A good woman prepares herself for hard work. That's valuable. That's you, Martha. Don't let this Jesus ruin you with his ideas.
Oh no, these people are pressuring Martha to remain in a socially conservative role for women in the kitchen. It reminds me of a certain religious organization that treats women as second-class citizens and deems them unworthy of carrying out most of the duties of men.
Lazarus! So kind of you.
How is he doing?
Not well. I sent word to Jesus. He will help my brother.
You sent word to Jesus? Have you still not heard? He's angering people with his shocking speech. He's claiming to be God's son. He's crazy.
He's loyal to Jehovah, and he is our friend.
Martha didn't even bother repeating her arguments. Yeah, Jesus could have been a crazy cult leader, but he's come to my house a few times and I fed him, so he's my friend.
Sadly, Lazarus died. But do you remember what happened next?
Jesus came back to Bethany and resurrected Lazarus.
Jesus was a real friend. He cared about Martha, Mary, and Lazarus. And he showed them what kind of friend Jehovah can be to us.
But that's not where the story ends. Do you know what some people did after that?
Many of the Jews who saw what he did put faith in him. But some of them went off to the Pharisees and told them what Jesus had done? Why did they do that?
Because not even seeing Jesus bring someone back to life was enough to convince them that he was the Christ.
They seemed like Martha's friends, but they hated Jesus.
How do you think Martha dealt with her unbelieving friends?
We don't know, because Martha is not even mentioned again after Lazarus is resurrected. You're making all of this up.
Jesus is the Christ, the resurrection and the life. He is the Son of God, and He is my friend. Talia, you've been kind to me in the past, but you don't believe Jesus' teachings. We cannot be friends.
Oh yes, Talia, you brought me and my family food when my brother was sick, but I can't be friends with you because we don't share the same religious views. This is the lesson Watchtower is trying to teach children, guys. And since we have no Bible stories that actually condemn befriending non-believers, Watchtower has to make one up.
Martha stuck with Jesus and his friends. They helped her become Jehovah's friend.
Yeah, I would also stick around some dude that managed to resurrect my dead family members as well. Too bad Sophia doesn't have actual proof of her invisible friend in the sky.
So, Sophia, what do you think Jehovah is teaching you about friendship?
That I have to choose my friends carefully.
And how can you know if someone should be your friend?
If they help me be Jehovah's friend. I am not gonna join the club.
That's my girl.
We are so proud of you, Sophia.
And Jehovah is proud of you too.
We are so proud of you, Sophia, for making up Bible fanfiction and avoiding your classmates as if they were the plague. The more academic opportunities you throw in the garbage, the more God is going to love you.
Good answer.
The story of Martha is not a lesson on making friends. It's a lesson on priorities. Martha learns that listening to Jesus is more important than satisfying their material needs. And if JWs actually listened to Jesus, they would realize that Jesus was the friend of prostitutes and sinners. Like I said in my previous rebuttal, how are you going to be a light to the nations if you constantly isolate yourself from your peers? Sophia, you are doing the complete opposite of what Jesus taught.
Now, how about you go finish up your homework? Mom tells me we have a guest coming over.
Okay.
That's not your homework, Sophia. You're just reading the Bible.
Jehovah, please help me find a good friend. Someone who loves you. At least you are my friend.
Oh, make it stop. I'm going to tear up.
Lydia is here.
Our talk.
Whoa, does Sophia have a crush on this girl? That hair flip was a bit uneasy.
You like turtles?
I love turtles.
Really?
Really?
I've got something I want to show you.
He is so cute. You know, Sophia, I think we're going to be friends. Yep, definitely friends.
So much to unpack here. Why is this whole situation treated as an answer to Sophia's prayer? Like, Sophia already knew Lydia was coming that night. Of course her prayer was gonna be
answered.
Also, this girl has zero business befriending elementary grade kids. She looks much older than her, at least in middle school. I mean, it's great to have friends outside of your age group, sure, but when you're befriending literal 5th graders, that just comes off as creepy. And wouldn't this advice be kind of dangerous? Because JW kids are being encouraged to befriend older members of the congregation, and some of them don't have the best intentions at heart. What if this girl ends up being like a bad person? Is she good friend material only because she shares Sophia's belief system and love of turtles?
We are so proud of you, Sophia.
Friendships are good for children, I know, shocker. And befriending people of other faiths and other walks of life teaches you tolerance and respect. Sure, children need to be taught to choose friends carefully. But if your criteria for a good friend is simply a black and white deal, whether he serves Jehovah or not, then that's just a recipe for terrible friendships. This is the harsh reality of growing up a JW. You are expected to only befriend other JWs, and if your friend abandons your religion in the future, you're also expected to toss them out of your life. Friendship in this religion is entirely conditional, and there is zero tolerance for dissenting views on religion. Non-believers are treated as bad influences, even if they're actually great moral people, and believers are treated as positive influences, even if they're awful narcissists. You can imagine how this awful advice can be a recipe for disaster. Now, thankfully, not every Jehovah's Witness kid follows these rules as strictly as Sophia. You might even have a JW friend yourself at school, but if it was up to Watchtower, all JW kids would remain absolutely isolated from the world, because a kid who isolates himself is much easier to indoctrinate. 2 seconds in, and we can already spot the obligatory out-of-context Bible verse. That has to be a new record. Matthew 19:4 is speaking against divorce. It's not speaking against homosexuals. They could just have used Leviticus 18:22, but maybe they thought it was a bit too barbaric to put it in a children's show.
Look, Mom. I drew our family in school today.
Oh, wow.
I didn't have time to finish Caleb's face. Carrie drew two mommies. She told me they're married to each other. My teacher says that all that matters is that people love each other and that they're happy.
Well, people have their own ideas about what is right and wrong.
Oh, I actually agree with you, animated lady. People do have different ideas on what is right and wrong. So we can agree to disagree and still respect each other's decisions, right? Right?
But what matters is how Jehovah feels.
In other words, all opinions are invalid because I believe my opinion is backed up by the creator of the universe. Conveniently, God's biases and dislikes happen to align perfectly with my own biases and dislikes.
He wants us to be happy, and he knows how we can be happiest. That's why he invented marriage the way he did.
You mean one man and one woman?
Exactly.
And one man and his concubines, one man and his deceased brother's wife, one man and his sex slaves, and the list goes on. Kinda crazy the amount of different marriage arrangements that God instructed or at least tolerated for so long.
Look at Genesis 1:27. Jehovah created Adam and Eve, male and female. Then in Genesis 2:24, he said that a man will stick to his wife. Later, Jesus said the same thing. Jehovah's standards haven't changed.
Except when they did, and when God allowed polygamy for thousands of years to go on. For an unchanging God, Yahweh sure changes a lot.
It's kind of like going on an airplane. What would happen if someone wanted to bring something on the plane that wasn't allowed?
They couldn't go on their trip.
Right. It's the same with Jehovah. He wants us to be his friend and live in paradise forever.
Unless you're gay. This airport analogy falls apart if you think about it for more than 2 seconds. A common technique Jehovah's Witnesses, and by extension a lot of Christians, employ in order to not appear homophobic is to reframe homosexuality as a lifestyle, a choice, instead of, part of your identity. As if homosexuals just suddenly decided one day that they wanted to be gay. Sophia's mom is putting a severe burden on the gay community, asking them to change their identity in order to make it into paradise, as if your sexual orientation was just something you can toss to the side like some baggage. What a silly illustration. The writers of Bethel are not the smartest bunch, are they?
But we have to follow his standards to get there. At Matthew 7:13 and 14, it talks about the road leading to paradise. To get there, Jehovah says we have to leave some things behind. That means anything Jehovah doesn't approve of.
Yeah, and too bad the Christian community can't seem to agree on what God approves and disapproves. Of course, Matthew 7:13 and 14 doesn't speak on leaving anything behind. It simply mentions that the road to everlasting life is cramped. But you know what Christians actually have to leave behind? Their judging attitude. I guess Sophia's mom just forgot to read the rest of the chapter. Maybe she was too busy making these awful art pieces.
But I want everyone to get to paradise.
So does Jehovah.
Unless you're gay.
And you know what? People can change. That's why we share his message. So, what can you say to Carrie?
Well, I could tell her about the paradise. I could tell her about the animals and the resurrection.
Or you could just leave her the fuck alone.
That's awesome! Let's practice.
So what is Sophia supposed to do now? Tell her classmate that her two moms are going to be destroyed in Armageddon unless they get divorced and abandon their gay
lifestyle?
How would she even mention the topic to Carrie? Oh yes, Carrie, would you like to have your own pet panda in a perfect earth? Well, if you want to make it to paradise with your family, you have to tear it apart first. It's Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve. And what if Sophia actually manages to indoctrinate her classmate? She would just tear the family apart. So much mental anguish over a paradise that is never going to come. And I find it amazing how Watchtower tried their very best to sugarcoat this propaganda with bright colors, cute animals, and soft music, but it still comes off as incredibly hateful. Imagine being a JW kid who happens to be gay. How would you feel after watching this crap? And this is not the only anti-gay propaganda made by JWs. They also have a soap opera with anti-gay views and entire talks on the subject.
We see it in their so-called gay marriage,
which you can view right here. There's also dozens of articles made for young people talking about the dangers of homosexuality. Like in this baffling book, it's a bit old, but it's still on the website, that claims that masturbation can make you gay. Yes, I'm not joking. And one paragraph later, it also claims that people are not born gay, they are made gay. I'm sure actual homosexual people would disagree on this. There's also worksheets that help JW teens explain their homophobic beliefs. Gay feelings are compared to fits of anger, again, as if your sexual orientation is something you should suppress instead of accept. And just take a look at this gem. The Bible says, honor men of all sorts. Therefore, Christians are not homophobic. They show kindness to all people, including those who are gay. But what if someone asks, doesn't your view of homosexuality encourage prejudice against gays? You might reply, not at all. I reject homosexual conduct, not people. All you have to do is invert this statement and see how silly this argument actually is. Imagine if someone said, oh, I don't reject straight people, I just reject straight conduct. Doesn't that sound silly? And of course, Watchtower can't help but compare homosexuals with smokers. Except smoking is a harmful habit that people can leave behind, and homosexuality is a part of people's identity that in most cases, it's impossible to suppress. And these are only two of the countless articles available on jw.org talking down on the gay community. This is an extremely homophobic religion. Nowadays, Watchtower doesn't pretend that people are not born gay, so they have to acknowledge that some of their members might contend with homosexual tendencies. But these members are never allowed to openly express their sexuality in any shape or form. In fact, Watchtower has claimed in the past that they don't even have any gay members in their communities, which is simply not true.
So, I assume you have gay members in your church?
No, we don't.
So whenever JWs try to gaslight you into thinking they're not homophobic, just show them this video. I give this cartoon 10 out of 10 in the cult meter, absolute garbage. And the saddest part is that Sophia is not inherently homophobic. In the beginning, she's just curious about Carrie having two moms. It is Sophia's mom who teaches her to be intolerant. I can't tell you how much I hate this bitch. I've never felt so much hatred towards an animated character.
She had her mouth on when I think you're an idiot.
The first video we're going to be watching is titled Jehovah Forgives. And look at the fun little poster Watchtower released for this.
Well, for the past several years, a unique feature of our annual meeting program has been a new so-called epic edition of the Become Jehovah's Friend series. We call it an epic because it's longer than the usual episodes.
So epic.
It was Jesus' last night with his apostles.
You are the ones who have stuck with me in my trials.
Soon, Jesus would be arrested. It was going to be very hard for them.
All of you will be stumbled in connection with me on this night. For it is written, I will strike the shepherd, and the sheep of the flock will be scattered about.
They were going to run away and abandon Jesus. But Peter said,
Although all the others are stumbled in connection with you,
I will never be stumbled.
Very good, Caleb. Peter thought he was strong and would never make Jehovah sad.
If you're wondering why Caleb and his dad are talking about the Bible first thing in the morning, it's because JW families are encouraged to read from this booklet every day, like a 10-minute Bible prep. I'm not sure if they still print it though.
I tell you, Peter, a rooster will not crow today until you have denied knowing me 3 times.
Cuckoo! No, it's cock-a-doodle-doo.
Nuh-uh. That's not a rooster.
Okay, kids, it's not important how the rooster sounds.
Oh, shut up, bitch.
I'll never make Jehovah sad.
Me neither.
We know you'd never want to.
But Jesus knew Peter would be afraid. And when you are afraid...
Oh no, you're late! Hurry, grab your bags. Be careful. Love you, kids. See you later.
Be good.
Be good, kids, and don't break any Watchtower rules or you're gonna make God very sad.
Bye, Mom. Bye, Dad.
Holy cow, did Caleb just murder somebody or something? It seems like he was just sentenced to death row.
I'm home. Hello? Anybody?
He had a rough day.
Oh, what happened? Caleb, are you okay?
What if Jehovah doesn't want to be my friend anymore?
Jehovah wants to be your friend. But if you did something bad, he wants you to tell.
Okay, so today at school, I was outside on the playground.
My boy was lost in the sauce.
Caleb?
Oh, hey, I was just,
You can have it. Wait! I thought he can't have it.
Yeah, which is it?
I didn't want it anyway.
But I thought the Bible says you can't.
It says...
Come on, what does it say?
I'm not sure.
But you came to my house the other day to talk about the Bible, don't you remember?
Yeah, maybe that wasn't me?
That was you, but you're scared.
Hi, honey. Yeah, I can't talk right now. Give me a call back later.
Now, if you've never been a Jehovah's Witness, you're probably wondering, what the hell is going on? Why is Caleb not allowed to celebrate his classmate's birthday? And what was the reason again? Oh yeah, because birthdays are pagan. Or at least that's what JWs claim. They even made a cartoon which explains it, which we're gonna watch real quick so you can understand this a little better. Right off the bat, as is the custom with these cartoons, we have an out-of-context Bible verse. Deuteronomy 18:14 is not talking about birthdays, it's a warning against magic and divination. Let me remind you, a warning that was meant for the nation of Israel. But of course, Watchtower doesn't expect viewers to look up the Bible verse and realize that it has nothing to do with birthdays, because if there was a Bible verse that condemned birthdays, they would have included it in this title screen.
So, Dad, why don't we celebrate our birthday?
Good question. How would you answer that at school?
Because Jehovah doesn't like it?
Yes, but why?
Because he's a party pooper.
Do you like presents and treats?
Yes!
But do you want them like this?
Sure, why not? I can just wash off the mud.
Birthday celebrations mix good things with things Jehovah doesn't like.
How?
Long ago, many people believed in good and evil spirits and were afraid of them. They thought presents and treats on their birthday could protect them. And like today, they made wishes that only good things would happen to them.
What? Ancient Israelites also believed pigs were unclean animals, yet I don't see you avoiding pork, because those were taboos of a different era. Also, many of the customs JWs practice today have root in pagan societies. For example, using wedding rings. That's pagan as hell, but I don't see you condemning wedding rings. It's a tremendous double standard.
What does the Bible say about birthdays?
It talks about them, but not good ones. There was Pharaoh in Egypt and Herod in Jesus' day. They were proud rulers and had people put to death at their birthday parties. Can you remember if Jesus celebrated his birthday?
No.
That's right, he didn't. He told us to celebrate the date of his death because it gives us the hope of living forever. And Jesus taught us to give good things to each other anytime we want. Like today. Good timing.
Hi, yes!
Yep, I wish I could give you a profound reason why JWs don't celebrate birthdays, but that's it. Because the Bible mentions them twice, and in both cases someone died. That's all the reason they give. And Caleb's dad forgets that every time the Bible mentions dogs, they are cast in an unfavorable light, as unclean animals. Yeah, the Bible has nothing good to say about dogs, like anywhere. Yet modern JWs have no problems with having dogs. So the fact that 2 people died in birthday celebrations in the Bible doesn't mean birthdays are bad. People die in all sorts of events. Are we gonna ban weddings and concerts too?
Can you remember if Jesus celebrated his birthday?
No.
How do you know Jesus didn't celebrate his birthday? Maybe he did. And even if he didn't, that's irrelevant anyways. Jesus didn't play football or go to the beach or watch YouTube. Does that mean we should start avoiding those things as well, since Jesus didn't do them? You see how nonsensical these rules are, guys? The birthday prohibition has to be one of the dumbest things ever, because most JWs can't even defend it, since there's nothing in the Bible that condemns celebrating them. Nothing! There's even this one verse, I forgot where it is, but it's Paul saying that we shouldn't judge others because of what they celebrate. And the fact that birthdays had their origin in pagan societies is also irrelevant anyways, because a lot of things that are currently accepted by JWs are also of pagan origin, so it's just a double standard. So JW kids are put in this position where they have to defend their beliefs, but they have no way of defending them because they make no sense, so it's just a bunch of unnecessary suffering. And they're made to feel this extreme guilt over even associating yourself with a birthday party, or as we saw with Caleb, just having a cupcake. A cupcake. Also, I understand the message at the end that they're trying to convey is that we shouldn't just give gifts on a certain specific day. We should be generous the entire year, which to that I say, you can do both, right? You can be generous during someone's birthday and still be generous the rest of the year. Those two are not mutually exclusive.
That was a rough day. Do you remember when Peter said he would never stumble? Later that night, Jesus was arrested.
Move it.
Peter loved him and wanted to help. But doing the right thing isn't always easy.
You too were with Jesus the Galilean.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Wait! This is one of them.
I do not know the man.
Hey, you follow Jesus. I saw you in the garden with him, did I not?
I swear, I do not know the man.
Peter knew the right thing to do, but he was afraid and did the wrong thing.
Just like at school.
Yes. Peter didn't want to make that mistake ever again.
What? Peter denied the Son of God 3 times. Caleb grabbed a cupcake. These 2 offenses are nowhere even remotely close.
But he wondered if Jesus and Jehovah would still be his friends. After Jesus was resurrected, he talked to Peter. Simon, son of John, do you love me?
Yes, Lord, you know I have affection for you.
Jesus forgave him.
And so did Jehovah. But Peter had to talk to Jesus. If you upset Jehovah, what do you think you have to do?
Talk to Jehovah.
That's right. You need to pray to ask for forgiveness.
Forgiveness for what?
And Jesus showed Peter that he was forgiven by giving him more work to do. Shepherd my little sheep. So why didn't Peter give up when he made a mistake?
Because Jehovah forgives. Hey guys! Oh wait! I'm gonna need to explain birthdays. Can you help me?
Of course.
Now Caleb is gonna attempt to explain to his classmates why the sovereign of the universe hates people celebrating the day they were born. As you can imagine, growing up in this religion is not for the faint of heart. Jehovah's Witness children are encouraged to isolate themselves from their classmates. After all, in JW belief, all these birthday celebrating heathens will eventually be destroyed, so why bother making friends with them? JW school children are not allowed to do many things that their classmates consider normal. Not only are they not allowed to celebrate birthdays and holidays, they're also not allowed to salute the flag, join extracurricular activities, go to prom, and they're discouraged from making friends outside their religion. All of these silly rules pretty much put a target on the back of JW kids. And when they inevitably receive some sort of pushback or ridicule from their classmates, what these JW children are gonna do is find comfort in their religious community, since that's the only community that truly understands them, and they're gonna go deeper into the religion. It's a vicious cycle of shame and guilt. And you saw it yourself, because in this cartoon, even Watchtower acknowledges the heavy mental burden these rules place upon children. But they don't care, because all they want is obedient little JWs who will grow up into big obedient JWs who will donate money to the branch. Now I decided to do a little bit more research on the official website, and if we go under the article "Why don't JWs celebrate birthdays?" we see the subheading, "Do the children of witness parents feel deprived by not celebrating birthdays?" Ooh, let's see what Watchtower has to say.
Children of witness parents do not feel deprived, as these comments show. It's more fun getting a gift when you're least expecting it. Tammy, age 12. Even though I don't get presents on my birthday, my parents still buy me gifts on other occasions. I like it that way because I get surprised. Gregory, age 11. Do you think that 10 minutes, a few cupcakes, and a song make a party? You should come to my house and see what a real party is like. Eric, age 6.
You serious?
Yep, I'm sure all these testimonies are not made up at all. And I'm sure children love not celebrating birthdays even when they see their classmates celebrating them and having fun. Totally believable. The cartoon also comes with this little activity sheet that parents are supposed to study with their children. It's titled, "Why We Don't Celebrate Birthdays." The Bible tells us about 2 birthday parties. Both were celebrated by people who did not serve Jehovah. Okay, so what? This doesn't make birthdays bad. Also, Herod the Great was a Jew, so he most likely worshipped Jehovah. You know what I think, guys? I think if the sovereign of the universe had a thing against birthdays, he would have bothered writing that down in his book. I mean, this God expresses his hate for mixed fabrics and penis skin, so why didn't he write, "Thou shalt not celebrate birthdays"? It doesn't make sense. Second reason, Jesus focused on giving. What can we give to others? Oh, I know what you can give to them. A birthday present. I'd give this cartoon 9 out of 10 in the cult meter, absolute garbage. We literally see Caleb fall into despair for touching a cupcake. This is not healthy behavior, and I don't wish this life upon any child.
Oh my god, bro. Oh, hell no.
Today, we're going to be watching a few Caleb and Sophia videos that illustrate the burden of being a child in this religion. And they go from relatively harmless to outright culty. Jehovah's Witnesses have a very strict dress code when it comes to their religious activities. You're pretty much expected to wear business attire when you go to church, suit and tie for the boys, and this 1950s dress code still carried over into the public ministry. You don't have to wear a suit jacket, and in some places you don't even have to wear a tie, but you're still expected to wear slacks and dress shoes. Just try walking in dress shoes in 100-degree weather in Texas. JW parents are expected to bring their kids out into the ministry, even if they're literally babies, and encourage them to participate door to door as soon as possible.
Hola, buenos días, soy testigo de Jehová y mi nombre es Santiago y quiero enseñarte algo muy interesante de Dios.
No estoy interesado, yo no creo en Dios.
Pero esto no es verdad, te lo puedo mostrar en la Biblia. Ok, a ver, déjame traer mi Biblia. Aquí en Santiago 1.
Oh my god, bro. Oh, hell no, man. What the fuck?
When I was growing up, we were obligated to go out door knocking every Saturday. It wasn't optional, it was just something we did every week. And well, that's the case with most Jehovah's Witness families, going out in service at least once a week. So the first video we're going to be watching involves Caleb getting dressed for the ministry. And the whole video just feels like a knockoff of that one SpongeBob episode where he trains to work at the Krusty Krab.
It's actually a carefully organized code. Watch closely. People order our patties.
Ah, poop.
Looks like Mr. SquarePants understands poop.
Exactly the same vibes.
So you are excited to go out in service. Do you think you are ready? Not so fast. Before you go in the ministry, there's a few things we need to go over. First, we must learn the 3 P's.
The 3 P's?
Yes, preparation, personal appearance, and proper behavior.
The 3 P's should have stood for pee-pee, poo-poo, and pukaka, because that's how it feels getting dragged out into the ministry on a cold winter morning.
First, preparation. Preparation is the first pillar of success in the ministry. Every job requires the proper tools. When it comes to tools for preaching, the variety might seem intimidating, but never fear. We have the teaching toolbox. Finding the right tools is easier than ever. Once you have your tools, make sure and practice your presentation before you leave the house. Wouldn't want to be preparing on the doorstep.
If you're wondering what the hell is the teaching toolbox, it's just the name they give to all the tracts that they distribute door to door. And they're painfully simple to use. So you have this little tract and then you present it to the householder and you ask them the question that's written in the tract. They pick an option from the 3 answers given and then you show them a Bible text quoted inside.
How do you view the Bible? Would you say it is a book of human wisdom? A book of myths and legends? The Word of God?
And if they haven't slammed the door in your face yet, hopefully you can, get them interested in a return visit and you tell them, oh, well, I'm going to return another day so we can talk about another Bible verse. And then you progressively turn that into a Bible study and you make a convert. But it rarely gets to that point because most people are not interested in the Bible anymore. This is essentially a sales pitch. JW kids are taught to become salesmen for the religion.
Now that you are well prepared, it's time to talk about personal appearance. How we look is very important because we represent Jehovah. Getting ready for the ministry, we need to make sure our appearance is saying the right things. Jehovah wants your appearance to be well arranged and modest. What that means is that we look and smell clean. Our clothes fit well, but not too well. Our hair is done. And we aren't drawing too much attention to ourselves. Looking sharp, my son.
So yeah, that's the dress code, boys and girls. Dress shoes, slacks, button-up shirt, a tie or a bow tie. Now, I think most of the advice in this cartoon is all well and good because personal hygiene is super important. But why do we have to represent God in 1950s business attire? It's silly as hell. And I would argue it's counterproductive in 2024. Because if you see someone in a suit and tie coming at your door, you're immediately gonna think, oh, he's gonna try to sell me something. And it makes even less sense dressing like this in the more impoverished sites of the world, where wearing a suit and a tie in a slum area just comes off as tone deaf, and it can be a bit dangerous even. This cult is truly stuck in the past. It's also funny how they mentioned that Caleb should not be wearing tight pants because tight pants are a big no-no in this religion. That's because previous governing body members said that tight pants were actually designed by homosexuals. Yes, I'm not joking.
Heterosexual, that's the tight suit jacket and the tight pants, better known as tight pants. And they are tight, I mean tight, all the way down to the ankles. And that is not modest, brothers. No. But like I've been telling others, and this is a fact, the homosexuals that are designing these clothes, they like you in tight pants. That's who likes it, not spiritual people.
Now it's time to talk about proper behavior. Our conduct while in the ministry is another way we can bring praise to Jehovah. So make sure you are on your best behavior. Avoid talking or laughing loudly, playing around, or intruding on anyone's property or privacy. Also, no eating at the door.
So if you've dealt with kids for more than like 2 minutes, you know it's really hard to get them to stay still for more than a minute, let alone an entire hour or two walking out in the scorching sun dressed like this and expecting them to be quiet at the door. I really don't miss any of this.
Remember, when we go door to door, people see us, and good behavior gives a good witness. We would never want to give anyone a reason to find fault with our ministry.
Can I go out in service now?
Yes, looks like you are ready. It's time to put the 3 P's to the test.
Hi, my name's Caleb. What's your name?
Hi, Caleb. My name is...
Now, dear viewer, you might be wondering, why do JWs go knocking on doors even if they're not actually making any converts? Well, dear viewer, the main purpose of the ministry is not actually to make converts, but it's to give a witness to people. What counts to them is not how many people are saved, but the fact that you made an effort to show up at their doors to warn them about the upcoming apocalypse. Even if the householder doesn't open the door for them, JWs are satisfied at knowing that they showed up, and that people at the neighborhood saw them at least from the windows, and they gave a witness to the nations. And that means that their hands are free from blood. If these people die at Armageddon, they have no guilt, because they try to warn them. That's how the JW mentality works, and that's why JWs feel obligated to go out in service, because if you don't, Jehovah's gonna see you as blood guilty because you didn't warn your neighbors. And that's why they place so much emphasis on the dress code, because they believe to be representatives of God, and if you're representing God, you would want to be dressing in the best way possible when you go knocking on strangers' doors. And of course, it's not only boys that are expected to go preach, girls are also obligated to knock on doors. Even though women have nowhere near the same opportunities as men in this religion, women still make up most of the working force in the religion, preaching force. So next is a really old video of Sophia getting ready for service. Let's watch.
Sophia, are you ready to go out in service? What's in your bag? Looks like you're missing something. What do you need for service? Very good! You need your Bible for service. Do you need anything else? Kids, can you help Sophia? Which one does she need
The
for
toy,
service?
Sophia. Pick the toy. No!
That's right, kids. Sophia, one more thing. How will you remember the people we meet? Very good. Do you have a pencil? Excellent, Sophia. I think you're all set. Kids, what do you think? Is she ready? Yes! Okay, let's go practice what you're gonna say.
Yep, little kids are expected to carry around a huge Bible, which they've never actually read, some Watchtower propaganda that's gonna interpret the Bible for them, and some notepads to write down potential converts. This is totally what kids should be doing on a Saturday morning instead of, going to the park or watching cartoons. And this short comes with a little activity that you can print out, where you have your service bag and then you select 4 things to take for the ministry. What would you choose, guys? Because I think I would choose the sandwich, the water bottle, the teddy bear, and the car. And just go fuck off to the park. I miss the days when they actually played around with the JW.org logo. They don't do that anymore. Why? So that was a short Dora the Explorer ripoff featuring Sophia and her awful garbage mother. But now we get to see the siblings actually try out their skills in the ministry. How will the householder receive them? Let's watch.
Sometimes in service, we meet people who don't speak the language we do.
有什么事吗? Wouldn't it be cool if we had a translator robot that could help us?
很高兴认识你。
Well, we can't use machines to preach.
But we have something better. JW language. You can learn to speak to anyone with this. First, pick the language you already speak.
Second, choose a language you want to learn.
Third, find preaching skills. What do you need?
Greetings and introductions.
Good, because we need to know how to say hi to them, right? So let's look at this one.
很高兴认识你。
This is so cool. Wow, I can talk to Chinese people.
I can talk to Chinese people. No, you can't, Caleb. It's gonna take you months to hold a basic conversation in Mandarin, only for you to default to 我不明白你说什么. But congrats, Caleb, you just received 5,000 social credits.
Wow, I can talk to Chinese people.
Chinese people.
Let's go in service.
有什么事吗?
你好. 很高兴认识你.
Wow! 进来，进来. Come in, come in.
Wait, so what are they supposed to do after that? They just speak 2 lines of Chinese. I mean, maybe they can show her like a video or something in Mandarin to make sure this
Chinese person
is well fed with Stephen Lett's ramblings in her own tongue.
是一种群居动物，它们不喜欢单独行动，这样很好，因为可以得到羊群和牧人的保护。
Too bad we never got to see the translator robot ever again because he seemed kinda chill.
很高兴
So just a fun little side note, this video is actually like a remnant of a time long gone because around 20 years ago, the Watchtower gave a lot of importance to preaching in foreign languages. It was like all the craze. If you were a spiritual person in the religion and you wanted to like expand your ministry and not be bored to death, you would go into a foreign language field and just learn a new language and make converts in your neighborhood that spoke the language, and that would prove that God had his blessing on this organization. But the entire focus on foreign language actually backfired because these young people were going to foreign language congregations And since they didn't understand the language being spoken, they just sat there in silence and had time to think for themselves. And since you're not indoctrinating yourself constantly in your own native tongue, you start having doubts, and eventually you wonder, hey, what the hell am I doing here? I'm in a cult. So a lot of JWs that served in foreign language congregations actually ended up leaving the religion. And Watchtower noticed this. They closed down a lot of foreign language congregations and told people to just go back to their native tongue languages in their own home congregations so they could be, indoctrinated properly. So yeah, this religion has backed down on their foreign language focus in the past several years. And this cartoon comes with an activity sheet where children must translate these 2 lines into a language of their choice using the JW language app, which I'm not even sure if it exists anymore. So let's give it a go. Hello. Hola. I would like to give you this tract. Quiero darte esta verga. Nice! Do I get my own translator robot now? So did these cartoons convince you to become a Jehovah's Witness? No? If not, I saved the best video for the end. This one is titled, Don't Give Up, and it portrays what actually happens when JW kids go knocking on doors. Let's watch.
Hi, I'm Sophia. I have a great video about God's promise for the earth.
Oh, sweetheart, thank you. I'm not interested.
And you can read the Bible and watch videos.
Really busy, kid.
Can we take a break?
Yeah.
A break already?
Finally, a realistic portrayal of how it feels to be a kid in this religion. Because most people you find out in the ministry actually have zero interest in your message. Either they're not religious, or they already have their own religion, or they already know you're trying to peddle a cult. And yeah, some of them will slam the door on your face, which honestly, looking back, I don't blame them, because some territories are so overworked that these people were receiving Jehovah's Witnesses at their doors every week or every 2 weeks, which must be exhausting. And the constant rejection does get to you eventually. It's very demoralizing, especially for children, because none of us enjoy being rejected. But imagine a child trying to preach this message that has been drilled into their head and then being rejected for it. It feels like crap. Any JW who tells you that they enjoy knocking on doors is probably faking it, because I've never met a single Jehovah's Witness in my life, and I'm not kidding you. I've never met anyone who actually enjoys knocking on doors. No one likes it, but they feel obligated to do it, because if you don't show up, people are gonna start judging you because you were not out in the public ministry. So at least Watchtower did a great job in expressing Caleb and Sophia's mental anguish after a morning out in the ministry. These people are fully aware of the effect that this religion has on children. So now, how will the parents react? Are they gonna acknowledge their kids' feelings and take them somewhere where they're more comfortable?
A break might be nice, but before we go, do you remember when Jesus preached, did everybody listen to him?
No.
So, why didn't Jesus give up?
Because he wanted everyone to hear the good news.
That's right. So, how about we each try another house?
Oh, hi, Chuck.
Oh, this is every JW kid's worst nightmare. Finding a schoolmate at the door, especially the kid that bullies you. This is so dumb. No JW kid would ever want this. So instead of taking your kids home after they clearly expressed their discomfort knocking on doors, parents are expected to make them knock on more doors until they start liking it. The beatings will continue until morale improves. And that's the life of a JW kid for you. Force yourself to go out in the ministry, even in harsh weather, wearing uncomfortable clothes, show up uninvited to your neighbor's door, and try to convert them into your doomsday cult. And if you don't do this, God is not gonna let you into paradise. And all of this while telling yourself that you are living your best life ever. I don't miss any of this.
How does it make you feel when you preach and teach with zeal? When you know you've done your part to reach an honest heart?
And this is something that most of the world would just take for granted, but once you grew up with JW, this is something you truly appreciate. Just the fact that you can wake up on a random Saturday morning and not have to go knocking on strangers' doors. It's the best feeling ever. But if there's one silver lining in all of this, is that at least the public ministry seems to be dying off. Door-to-door preaching numbers did not recover after COVID, and after Watchtower stopped requiring reporting ministry hours for regular publishers, hardly anyone knocks on doors anymore, at least from the anecdotes I've heard from Reddit. This type of ministry is slowly phasing out. But that's awesome because that means less kids are gonna be forced to go knocking on doors and they're gonna have more time for themselves and for their families, and that's a complete win in my eyes. And hopefully, just hopefully, I get to see this dumb, ridiculous method of preaching completely phase out during my lifetime, because at the end of the day, it's just a complete waste of time. It's obnoxious, it's counterproductive to the religion, it's also a heavy burden on young, impressionable minds. It gives you a persecution complex. Growing up in this religion, you start looking at people as evil because they constantly reject you at the door. But when you get out of the religion, you realize that, hey, it's just most people don't appreciate the fact that you show up uninvited at their doors to try to convert them. That when you think about it, that's super messed up. And yeah, no wonder we were getting the door slammed on our face. I completely get it now. So I give these cartoons 9 out of 10 in the cult meter. Absolute garbage. Let's hope less and less children grow up in these conditions as the years go by. So today's cartoon is titled See Yourself in Paradise, and it quotes Psalm 37:11, which reads, "But the meek will possess the earth, and they will find exquisite delight in the abundance of peace." Now, JWs interpret this verse to say that righteous people will inherit the planet and turn it into a paradise. But if you read the verse in context, you find out that it's really referring to the Israelites inheriting the promised land. In fact, other translations translate this word as land. The meek will possess the land. It makes more sense. And you will see this repeated over and over again during our discussion, since the JW doctrine of paradise is constructed over cherry-picked verses that were originally written for ancient Israelites. But more on that later. Let's play the first clip.
Wow, Dad, you really got a lot better.
Yeah, he has, thankfully.
Well, Jehovah has given me 8,000 years to practice.
Wait, if this takes place 8,000 years into the future, why are Caleb and Sophia still kids? Never mind. I forgot this is fictional. But that's one of the selling points of paradise, the prospect of eternal time to develop your favorite hobbies.
Oh, look, they're here.
Wow! Whoa!
What about you, Sophia? What do you want to do in paradise?
Oh, I know. She wants her own butterfly garden.
That would be nice.
Sophia, You know these already exist, right? They're called, what are they called again? Lepidopterariums, or butterfly gardens. And you can potentially have your own butterfly garden if you get into the study of bugs or something. I'm sure it's not impossible. You don't have to wait till paradise to have this, girl.
But there are some people I want to meet first.
Oh, Sophia, that's going to be so beautiful.
Now, if you're wondering, what the hell is going on? Why is Sophia hugging some Bronze Age looking girl in a butterfly garden? Well, this is the unnamed servant girl from the story of Naaman in the Bible. I think she's already been featured in this other cartoon, which we haven't covered yet. So Sophia wants to meet her favorite Bible character in paradise. And that's another paradise selling point as well, because you have the prospect of meeting your favorite Bible characters. Noah, Abraham, David, you name them. You can invite them to dinner and talk to them about their lives. Which, if you think about it, sounds like absolute torture for these resurrected Bible heroes, because they would become instant celebrities and they would be constantly harassed all the time. So JW kids are really encouraged to get into these stories, to see these Bible characters as their friends. Like in this music video, where this young boy is reading all these Bible stories, some of them incredibly violent, and he's fantasizing on the day where he gets to meet all these people in paradise. And how about this other music video where this young girl is learning how to play the flute from none other than King David himself. You know it's King David because he's the only redhead in Watchtower lore. And there's so many illustrations of Bible characters in paradise, and they were usually portrayed either telling stories or studying the Bible with a JW, catching up on all the events that happened after their death. Here's a picture of Noah teaching children about the ark. How cute, right? I wonder if he's gonna tell them the story of that one time he got super pissed drunk, got naked, and then proceeded to curse one of his grandsons.
What about you, Caleb?
Well, I kind of just want to be with all of you.
Aww.
And the monkeys.
Oh, you love monkeys.
It's good to imagine ourselves in paradise. It helps us to rejoice in the hope that Jehovah has given us.
Look, Mom, I'm rejoicing in the hope.
No, my friend, you're tripping on acid. So boys and girls, let's talk about paradise. I know that a lot of people in my lovely audience have never been Jehovah's Witnesses, and I appreciate you being here. So let me explain. The vast majority of Christians believe that they're gonna go to heaven once they die. And they believe that the earth will be destroyed once Jesus returns. But most Jehovah's Witnesses expect to live in a restored paradise on earth. There is a heaven with Jesus and God in them, but only 144,000 people called anointed make it to heaven to rule with Christ. So they're gonna like govern with Jesus over paradise. But most JWs expect to live in a restored paradise. So Jesus comes back, he brings the war of Armageddon, he destroys all unbelievers, and then the survivors rebuild the earth and turn it into a paradise. Then Jehovah resurrects billions and billions of people that didn't have the chance to learn about Jesus, and they're giving an opportunity to live forever. This everlasting life on earth is a life without disease, without wars, and without death. So paradise is the main selling point of the religion. It's the reason why so many people converted back in the 80s and the 90s, is because of this idea of living forever on a paradise earth. They want to see their dead loved ones be resurrected, they want to live in a world without disease, and they want to be young again. It's a very attractive idea to a person who is going through a rough time. But children are usually not very preoccupied about dying or dealing with disease, usually, so you have to sell them the idea of paradise a bit differently. And the main way you do this is by using animals. Yeah, in paradise, you're gonna be able to interact with wild animals without being mauled or bitten. This belief is taken from these verses from Isaiah, which if you read in context, Isaiah is not talking about like literal animals. He's using poetic language to refer to people. It's a restorationist prophecy meant for the people of Israel that were scattered around the nations after the exile, and it's a promise that they will return one day to the land of Israel under a rightful leader and be at peace, just like a lion being at peace with a lamb. But Watchtower, being like a very fundamentalist religion, takes these verses literally and argues that animals will be at peace with humans one day, just as they were in the Garden of Eden. And the funny thing is that these animals are not only gonna be at peace with humans, they're also gonna be at peace with each other, meaning that all the carnivores are gonna become vegetarian, and that's why you have pictures of lions eating hay with sheep and cows. Children will be able to play with venomous snakes, swim with sharks, and sleep out in the jungle. And in the cartoon we saw Caleb that really likes monkeys for some reason. I mean, come on, who doesn't like monkeys? Monkey. He's swinging with monkeys, and that's what he wants to do in paradise. Swing with monkeys. But the most common animal that Watchtower uses to sell paradise has to be the black panda.
You're just a big, fat panda!
Pandas have even become a meme in the XJW community at this point because Watchtower always portrays people eating watermelons and having their own pet panda in paradise. And that's why I chose a red panda for my mascot in this channel. No, it's not because I'm a furry. I'm not a furry, I promise. It's because I'm making fun of this idea of having your own pet panda in paradise. And I thought a red panda would be very fitting because, you know, I like them. I like red pandas, they're really cute. So it's fine if millions of people are executed in Armageddon as long as we get our pet pandas. Everything is fine. So that's how you sell paradise to kids, by promising them wild animals as pets.
Monkey.
But that's not the only selling point, of course, because you also have the resurrection, which is the prospect of seeing your deceased loved ones brought back to life. Now, the resurrection is the main coping mechanism used by Jehovah's Witnesses when they are experiencing grief. And this also extends to children as well, since we live in a world where children, also lose family members. So in the following video, we're gonna see how Sophia copes with grief. Let's watch.
Thank you so much for your visit.
See you later, Sister Elsa. Mom, is Elsa gonna die?
Oh, we don't know yet.
Can't Jehovah just fix her?
Yes, he can, Sophia, but he decides not to because of a free will or something.
Oh, honey. Oh. He's already done something to help her. Do you remember who he sent?
Jesus? But how does that help her now?
Do you remember how long Adam was supposed to live?
Forever. But then he didn't listen to Jehovah and ruined everything.
Since we are all Adam's children, that means we also get sick, old, and eventually die. But what hope did Jehovah give us?
He sent Jesus to give his life in place of the one that Adam lost.
How could he do that?
Because he was perfect like Adam, but he obeyed Jehovah.
Yes. Thanks to Jehovah for giving us Jesus as the ransom. Now we all have the hope of living forever in paradise. And when we are going through tough times, like right now, that hope can get us through.
Elsa? Sister Elsa!
Oh, young Elsa looks kind of terrifying. So yes, boys and girls, paradise is basically the JW version of heaven. So instead of saying Elsa is in heaven, you say Elsa is in Jehovah's memory, waiting to be resurrected. Now, this belief in paradise seems innocent enough. After all, most Christians believe in a version of their afterlife, you know? But this dogma does have real-world negative consequences on the life of JWs. Let me explain. While most Christians see heaven as something reserved after death, usually. I know there's evangelical Christians that believe in the imminent rapture, which is another story, but okay, in general, Christians see heaven as something reserved after death. That's not usually a pressing issue in their minds, in their day-to-day life. But JWs believe that paradise is just around the corner. It's imminent. But for paradise to be established, first you need the war of Armageddon to destroy all unbelievers. So remember, only Jehovah's Witnesses survive Armageddon. And this Armageddon is just around the corner. It could happen any day now.
It's the day I'm waiting for, and it's just around the corner.
So while regular Christian kids are usually encouraged to pursue a good college degree to have a fulfilling life here and now, JW kids are discouraged from pursuing higher education since this current system is about to be destroyed. After all, what's the point of making friends with unbelievers, in pursuing wealth, in bettering yourself, if all of that will be swept away real soon? The JW religion is a doomsday cult, so its members are raised with the belief that they're gonna be the ones to see Armageddon. This has been the selling point of the religion for more than 100 years. Millions now living will never die. And of course, we see that with every new generation, they grow old and die, and these paradise promises don't come true. So this belief in an imminent paradise not only sabotages children's academic goals, it also primes them to become salesmen for the religion, because if you really believe that the world is gonna end real soon, your mind is preoccupied in warning others about the imminent destruction. That's why Caleb and Sophia have such a hard time at school, because their main reason to be there is not to have an education or to make friends, it's to convert others. You want to convert your classmates so they make it to paradise with you.
But I want everyone to get to paradise.
So does Jehovah. And you know what? People can change. That's why we share his message. So, what can you say to Carrie?
Well, I could tell her about the paradise. I could tell her about the animals and the resurrection.
That's awesome! Let's practice.
So all of the tangible academic goals that these children could achieve are traded in for a fantasy that is never going to happen. College degrees and financial stability for pandas and watermelons.
It just makes me so angry.
And there's a whole array of propaganda promoting the idea of paradise. It's not only Caleb and Sophia videos, we also have a lot of music videos since 2014 that focus on paradise. And we're going to be looking at some of them so you get an idea of how culty they are. This first one is from the 2014 convention. I believe it was the Follow Jesus one. And it starts with a father grieving his daughter in a graveyard. And we also see old people becoming young again once they're in paradise.
Just see yourself, just see me too. Just see us all in a world that is new. The time will have come for a new earthly start. Jehovah, our God, how well you have done. Just see yourself.
These videos are the most potent propaganda Watchtower can utilize because they pull at the heartstrings. They're emotional. When these are played in conventions in the stadiums, you'll usually find like half of the audience tearing up during the videos because most of us have lost someone in death, so it's a universal experience. And Watchtower reuses several tropes during their videos, and one of them is that of the paralyzed girl being able to walk again. You're gonna be seeing this a lot. In the same convention, we also got this video of this girl greeting her sister in the resurrection. And fun fact, it's actually the actress that played Liz in that What is True Love movie, the JW romantic comedy that you can watch right here. It's super cringe.
That sounds exciting.
I don't know what it means either. You?
I'm on electrical.
Ah.
Some of these paradise scenes are grounded and emotional, but some of them are incredibly silly. Like this music video with Jade and Nita, who were kind of JW celebrities until they disappeared for some reason. They are in paradise and then they go preach to this lady dressed in a Bo Peep costume. Remember, JWs believe that most of the people that have ever lived will be resurrected since they never had a chance to learn about Jesus. So JWs expect to teach Native Americans, pirates, and Victorian era ladies and convert them. Yes, I'm not kidding. And under JW beliefs, even horrific people like Genghis Khan or, all those warmongers of history have a chance to be resurrected and convert to the religion. I'm not joking.
And it's just around the corner.
Then we get to the cooking scenes, and here's another fun fact. JWs never portray meat in paradise. We're all gonna be vegetarian. We're only gonna be eating bread and milk and fruits and veggies. That's it. I don't know, man. Is it really paradise without the smell of sizzling bacon? I'm not too sure.
Bacon, bacon, bacon.
Then we get the silly graphic of Jehovah looking down on the earth.
Our joy eternally.
Then there's this other video of a young girl imagining herself in paradise.
Hope is an anchor that holds us firm. Hope is a light that shines like the sun as we see ourselves there in the new world to come. New world to come. In the new world to come. In the new world to come.
Plot twist, she's also paralyzed. I told you it was gonna be a common trope. And there's not only music videos about paradise, there's also children's music videos about paradise, which are somehow worse.
The fullness of our heart overflows in our song. All glory and honor and praise to you belong.
I told you pandas were everywhere in this religion.
He now will awaken those sleeping in death. Their voices will join ours with every grateful praise.
This girl meets her sister in paradise. Again, the resurrection is how JWs cope with death. We're almost done, don't worry. And there's another quirky piece of paradise lore we haven't talked about. There will be no deserts. Like, they won't exist. They're all gonna become like prairies and blooming fields. Even though deserts are an important part of the global ecosystem, like, we wouldn't have the Amazon rainforest without the Sahara. You know that, right? But I digress. These things are not supposed to make sense.
Don't ask questions. Just consume product and then get excited for next product.
More watermelons and more pandas. Plot twist, the girl is paralyzed. How many times are they gonna use paralyzed girls to pull at our heartstrings? Now let's take a look at one final video, because this one has a completely different animation style, kind of like Cartoon Network, Steven Universe kind of feel. And it features Caleb and Sophia's family teaching Chinese people about biblical prophecies and whatnot.
Wow, I can talk to Chinese people. Paradise brought to perfection, all of God's children set free. Under Jehovah's direction, peace on earth we will see.
Monkey.
We can live forever. It's worth all endeavor. God's promise is faithful. His word will come true.
This is all it is, guys. Playing with animals and eating treats. That's how you sell paradise to children.
It's worth all endeavor. God's promise is faithful. His word will come true.
And then we see more Bible characters coming back to life, and we see the grown-up versions of Caleb and Sophia. And I'm glad to see that they didn't remain children for 8,000 years. So that's JW Paradise for you. Paradise is what keeps Jehovah's Witnesses in the religion. They want to see their dead loved ones be resurrected. They want to live free of disease. They want to be young again. You can imagine how attractive this idea becomes to someone who is going through a rough time. Most of the people that convert to this religion were converted because they were sold the idea of a paradise while they were going through a rough time. So if you've been watching my videos, you might be wondering, how are millions of Jehovah's Witnesses able to continue in this religion even though it's blatantly false? Are they stupid? And the answer is no. No, they're not stupid. They're just humans, and humans are emotional, and we're willing to buy into a comforting lie as long as it gives us hope. This hope of paradise feels so real to them that they're willing to sacrifice their life now in order to make it into the new world. They're constantly told to imagine themselves in this new world and to reject anything that might discourage them from the hope. I remember in the Spanish congregation we had this saying, and I don't know if you have it in English, but it described life in paradise as la vida que realmente es vida. The life that is truly life. Meaning that this current life that we live in this system, is nothing but a mirage. It's fake. It's garbage compared to what is to come. JWs are willing to waste this one real life that they have in exchange for a fantasy that will never arrive. And I think that's a tremendous tragedy.
Bah.
I give these cartoons 9 out of 10 in the cult meter. It's propaganda through and through. And I hope you can enjoy this one precious life we have right now, because it's all we have, guys. Even if you're a believer in an afterlife and you're convinced you're going to heaven or to Jannah or to some other version of paradise, the bottom line is this life is still temporary. So live it as much as you can and don't waste it away for a pipe dream. So first of all, what is a Kingdom Hall? It's basically a Jehovah's Witness church. But JWs love being edgy and different from all those other false Christians, so they call it a Kingdom Hall. The first Kingdom Hall was built in Hawaii, believe it or not, and it's still standing to this day. Since 1935, JWs have built thousands of these all over the world. Some are more humble than others. You will even find Kingdom Halls out in the middle of nowhere, but the layout is basically the same. It's like a classroom. It has a main platform with enough space to do little ministry rehearsals. There's a backboard for the announcements, a literature stand where you can pick up magazines, and a back room. In Spanish, we used to call it El Cuartito, the little room. And it's where you would meet with the elders if you had something to confess or if you were going to receive congregational discipline. All kinds of drama went down in that little room. It's also the place where disfellowship people usually sit, since they're not allowed to talk with everyone else, and there's also the Kingdom Hall Library, which contains publications going back decades, full of doctrine that is now considered obsolete. So that's the Kingdom Hall for you. There's very little decorations. Most you will get is maybe a few flower arrangements and the occasional painting. I remember in my previous hall, it used to have a giant mural, like a paradise scene behind the speaker, and it looked very nice, but they removed it eventually because apparently it was too distracting, and you don't want anything distracting you from your indoctrination, do you? Most Kingdom Halls also lack windows, which just ties together the cult compound look. So JWs go to their Kingdom Hall twice a week, and as you can imagine, the meetings are boring as hell, especially for children. I already made a video on that particular aspect of the religion, so go watch it if you haven't. So this next video I'm gonna be playing is titled Love Jehovah's House, and I can already smell the out of context Bible verse. Let's see. 1 Samuel 1:24-28. Yep, it's talking about the tabernacle. And it made sense to call the tabernacle the house of God, since the Israelites believed God resided there. He literally sat atop the cherubs. But it doesn't make much sense to call the Kingdom Hall the house of God, because there's like thousands of Kingdom Halls, so does God live in all of them? But JWs don't believe that God is omnipresent, so maybe Jehovah has like 1,000 buttocks where he's like able to sit in all the Kingdom Halls at once? I don't know. I don't get it.
Oh, Caleb, do you remember where Samuel served?
The tabernacle?
Good. That was like his house, but it was also Jehovah's house. How do you think he treated it?
Oh, he kept it clean.
That's right.
Yeah, in the story, Samuel was given up by his mom to become a little tabernacle slave. He had no say in the matter. Oh wait, it's exactly the same with JW kids.
The Kingdom Hall is like Jehovah's house too. How should we treat it?
We should sell it in the market so it gets turned into a church or a retirement home. At least that's how Watchtower treats their Kingdom Halls nowadays.
Oh.
Nice job, Caleb. When we keep the Kingdom Hall clean, we show Jehovah that we love him.
Wait, did Caleb just break the fourth wall? Is he aware of our existence?
Goodbye, little sheep.
Boys and girls, in case you don't know, Kingdom Halls are always built with the use of unpaid volunteers. Members are also the ones to clean the hall, mow the lawn, and do any repair work that is needed.
So how can we personally show Jehovah our gratitude for our Kingdom Halls? When our Kingdom Halls are kept clean and tidy, it reflects the qualities and personality of the God we worship, a God of order.
Rarely do they use outside contractors to get the work done. So how it works is the congregation is divided into 4 or 5 groups, depending on the size, and they take turns in cleaning the hall after each meeting. And then there's like a deep cleaning like once a month where the whole congregation is invited and there's usually donuts and coffee. Yeah, that's the main way JWs socialize, by performing unpaid labor. Of course, when you're a believer and you're in the religion, you see all of this as a type of service to Jehovah himself. This is his house after all. And kids are also expected to help. And well, I mean, there's nothing wrong with learning a bit of practical skills like cleaning and gardening. The thing that sucks is that Watchtower has the legal power to sell these kingdom halls at any time they want. So imagine, you worked hard with your brothers and sisters to build this hall from the ground up, only to see it sold for profit at a later date without any say in the matter. This is how this religion makes money, by the way. It takes these buildings built by volunteers and sells them at higher prices for profit. And sometimes these halls are bought by other Christian denominations and turned into churches, which must be incredibly heartbreaking to the JWs who built it. Imagine if Samuel sold the tabernacle and then it was later used by the pagan Philistines for their gods. Like, damn.
What a disappointment.
This next video is titled Respect Jehovah's House, and we have a Bible verse talking about the Temple of Solomon, because apparently kingdom halls are like the temple built by Solomon. But instead of sacrificing bulls and rams, the only thing they sacrifice is the childhood of their members.
On your mark! Get set!
Whoa, Caleb! Do you know what could have happened?
Yeah, it could have been bad.
Caleb, whose house is this?
Jehovah's house.
Imagine this was your house, and you invited your friends over. But they broke all your toys.
Hey, it's a translator robot, the best character in the saga. I think this is the only time we see him again, actually.
At least my plane's okay. Oh, man.
How would Jehovah feel if you were running and poor sister Elsa got hurt? You can't fix her if she breaks.
Well, that was mean. It's sad because Elsa actually does end up dying a few episodes later, so it wouldn't have mattered that much. You would have just accelerated her process.
So, no running in the Kingdom Hall. Besides, you need to save your energy.
I do?
On your mark, get set, go!
Why is the environment here so ultra realistic? I know this is just a little nitpick, but it's just odd to see these cartoon characters against this super realistic background. We went from Lorax looking trees to this. It's just so out of place. Damn, the kids ran so fast that they broke reality and turned into 2D animations. And it seems the JW.org logo is like a living entity in this universe. So he's the only character who has appeared in every single Caleb and Sophia cartoon. Maybe he is the mastermind behind everything that happens in the show. It all makes sense now. So let's talk about the JW.org logo for a little bit, because this has become the symbol of the religion. Not a cross, or a fish, or an angel with a trumpet. Nah, a website logo. Which is the most depressing thing ever, and it just reflects the corporate nature of this religion perfectly. So JWs take great pride in not using idols in their kingdom halls like all those other apostate Christians use, but they sure do stick their website logo on every single kingdom hall. Even the halls out in the middle of nowhere are gonna have this logo. Even kingdom halls in impoverished areas where internet access is very limited will have the jw.org logo on them. Some specially devout members will also have jw.org bumper stickers, pins, notebooks, you name it. And I actually have a confession to make, guys. When I was in high school, I did have a jw.org pin that I had on my backpack. It was small, but it was, I don't know, I know it's super cringe, but I had to comment it, okay? And I would also use that same clip on my suit when I went out in the ministry, or sometimes I would also use it in the meetings, which was even more culty. So this logo is the JW equivalent of the cross, and it's low-key idolatrous in some instances. Anyways, this particular cartoon is quite harmless. Don't run in a kingdom hall, we get it now. At least Caleb got only like a small reproof from his dad, because actual JW parents are not that lenient. I think we've all heard stories of children being disciplined in the kingdom hall, usually in the bathroom, if they are misbehaving, which is not uncommon, because if you got little children and you expect them to just sit quietly for 2 hours while listening to boring talks, that's kind of hard. And it's just a matter of time before they act up. So my parents never hit me in the kingdom hall. They were quite chill. But if any of yours did, please let us know in the comments below. We want to hear those stories for sure.
Oh, man.
Now, we've been talking a lot about the physical building itself, but what do JWs learn during the services? Well, not a whole lot really. Most of the church sessions are dedicated to Q&A sessions based on some Watchtower publication, and the study material has been really dumbed down during the past several years. For some years, the Watchtower Study Edition was released in 2 formats, regular and simplified edition. The simplified using kindergarten level writing for barely literate people. But then they fused the 2 styles together and now there's only simplified. And JW kids are expected to study the magazine before the meetings so they can offer a comment in the congregation. So let's see how Caleb and Sophia get ready to comment in the meetings.
Okay, everybody, let's get ready for the meeting.
I really want to comment. Me too.
Okay, what do you want to say?
I don't know, Dad.
Well, you could just say anything that comes to mind. Or you can prepare. Which do you prefer? This one? Or that one?
I like that.
Of course. Your mother loves you. So she puts the work into making you something delicious. Same with you. Because you love Jehovah, you want to give him the best. This is why you must prepare your comment.
But how?
First, you must use the good ingredients.
Trying to prepare a good comment with the Watchtower magazine is like trying to write a Harvard level thesis by quoting Cocomelon. But go on, Dad.
Let's prepare a short comment. Step 1. What is the question? Step 2. Find the answer in the paragraph. Step 3. Make some notes. Step 4. Practice. Now you are prepared. And Sophia, you can comment in your own words.
And that's it, guys. It's that easy to engage in a JW meeting. Read paragraph, read question, find answer in paragraph, repeat, and if you're feeling extra studious that day, you might even repeat the answer in your own words or even throw in a personal anecdote to back up your points. It's so easy, even babies can do it. No wonder the meetings are so boring. It's like going back to pre-K when you're in your 20s.
But what if they don't call on me, Dad?
We will prepare 2 or 3 answers, just in case.
What if he doesn't call me for any of them? I quit.
No, don't quit.
Yes, Caleb, quit, man. Come on, you don't have to do this. Leave the cult.
Everyone knows you tried your best. You, the brothers, and Jehovah. Ah, something smells good. You ready for dinner?
Damn, sick invite, bro. So if we look at the activity sheet for this cartoon, we actually get to read the comment that Caleb prepared. Let's see. It's a drawing of a lion, not a very good one, Caleb. And the comment is, when we obey Jehovah, Satan is mad. He attacks like a lion, but we still obey. Okay, gotta drive the fear of the devil into these young minds, am I right? I'm surprised they haven't made an animated lion character for Caleb to fight yet. So when JW's families get together to study the Bible, they call it family worship. This is supposed to be done once a week, but I doubt a lot of families actually do it. When I was young, we studied the Watchtower magazine with my family. It was boring as hell, but it was just something we did every week. And today Watchtower encourages parents to make the study as entertaining as possible, to use props and activities to keep the kids engaged. The most common activities you'll probably see are like building Noah's Ark or building Goliath from cardboard and then like knocking him down with a soccer ball or something.
How will you do it all by yourself?
That'll take a long time to build.
Do we know when the flood will come?
No, but Jehovah will help us survive.
It may have taken 40 or 50 years to build the ark.
It's all very silly, but I mean, props to the parents that actually put some effort to make this study a little more entertaining, because my parents, we would just read the magazine for an hour and it was boring as hell. So now we're ready to draw in our own comments. Let's do Noah's Ark. This is the water and this is the ark, and all these are baby capybaras that drowned in the water. What does this teach us about Jehovah's love?
Good answer.
So far we've learned how to behave in the Kingdom Hall, how to clean the Kingdom Hall, and how to prepare a comment. Now, all of these buildings won't sustain themselves. We need money. Watchtower has previously released a video in which Sophia uses her ice cream money and puts it in the donation box instead. So now it's Caleb's turn to give, because it doesn't matter if you are a young child with no money. No one comes to Jehovah empty-handed.
Jehovah doesn't approve coming empty-handed.
So let's watch one more cartoon.
That the governing body will continue to do everything in our power to provide the needed relief aid to our dear brothers in these affected areas. We love you very much, and thank you for tuning in for this update.
So JW Broadcasting and the governing body are canon in the Caleb and Sophia universe. Could we get a 3D version of Stephen Lett, please? We already have a cartoon version. We need a 3D model. Someone make it, please.
I wish we could help. Me too. Oh, I have an idea.
Wait, how is Caleb supposed to have any money if all his allowance goes to feeding the Watchtower Corporation? Maybe you could donate the button to Mark Sanderson, but because it seems his suit jacket's about to explode any minute now.
What is it, sweetie?
Can I give this to our brothers affected by the hurricane?
Of course you can. We'll put it in the contribution box on Sunday.
My piggy bank was empty. I guess I can't help.
There are many things you can do to help. First, you can save some money for next time. Second, you can think about them and pray for them.
What? How is that gonna help?
Jesus felt the same way when he was here on earth. Do you remember what he said when he helped the leper?
I want to!
Yes, he did what he could to help others. Just like you. That makes us very proud of you.
Okay, so this one is not as insidious as that ice cream money episode. I think the message they're trying to convey is nice. You know, it's good to teach children to be generous and to help those in need. And to Watchtower's credit, they do provide relief aid to their own members after a natural disaster. But notice how I said their own members. Yeah, because while other Christian charities will strive to give support to the entire community they're assisting, Watchtower Charity usually supports only Jehovah's Witnesses, which is super unchristian, especially since Watchtower uses their relief activities as evidence that they are the only true religion. And sometimes the whole ordeal just devolves into a propaganda campaign, like we saw in the Philippines a couple of years ago. There was this massive typhoon, and Watchtower was really quick in sending relief aid along with a professional film crew so they could document this governing body member helping out.
The disaster in the Philippines was just so enormous. The typhoon took not only their homes, but basically all the material things that they had. Really, it's at these crisis times when we see the brotherhood at its best.
Then they use this propaganda along with some sad music and some orphaned children to encourage you to donate to the worldwide work. It's all very, very manipulative. And this cartoon also comes with an activity sheet where you're supposed to cut out this Jesus picture and paste it to your piggy bank, so you're constantly reminded of Jehovah's need for your cold, hard cash.
We're going to talk about money. Now, the fact is we never beg for money, but that's not to say we can't talk about money. It is our judgment that money raised by the various begging devices in the name of our Lord is offensive, unacceptable. So we do not need to be coerced into giving. We gladly use our money to support kingdom activities. Of course, Christendom, they are experts at begging for money.
Jehovah doesn't approve coming empty-handed.
Experts at begging for money.
So if you're feeling generous and would like to help the poor and needy, I suggest you take your money and use it on a reputable charity that actually helps out the entire community and not just members of their own religion. And the worst thing about Watchtower donations is that only a small amount of the donations actually go toward disaster relief. Most of the money goes towards building movie studios, building kingdom halls, and worse off, paying off CSA lawsuits. Which is incredibly ironic because the money that Sophia and Caleb are donating to the branch is being used to settle lawsuits that involve child abuse. Think about that for more than 5 seconds, it's terrifying. So Caleb, I think your money is better spent anywhere else.
Experts at begging for money.
Hey, Camille.
Hi.
Come on in. They just finished.
Oh, thank you.
Hi, Mom.
Hey, sweetheart. How was your study?
It was great.
So, what did you learn today?
I learned how Jehovah is our Father.
What does that mean?
Well, Jesus taught us that we should call Jehovah our Father. But I didn't know why. Hold on. Where is it? Oh, found it. I know Jehovah created all things, but I still didn't get it. So we talked about you.
What?
Jehovah is like a parent. So we talked about all the good things you do. You like to give me gifts. Jehovah gives us gifts too. He gives us so many good things to enjoy. Like the warm sunshine.
And skin cancer,
All the animals.
including mosquitoes,
Our senses.
and blind eyes and deaf ears.
And so many other things. He also listens to us. I know I can talk to you about anything, and I can do the same thing when I pray to Jehovah. I know you love and care about me, and that's how Jehovah feels about everyone. And, well, that's basically it.
Wow.
Do you want to learn more about the Bible?
Oh, well, I did learn some very nice things today. I do have some questions. Maybe we can talk about it next week.
Oh, give me a break. This has to be the most irresponsible parent ever. Lets her daughter study the Bible with Jehovah's Witnesses without even knowing what they believe. Woman, it takes one Google search to realize your daughter is being roped into a doomsday cult. Run away! But of course, she's completely oblivious, and now my prediction is that she's going to start to study with Sophia's mom, and then Sophia's gonna get baptized, and then Zoe's gonna get baptized, and their mom's gonna get baptized, and they're gonna live happily ever after. And they're all gonna start hating on gay people as well. You know, this may have worked back in the 80s, before the internet, but I just don't see how any parent nowadays would willingly let their children study with Jehovah's Witnesses, especially after all the negative media coverage they've received in the last couple of years. Either Zoe's mom is living under a rock, or she's a caricature created by Watchtower that does not represent normal people. But, well, at least the animation was nice, I guess. I like the little globe section. Too bad for all these artists at Bethel who are clearly very talented but are wasting their talents on this garbage.
Let's go on a journey through all time.
The first cartoon we're going to be watching is titled The Best Use of Time. And here it is, the first misapplied Bible verse. Ephesians 5:15-16. It says, So keep strict watch that how you walk is not as unwise, but as wise persons, making the best use of your time, because the days are wicked. Now, other translations use the phrase, making the most of every opportunity, which I think is a more fitting translation because if you read the context, Paul is encouraging Christians to make the best use of their time by walking in the light, doing good things. But Watchtower uses this verse to push his followers to dedicate most of their time to the religion. It's like saying, hey, time is running out, Armageddon is imminent, so you better go knock on some doors. They just completely miss the point of the verse.
Whoa, awesome! It's so shiny.
You two are really excited about it.
There are a lot of fun things you can do. And important things too.
Look at all the important things kids should be doing with their iPads, like reading the Bible, and converting others, and reading the Bible again. Yippee! Also, look at Sophia's tortoise. There's no way that terrarium is big enough for this poor animal. Maybe you should stop bothering your teacher in her doorstep, Sophia, and go find yourself a suitable tank for your pet. I think that would be a way better use of your time.
However, before we let you use it, we need to establish a few rules.
Ugh, why does this woman ruin all the fun?
Aww, rules?
Yes, kids, because too much of a good thing can become a bad thing.
That's life in this religion in a nutshell.
What do you mean?
A wise man once said, there is an appointed time for everything. But if you are always looking down at your device, you can lose track of time.
Such a cursed image, old Caleb. But it's a perfect representation of all the JWs who have spent their entire lives waiting for Armageddon, and it never shows up.
Or miss beautiful things happening around you.
Hey, maybe Sophia's watching dolphin YouTube videos and she's discovering the horrible truth of dolphins, how they're some of the most sadistic animals on this earth. I don't know, kids. What is Sophia watching on her iPad? Please let me know in the comments below.
Your mother and I are going to set time limits for you. and you'll always be under our supervision.
5 more minutes, Caleb.
Okay, Mom.
Oh my God, bro.
This is one of the most ridiculous clips I've ever seen in this cartoon series. No kid would ever watch JW music videos on their spare time, even less if they have screen time limit. A kid Caleb's age would probably be playing some video games or watching YouTube, not singing along to Watchtower propaganda. This is beyond silly. And look at this woman, of course she's also reading Watchtower material on her free time. Shouldn't you be working on your atrocious art pieces or painting a fence, you insufferable witch? And look at the cartoon Caleb is watching, which features him and his family in a different art style. So is there a Caleb and Sophia within Caleb and Sophia? And does this 2D Caleb watch like another Caleb in his iPad? I don't need sleep, I need answers. And coincidentally enough, this other music video is also talking about making the best use of your time by pioneering. And it's super sad because you see this couple growing old after a lifetime of preaching the same old message, and paradise is nowhere in sight. Caleb, I think you're better off watching some Mickey Mouse Clubhouse or something else.
Hot dog, the problem solved!
Remember, time is a gift from Jehovah. We should use it wisely. Isn't that right, honey?
That's right. Now smile.
If time is a gift from Jehovah, then these people are using it in the worst possible way. Let me tell you something, Jehovah's Witnesses are really good at wasting time. When I was pioneering and I had to clock in 70 hours of preaching a month, I would find so many creative ways to do my hours. Wake up at 6 in the morning to place magazines in the laundromats, knock on doors when people are usually working, stand next to a literature cart in the middle of nowhere. Then add to that all the meetings we had to go to where you study the same material over and over again. And add to that all the personal study you're supposed to do. Thousands and thousands of precious hours that I will never get back flushed down the drain in the name of this religion. If JWs actually heeded the advice of Ephesians 5:15, they would be out there feeding the hungry and housing the poor instead of just standing next to literature carts. But nope, let's spend as many hours as possible doing rote tasks that make us look spiritual. It's madness. This cartoon also comes with an activity sheet where you're supposed to color in Caleb doing all these important activities like studying Watchtower material, praying to the Watchtower God, reading about the Watchtower God, worshiping, this doesn't look a lot like worshiping, but okay, and preaching about the Watchtower God. Silly. Where are all the other important activities like working out or eating or playing, you know? Are really important activities for kids in development? Jesus. So the next cartoon we're going to be watching is called Making Sacrifices, and we get the return of whitewashed Jesus with the fresh new haircut. Biblically accurate.
Nice comments today, both of you.
So Mom, will we?
Go to the park? I think so.
Yes!
Oh, okay. We just have to wait a bit for Dad, then see what he says.
This is more on a side note, but the animators really went overboard with Caleb's expressions. Just look at him, what the fuck?
Here comes Dad. Oh, it looks like somebody needs a ride.
Thank you so much. I hope this doesn't spoil your plans. What a beautiful afternoon.
All right. We're going to take Wilfredo home and help him with a few things, okay? I'll get the tools.
Caleb, you know, today you can make something Jesus made all the time.
Miracles?
Make something? What?
A sacrifice.
How?
Well, Jesus worked hard, and sometimes he had plans to rest. But when people needed his help, he made a sacrifice.
I mean, is it really much of a sacrifice when you're the perfect son of God?
Help us. Giving up what he wanted to do.
To help someone else.
Right. How did that make him feel?
Happy. Even if he didn't get to go to the park.
I just can't imagine a single child who would be happy with cleaning the house of some old dude instead of going to the park. This is so unrealistic. I mean, poor Caleb. The park is the only escape he has from his cult life, and when he's obviously upset at the prospect of not going to the park, he is met with a slight reproof from his mother. Hey Caleb, you gotta be like Jesus, so stop complaining. Now the message of the video seems harmless enough. We should make sacrifices for our friends. But as we saw in the previous videos, when Watchtower talks about sacrifices, they usually refer to working for the religion, for free. Caleb has to sacrifice his Saturday mornings to go preach, sacrifice potential friendships at school to remain holy, and sacrifice his time for the meetings. This religion loves sacrifice. It loves to keep children as busy as possible. JW children are usually not allowed to take extracurricular activities at school, like joining band or playing football, because they're seen as activities that could take away time from your worship. We saw that happen in a previous episode where Sophia is not allowed to join the school science club because that would mean associating with the unbelievers after school. And we also saw it play out in this whiteboard animation where JWs are warned against dedicating too much time to sports.
Finally, consider how much you play sports, or even watch. At Philippians 1:10, the Bible says, make sure of the more important things. That's good advice, because let's face it, putting too much emphasis on sports is like putting too much salt on your food. If you spend too much time watching or playing sports, other things in your life will suffer. That includes your family life, school grades, and the time you need to devote to worship.
Did your parents let you participate in extracurricular activities? Let me know in the comments below, because mine didn't. And Watchtower goes a step further and also encourages potential converts to abandon sports in order to serve Jehovah.
When I was younger, I was part of a track and field team, and I participated in many local 5 and 10K competitions. Some who trained with me at the time went on to become professional athletes. Some even competed in the Olympics. I knew I had a decision to make. It wouldn't be possible for me to keep training for track and field while trying to serve Jehovah. So I had to have enough courage to speak to my coach. And after that, I gave up being an athlete.
Just think about it. How many people could have become incredible athletes if they hadn't sacrificed everything for Jehovah? This religion demands so much of their members' time that they can't conceive of being professional athletes while also serving Jehovah. Even though Serena Williams recently got baptized and no one tells her anything, but that's another story. An exemplary Jehovah's Witness will never join extracurricular activities because he will instead be out preaching and knocking on doors. So all of this makes it even more sad that Caleb didn't get to go to the park. That was probably his only chance to play. The video also comes with an activity sheet, which is just so bizarre. After reading Acts 20:35 and Philippians 2:4, which path should Caleb and Sophia take? This perfectly embodies how it feels to grow up in this religion. You're expected to sacrifice what you love for menial tasks performed for people who will drop you immediately after you stop believing. And of course, all roads lead to the Kingdom Hall. So since we're on the topic of time already, we're going to watch one more video titled, "You Can Be Patient."
I wish it would stop raining so I could go outside.
Aw, I wish you could go outside too. But we need the rain so plants can grow and we can have things to eat. It's a good thing. Even Jehovah waits for things.
It's mind-boggling how these parents can't have a normal conversation with their children without bringing up a Bible verse or invoking Big J himself. Hey Watchtower, real parents don't talk like this.
So he knows how we feel. There have been lots of things wrong with the world for thousands of years. Jehovah wants to fix them all. But he's waiting for just the right time to do it.
Jehovah must be so bored.
Not even a little bit, because he stays busy doing good things, like teaching us and taking care of the preaching work.
What? So Jehovah intervenes in the world by making sure JWs keep knocking on doors and making sure that those literature carts are stacked up with literature, but he decides not to intervene when little kids are being blown to bits in the Middle East? Wow, Jehovah, I sure want to become your friend.
You can stay busy doing good things too. Perhaps you can ask Jehovah to help you be patient. And now, instead of just sitting there being bored, you can help me do all these dishes.
More fucking chores. Nice. This woman just can't let herself have just a little bit of fun, bitch.
Wow, you are fast. Thank you, Caleb.
Look, it stopped raining.
The rain always stops eventually. You just have to be patient. And since you helped me with the dishes, so nice of you, now I can take you to the park.
Yes! I'm a frog, where the frogs live in the mud. Get involved!
No, wait! Ah.
Caleb's mom then proceeds to severely punish Caleb for jumping in the mud because Jehovah hates uncleanness. Nah, just kidding, she doesn't, but you probably believed me for a second, didn't you? Of course, Caleb is reading a Bible book, what was it called? Learn from the Great Teacher, because that's what children do for fun, read the Bible. But at least he got to go to the park after all.
Get involved!
No, wait!
I give these videos 5 out of 10 in the cult meter. They were not as disturbing as the other cartoons we covered, but they are a sad reminder of how demanding this religion is for children. They're expected to dedicate most of their time to a religion that doesn't care too much about them. And they're expected to sacrifice their time, their resources, and potentially their lives for the faith. Now, behind all these videos, there's real practical lessons to be learned. Managing your time wisely, that's a good lesson. Making sacrifices for others, that's also good. And of course, being patient. But all of these good lessons are filtered through the Watchtower lens, and they're turned into a command for compliance. I do not miss that life one bit.
Sophia, what you reading? Hey! Hey, give me my hat back.
Sophia hasn't even been ridiculed yet, and she already feels embarrassed of showing her little book. This is Learn from the Great Teacher, a children's book produced by the Watchtower that shows how children can imitate Jesus in their lives. It's basically an indoctrination manual, and we see Sophia and Caleb reading from it constantly throughout the series. This book is crazy. It starts with innocent lessons like serving others or obeying your parents, but it gets progressively more extreme and introduces more JW terminology with lessons like, how can we tell Armageddon is near? Yep, it's a cult manual through and through, and some of its images are still deeply engraved in my psyche, like this one with the dog.
What the dog doing?
So that's what Sophia is reading, but she feels embarrassed to share it with others. These cartoons always have such a depressing tone. I've never seen these kids be happy in the school bus.
I feel so bad for Zoe. Her grandma died. I wanted to tell her about Jehovah, but I got scared. I wish I was more brave.
Sophia, you can be brave. Tell you what, let's work on a little project together. There's a little girl I want you to meet. She needed boldness too.
Hey, she looks like me.
She's very much like you.
What's her name?
Well, the Bible doesn't say.
She's in the Bible?
Yes.
Why is she scared?
She's in a strange place, far from home, surrounded by people who don't worship Jehovah.
Mind you, this girl we're gonna talk about is never named, and she only appears in 2 Bible verses. 2. Pops up and then disappears forever. But you know by now that Watchtower loves Bible fanfiction, and they're about to spin an entire 7-minute sequence from these 2 verses. It's almost amazing the amount of fanfiction this company can produce.
She was taken from her family and forced to work in the home of a mighty warrior called Naaman. Life as a slave was very hard, especially for a little girl. The warrior was a mighty man and fearless. He had defeated many enemies in battle. But now he was sick. His illness was like an enemy he could not defeat. No one in the land knew how to help him.
What are you staring at? Get back to work. The
Master's so sick.
There's no hope left in him. None of the gods have cured his illness.
Jehovah can.
What did you say?
I said Jehovah.
Never say that name here. Don't you know where you are? We don't worship your God of Israel. These are our gods.
What is this shit? Does Lux from Flushed Away? Fun fact, this dude is actually a member of Caleb's congregation, but I guess the artists at Bethel didn't want to create a whole new 3D model just for this episode. Well, I'll give it to them. 3D animation is quite time consuming.
But I was just...
You must learn to keep silent.
No! Your father is sick.
No, please, I want to stay. Mommy, please.
I'm sorry. Oh, my dear.
Master, I know what can help.
What?
Never say that name here.
You must keep silent.
Can I get you some more food?
Fine.
I don't know about you, but if I saw the person who killed my family dying of leprosy, I would just step back and watch. Why would this little girl want to help the dude who enslaved her? It makes no sense.
Jehovah, I'm scared. I miss my mom and dad. Mom told me I could always call on you for help, but nobody here wants me to talk about you. Jehovah, I know you can help Naaman. Please make him better so he could play with his kids.
And so he can enslave other Hebrew girls.
Please help me be brave so I can tell him about you.
Never say that name here.
You must learn to keep silent.
I know who can help your husband.
Who?
Jehovah, the God of Israel, my God. His prophet can heal your husband. He must go to him.
In the Bible story, Naaman goes to Israel and is cured of his leprosy after being dipped in the river Jordan 7 times, 7 being the number of perfection in the Israelite religion. This story is obviously a work of fiction, but we're supposed to take it seriously because the Bible is the word of Jehovah or something.
My lady! My lady! The master has returned.
You are healed!
Daddy, Daddy!
Hi, love.
Can I hug you, Daddy?
Of course. Come here. Come here, my son.
Daddy, I missed you so much.
Now I know there is no other God anywhere. Only Jehovah. Thank you, little one. Thank you for telling me about him.
Ooh, thank you for helping me be cured from this horrible disease, little girl, but I'm still not gonna grant you your liberty. Now, get back to work.
She didn't know what was going to happen after she spoke up, but she knew no matter what happened, Jehovah would be with her. And Jehovah will be with you too, Sophia.
I'll never be as brave as her.
Of course you will, Sophia. You just need a little practice, and then you will be bold too. Do you remember what we're doing tonight?
Family worship?
Right! Maybe tonight we can make a pretend classroom in the kitchen. I can be Zoe, and Dad and Caleb can be the other kids.
Caleb is such an asshole. Who is he imitating?
You can practice being bold with us. And then tomorrow, you'll be all set for Zoe.
I thought I couldn't be brave, but I learned from the little Hebrew girl. She was just like me, and Jehovah helped her be brave. I'm sorry about your grandma. This is for you. It will help you feel better.
Thank you.
See ya. Bye.
Wait, is that it, Sophia? Are you not gonna guide her to the chapter talking about the resurrection or read a verse from the Bible? You just gave her the entire book and said, "Have at it, Zoe." What is she supposed to do with it?
Hey, Timmy. Want to see what I was reading on the bus? Sure. This book teaches about Jehovah.
Jehovah?
Yeah, that's God's name. It tells us about a happy future for the earth. Plus, there's a bunch of pictures in here to help you learn about him.
Wow, pretty cool. Thank you.
Bye. I want to tell people at school about Jehovah. If I'm ever afraid, I know he'll help me. Because he's my friend.
I don't think JW kids are very excited at the prospect of preaching to their classmates. It's hard enough being singled out at school for not celebrating birthdays or saluting the flag, so why would they bring a religious book to school? I don't know, guys, did you ever carry your JW books when you were at school? Did you try to preach to your classmates? Let me know in the comments below. If poor Timmy has any sense, he's just gonna toss that book into the garbage can. But sadly, Zoe doesn't have this common sense, as we're gonna see in the following entry. JW kids are not only expected to go knock on doors on Saturday mornings, they're also expected to treat their school as their personal territory and make converts there. And Zoe is not just a one-off character, she actually appears several times throughout the series as she keeps studying the Bible with Sophia. So in this following episode, we're gonna see how Sophia answers some of Zoe's doubts about God. Let's watch.
Hey, Sophia, I want the answer.
That's okay.
So what happened after the math test?
He tried to give her the answer, but...
Hey, why didn't you take the answer?
Yeah, you could be the best in the class. Some things are just more important.
Like what?
Like being honest.
Come on.
Sophia, if you did take the answers, who would know? Jehovah. But why obey God if we can't even see him? Well,
Wow, excellent question, Zoe. It's almost like Jehovah, being an invisible being, is a dead giveaway that he's just a made-up thing.
Dad, how can I show Zoe that Jehovah sees us?
We don't see Jehovah, but how do you know he's there?
From the Bible. But Zoe just started learning.
True. Can you think of something from Jehovah she's already seen?
Creation.
What? How was Sophia able to fit so many logical fallacies in such short time? Look guys, arguing that God exists by using the Bible is called circular reasoning. How do you know God exists? Because the Bible says so. Wait, how do you know the Bible is right? Because the Bible is the Word of God. This doesn't answer anything. And Sophia kind of knows that. That's why she asked her dad for another way to convince Zoe of Jehovah's existence, because deep down she's aware that using the Bible to a non-believer is just not gonna cut it. But the second reason she gives is not much better. It's a loaded statement.
Creation.
By referring to the natural world as creation, you are already implying that a creator exists. But the natural world doesn't prove the existence of a creator, let alone the existence of the biblical God, Jehovah. But alright, let's see how Sophia explains it.
It's the last paragraph here. God is the one who made all these things. God made the heavens and the earth. He made people too. What are your favorite things that God made? Well, I love sunsets, fruit, playing with my dog, and my mom. Aw, Jehovah made those things because he loves you. Even though I can't see him, my favorite things remind me that Jehovah sees me. And that you always want to listen to him.
Wait, you still haven't proven God's existence. You just made a huge assertion, and of course, Zoe just laps it up. Because Zoe is not an accurate representation of a critical thinker, she's just a caricature whose whole purpose is to be indoctrinated by Sophia. And we see in a later cartoon that Sophia is successful in converting Zoe to the point where she refuses to participate in a holiday activity, all because Jehovah hates Christmas or something. I know these cartoons are not gonna get into like deep philosophical arguments for the existence of God, but come on, Sophia didn't even try. These arguments might work for cartoon children, but they're not gonna work on actual skeptics. It's so silly. So we have one more cartoon to cover, and this one is on loving your neighbor. not to be a little snowflake or overly sensitive, but that intro is low-key racist. Like, am I the only one that thinks that? Because if they had portrayed like a Mexican kid instead of an Indian kid, they would have probably played like mariachi music or something. It's a little too on your face.
To preach and to teach is the way I can really succeed.
Who is that? Does she go to our school?
Of course, the worldly kids are portrayed as assholes.
Good morning, everyone. We have a new classmate. Her name is Priya from India.
She's from where?
I don't know. I've never heard of it.
Average American kids. Alright, but let's be real. There's zero chance that these kids have never heard about India. I would understand like Vanuatu or France, but India? We're talking about one of the most iconic countries on the internet. There's no way they haven't heard about it.
Okay, so let's work in pairs again. Who needs a partner and can team up with Priya?
Hey, Sophia! We're a team, right?
Yeah, okay.
Okay, great. So, for the first page, I'm thinking we can do this and then that.
She's taken.
Kids are not this mean, come on.
So, what did Jesus teach us to do? To be a real neighbor like the Samaritan. Sophia.
He taught us to show love and kindness when somebody needs help.
Priya! Over here! Hi, I'm Sophia.
Hello.
I like your outfit.
Where'd you get it? My mom made it. It's from my country. The color is salvar kameez. This one is my favorite color.
What's it like?
And we do get to see this girl later on in the series, but she's not hanging out with Sophia anymore. Probably because she realized that Sophia was just being nice to her to indoctrinate her into her doomsday cult. In fact, throughout the entire series, the only friend who Sophia has in school is Zoe. But that's only because Zoe is on her way to becoming a JW herself. Besides her, Sophia is a complete loner and an outcast at school. I've talked about this several times in the channel before, but being a JW kid at school kinda sucks because you feel it's your responsibility to convert your classmates, and you're told to look for special opportunities to preach to them, times when the person is most vulnerable to indoctrination. We saw that happen with Zoe. Sophia came into her life when she was grieving the death of her grandma. Yeah, Sophia did it with good intentions, but it's still extremely manipulative. And that, boys and girls, is how cults make converts, by preaching to people in their most vulnerable state, either when they have lost a family member, or when they experience trauma, or when they're newcomers in the community, just like this girl from India. I also really dislike how Watchtower paints Sophia's classmates as insufferable bigots who look down on Sophia's religious beliefs, even though that's usually not the case. I don't remember kids attacking my religious beliefs at school. They were usually very respectful. I know there are some bullies out there who will ridicule you for anything, but the vast majority of kids are pretty chill. So I give these cartoons 7 out of 10 in the cult meter. Pretty terrible stuff. This is just my hot take, but I think kids should go to school to receive an education and not to convert their classmates. And vulnerable kids who just lost their grandma should not be targeted by a doomsday cult, even if it's peddled by a classmate. Just my opinion. Today we're going to watch the video titled Make Jehovah Happy, and it comes with this epic poster featuring neatly trimmed Jesus. Glad to see he's doing okay.
From the beginning, Jehovah has always cared about people. Sadly, many of them have caused him great pain. But some have made him very happy. Jesus always made Jehovah happy. Satan didn't like this. He tried everything to get Jesus to do what was wrong.
Damn, why is Satan kind of fine? He's like the villain from Hercules, but just not hideous.
Well, they're just fine. You know, a little dark, a little gloomy, and as always, hey, full of dead people. What are you gonna do?
If you are a son of God, tell these stones to become loaves of bread.
It is written, man must not live on bread alone.
Satan should have tempted Jesus with like a Vegas style buffet or something. Like dry bread doesn't sound that appetizing, to be honest.
If you are a son of God, throw yourself down. For the angels will carry you on their hands, so you may not strike your foot against a stone. Prove it to them.
Prove it to who? This place is empty, bro. Plus, Jesus does get to perform like a bunch of miracles shortly after this, so this is not much of a temptation anyways. This guy sucks.
Again, it is written, you must not put Jehovah your God to the test.
See all this glory. It is mine, and I give it to whomever I wish. And all these things I will give to you if you fall down and do an act of worship to me.
Go away, Satan. For it is written, it is Jehovah your God you must worship, and it is to him alone you must render sacred service.
And just like that, the most cunning and evil being in the universe gives up after 3 temptations. Yeah, right.
Jesus was determined to make Jehovah happy. But this story isn't over. This is your story too.
What do you mean, Dad?
Well, what you do can make Jehovah happy. Our text this morning, Proverbs 27:11. Do you remember what that says?
Oh yeah, it says, "Be wise, my son, and make my heart rejoice."
Good memory, Sophia. That scripture is talking about you. What you do every day, not only big things, but also small things you do, can make his heart rejoice.
How would you know that, Dad? Like, do you have access to the mind of God to know what makes him happy and what makes him lose his marbles?
Remember today's text, children. I know you'll make Jehovah happy. Let's pray.
So are Caleb and Sophia just super late to class? Like, there seems to be no other cars around, since Dad just decided to park there illegally to pray.
Okay, kids, it's a pop quiz today.
Yes.
Nerds.
Now, Sophia, if you ace this test, you'll be #1 in the whole class. #1 in the whole class.
Hey, you got this one? Yeah, here. Hey, Sophia, you want the answer?
That stinks, you lost. Hey, Caleb, you want to play? Come on, it's fun.
What a nice kid. Because kids at school rarely let me play with their Game Boys. Like, I sure hope Caleb doesn't rudely reject his offer because of his religious indoctrination.
Forget it. He's a loser. Let me play with it.
Are you gonna play or not?
Ugh, I hate this stupid bully character design so much. Of course he's blonde and fat, like the bully from Cool Cat Saves the Kid.
Oh, now look! It's Push the Bully! Look like a cat, but you stink like a dog. What?
And of course he has a angry face shirt. The only thing he's missing is like a font on his shirt that says, I am a bully.
Caleb, you gonna play?
Hey, Sophia, you want the answer?
And you too can have success.
What? Cheating once in your test isn't gonna make you successful in college. It's gonna do quite the opposite, Sophia. But I guess Sophia views college in a negative way. That's why she associates it with cheating. Remember, JWs discourage higher education.
Why not give your first fruits to Jehovah and pioneer for a year, and then consider how much additional education is required? Her son decided to pioneer and work part-time instead of accepting his scholarship.
Bruh.
He later served at Bethel. Looking back, he is absolutely convinced that this was the best decision he could have made.
And that's why Sophia sees college as a temptation, and a negative one at that.
That's okay. No thanks.
I love how the kid is just like, what the hell is his problem? It's just a game. Same kid, same. She could have at least, tried to guess the answer. You didn't even try, Sophia. The idea of Caleb and Sophia being the center of attention of the heavenly hosts and of Jesus Christ himself is so silly. Apparently, Jesus has nothing better to do than to see if Caleb is going to play a video game or not. Is that what he does all day? Micromanage the actions of young kids? Do the angels erupt in cheers every time Caleb says no to a temptation? What a miserable existence. And why are all the angels white? Is melanin banned in heaven? And why are you depicting Jehovah himself, even though no one has seen him? Isn't it sacrilegious to try to depict God in artwork? So many questions. This is the life of a JW kid, guys. You are indoctrinated to believe that Jesus and the angels are watching you 24/7, and that even in your most insignificant actions can affect the mood of the creator of the universe.
What you do every day, not only big things, but also small things you do, can make his heart rejoice.
To prove this, Watchtower often quotes Genesis 6:5, in which God sees the evil men in the days of Noah and is deeply grieved. This verse, they argue, proves that our bad actions make Jehovah sad. But the people in Noah's day were murdering each other. All Caleb wanted to do was play a video game. That's it. Are you telling me that the sovereign of the universe, the same dude who launched a bunch of bloody wars in the Old Testament, is gonna be upset over what video games Caleb decides to play with? Are you kidding me? In fact, Watchtower has a long history of speaking against so-called violent video games. They've made several videos on the matter.
There's something else video games can rob you of. Your sense of right and wrong. The Bible says that God hates anyone loving violence. The fact is, video games promote lots of things the Bible condemns. Violence, immoral sex, and spiritism.
And when you condemn spiritism, do you mean ghosts and monsters? Because in that case, then Jehovah hates Super Mario, since it has ghosts in it.
Is it just a game? Imagine you were doing that in real life. You know, all that stuff in the game you're playing. What kind of person would you be? Your choice in video games may say a lot about who you are and what you think is right and wrong.
No, video games don't define who you are. What the fuck? This is a long-running trope in fundamentalist Christianity where if you play violent video games, you're gonna become like a school shooter or something, when that's been proven not to be the case. If I play Grand Theft Auto, that doesn't mean I'll go running over pedestrians, right? You know, I'm super glad my parents weren't super strict with the type of video games I was allowed to play. We couldn't play rated M video games or something, but my dad even bought me this one Simpsons game for the GameCube. You know, the one where you run over pedestrians and shit. It's like a rated T version of Grand Theft Auto. But the thing is, a lot of JW parents are really strict. Some have even banned Pokemon from their homes because it's demonic or something.
So Pokemon is a game that teaches children how to enter into the world of witchcraft, how to cast spells, how to use psychic phenomena, how to put to work supernatural powers against their enemies, how to fantasy role play. Pokemon world is a world of the demonic, of the satanic. But while you might not take it quite seriously, I assure you that demons take it quite seriously.
The video game slander doesn't end here though.
Maybe it's something very specific. Or maybe bad association is coming from a place we never expected.
I only join games with witness friends I know. But sometimes, they connect with people I don't know. Who pick games I'm not sure we should play.
Oh no, this man is drinking a beer after a long day of work. What a piece of shit.
But maybe my friends know them. So they're probably okay.
It's vital that we avoid bad associations.
What about online games that connect you with other players? Do you know who's on the other end? Your game could be putting you with the wrong people.
So, you not only have to avoid violent video games, you also have to avoid playing with non-witnesses, even though JW gamers can be quite the sailor mouths at times. You would be surprised.
I told Mom what's been happening when I game with my friends. She gave me good ideas on what to look for in the research guide.
This is a grown-ass man confessing to his mom that he played video games with unbelievers. You just can't make this up.
No!
So Caleb literally believes that his mundane decisions affect the mood of the creator of the universe. That's a huge burden to put on your kids. They shouldn't be worrying about displeasing God. They should be worried about learning and making friends. If Caleb would have accepted to play the game, he would have faced tremendous guilt, just as he did when he took a birthday cupcake. Caleb and Sophia believe that the only way to make God happy is to follow all Watchtower rules. I would argue that if there's a loving God out there, I think he would be more concerned with Caleb and Sophia being good people and not on the type of games they play. It seems Jehovah has his priorities all screwed up.
Bah.
I give these cartoons 9 out of 10 in the cult meter. They're super culty, they're super damaging. This worldview is not good for kids. My life is much better now that I realize that there is no Jehovah watching my moves 24/7, and that the video games I play don't define who I am. Well, as I promised, there is a new Caleb and Sophia video that just got released. It's titled, God Makes It Grow.
Sophia! Zoe and Camille should be here soon. Are you ready? Oh, is everything okay?
No. I really want Zoe's mom to study the Bible. But what if I mess up? Or what if she asks questions I can't even answer? What am I gonna do?
Sometimes I get nervous too.
I'm sorry, you know I have to.
We don't have to worry.
Why not?
Well, think of the flowers we planted outside the house.
Uncanny ass animation.
We planted all the bulbs.
Yeah?
And then you watered them. Just like flowers that have been planted, when we tell others about Jehovah, it's like planting a little seed of truth. And when you continue to teach them, it's like watering that seed. But what makes the flowers grow? Did you make it grow?
No, that's silly. They need sunlight.
And who gives us sunlight?
The sun?
Jehovah. Oh, he makes it grow.
Yes. Jehovah is the one who makes a love for the truth grow in a person's heart. And he can do that for Zoe's mom.
Meaning that if Zoe's mom decides not to study the Bible, that means Jehovah decided not to make it grow. Therefore, Jehovah is directly responsible for her future destruction. Oops.
Wow. They're here. You know, I think we'll make a great team.
Thanks, Mom. I know we will, because we're working with Jehovah.
Hey, Camille.
Hi.
Come on in.
Welcome, boys and girls, to another installment of Saturday morning cartoon propaganda. As you probably know by now, being raised to JW really messes with your head. You are indoctrinated to believe in very silly stories and treat them as absolute fact, against all reason. So in this episode, we're going to learn all about creationism, or at least the Watchtower version of it. It's about to get culty. The first episode we're going to be watching is called Jehovah Created All Things, based on Revelation 4:11. In the New World Translation, the JW edition of the Bible, this verse includes the name Jehovah, even though we have no evidence that the divine name was ever there. So right off the bat, we have a bastardized Bible verse that is a deviation from the original manuscripts, and we're just 1 second in.
Jehovah made Jesus first, then the angels. But there was no sun, moon, stars, no earth.
In case you're wondering what this is about, unlike most of Christianity, JWs don't believe Jesus is God. He was created by Jehovah. So Jesus was the first creation of Jehovah, and through him all other things were created. So Jesus creates all things, but since he's a created being himself, he is not given the title of creator. I know, it's not supposed to make sense.
What would that be like?
It would be something like this.
I can't see, Daddy.
Jehovah created the stars, including our sun, and the earth. But it did not look like it does now. In the beginning, there was nothing but one big ocean of water. Until he made land appear.
So this cartoon is loosely based on Genesis 1, where God creates something different each day for 6 days, and he rests on the 7th day. But the cartoon is not accurate to the text, because in Genesis, the sun and the stars are created in the 4th day after plants. Now you're probably wondering, how would plants grow before the creation of the sun? They need sunlight for photosynthesis. And JWs explain away this oddity by saying that the sun and the moon did actually exist before the first day, but they didn't become visible from the earth until the 4th day or something, which is not what the Bible says, but let's move on.
Then he made grass, and trees.
Whoa! Dad, my bear!
Don't worry, my son. I will help you.
I really miss these versions of Caleb's dad, the one on steroids, because it really nerfed him down in the latest episodes.
Oh my god, bro. Oh, hell no.
Also, fun fact, sharks are actually older than trees, so it makes no sense that Caleb's dad says Jehovah created all sorts of plants when there's still no animals in sight. Like, maybe you should lay off the steroids, Dad, and pick up a science textbook.
Here you go.
Thanks, Dad. What about all the animals?
Yes, first he made sea life.
A whale? Are you kidding me right now? You know whales evolved from land mammals, right? Cetacean evolution is one of the most well documented in biology. You can't have whales without land mammals first. Dad's creation timeline is way off.
And the birds!
Daddy, I'm flying!
Holy shit. Birds did not come before land animals. they evolved from land animals, namely dinosaurs. In fact, birds are still technically dinosaurs. Obnoxious, poopy dinosaurs at that, but still dinosaurs. It's almost incredible how many scientific inaccuracies this cartoon has managed to pack in such a short amount of time.
And do you know what Jehovah made next?
Whoa!
He made all the animals that live on land.
The ostrich that breaks the fourth wall is not real. He can't hurt you.
Goodbye, little sheep.
It's an elephant! Wow.
And then he made people. Jehovah created the earth and everything on it,
including but not limited to parasites, viruses, mosquitoes, Venus flytraps, earthquakes, tornadoes, and whatever the hell this is. But of course, Watchtower never speaks about that part of creation. They only include the cute animals because it's easier to market those.
He made it beautiful, so we can enjoy it. He wants us to enjoy his creation forever. Ready to say a prayer? Let's thank Jehovah.
Thank you, Jehovah, for leaving behind so many fossils that teach us how life evolved on this planet, so we can stop taking these ancient Hebrew myths as literal fact. And thank you for creating tapeworms and cancer cells. Amen. Now guys, let's talk about creationism. And when I say creationism, I mean the belief that God created all living things just as the Bible describes, opposed to believing that life evolved naturally over the course of billions of years. Jehovah's Witnesses are what we call Old Earth creationists, meaning they accept the scientific consensus that the Earth is at least 4 billion years old. A lot of Christian fundamentalists are actually young Earth creationists, believing that the Earth is only 6,000 years old. Yeah, people still believe that.
And we know from the language it's used in Genesis 1, it's clear that God created in 6 24-hour days, and he created obviously different things on different days and then rested on the seventh day. Now, we also know from scripture, especially from the biblical genealogies or the family trees that are given there and other events in scripture, we can figure out the age of the earth. So we know from Adam to Abraham was about 2,000 years, from Abraham to Christ was another 2,000 years, and from Christ to today is the last 2,000 years. So that gives us a grand total of 6,000 years, not millions and billions of years.
Yeah, this is big brain time.
So JWs believe in an old Earth, but they believe Adam and Eve were real people and that humanity is only 6,000 years old. They also take all the stories in the Old Testament as literal, like the global flood, the Tower of Babel, and the Exodus. They're basically Christian fundamentalists. JW kids are taught to reject evolution by natural selection, treating it as basically a satanic deception, instead of what it actually is, the foundational theory of modern biology. Take away evolution, and nothing in biology makes any sense. It's a real thing. Even the founder of the Human Genome Project, Francis S. Collins, himself a devout Christian, had to admit that a literal Adam and Eve are impossible and that humanity evolved over 100,000 years ago. Dr. Collins accepted evolution, but this didn't mean he had to abandon his faith, and a lot of Christians accept evolution, and they're still Christian, but the fundamentalists just reject it outright, instead choosing to believe in myths, and then they force their children to accept those same myths. And that's what we see happening with Caleb. He is being taught to believe in creationism, and Watchtower has produced so many articles and brochures attacking evolution. All of them are terrible. Hopefully we cover them one day, but like this particular book is full of misquotations and it's just an awful piece of scholarship. And JW kids are encouraged to use these awful brochures at school to defend their belief in creationism instead of, paying attention and learning.
Good morning, class. As we delve deeper into chapter 4, we're going to see why we know
that evolution is a fact.
I feel so confused. I know some things they teach at school don't agree with the Bible, but sometimes they just seem to make sense.
Yeah, girl, evolution seems to make sense because it's real. The only reason you don't accept it is because your religion doesn't allow you to accept it. You're fine in believing that the Earth is billions of years old, and you're fine in accepting other scientific theories like germ theory or the theory of gravity, and you're happy to quote scientists in your articles and agree with them on basically everything, but when it comes to this one particular theory that contradicts your belief system, now you cast that as a play of Satan, and then all biologists are just misled and blinded from the truth. It's such an intellectually dishonest position to take, and it's ridiculous. Oh, but talking snakes are real, and the global flood actually happened.
Yes, I can definitely smell shite.
Now, Caleb is not the only one that is taught creationism. Nope, Sophia has to join in the fun as well. And the next cartoon we'll be watching is titled Jehovah Designed All Things, based also on Revelation 4:11. Let's watch.
Whoa, they're so beautiful. Do butterflies know they're beautiful?
No, they don't.
Then why did Jehovah make them so pretty?
For us.
Mom really thinks she's the center of the universe. Come on.
He loves us and wants us to have beauty all around. Now think of all the different butterflies you've seen.
Awesome!
Did you know that every single butterfly starts out as a caterpillar?
Yeah, everyone knows that.
Look how cute they are.
Aww.
And even before that, the mommy butterfly has to find the right leaf to lay her caterpillar eggs, since it's going to be her baby's food.
Nice! I can't believe that this turns into this.
Isn't it great that Jehovah designed so many wonderful things for us to discover?
This idea that everything on this earth was designed for our enjoyment is just the epitome of narcissism. You know, maybe butterflies are pretty because it's beneficial for them and it serves an evolutionary advantage that we're not aware of. Hell, some butterflies have evolved with eye patterns in their wings to shoo away predators. And there's also caterpillars that look like shit. No, like, I'm serious, look at this. Would you want to eat this if you were a bird? And look at this spiky one. Ouch.
Look how cute they are.
So, no, Sophia's mom. Butterflies weren't made for your enjoyment. They are wonderful creatures that have adapted to live in their specific environments. So, stop feeding your kid with fantasies.
That shows how much he loves us.
I can't wait to be in paradise to study every butterfly that Jehovah has designed.
You know that you can do that already, right? You don't have to wait till paradise to study butterflies. All you have to do is go to college. Oh wait, I forgot Jehovah doesn't like college. Damn.
Jehovah made so many amazing things. What's your favorite?
My favorite Jehovah creation is the mosquito, the deadliest of animals, which kills around 700,000 people each year. But you're never gonna talk about mosquitoes, are you? Because they're not cute and colorful. Now, I don't want to sound like a bitter atheist when I bring up all these unsavory animals, but hey man, if you're going to assert that there's a loving creator behind our natural world, you also have to acknowledge that he made all these horrific insects that cause so much suffering. So why would he do such a thing? Beats me.
You ponder that too deeply, you'll have a headache for sure.
This following video is titled Be Neat and Clean, and we get to see how Caleb's dad uses the natural world to teach Caleb how to be tidy. Let's watch.
What's wrong, Caleb?
I can't find my airplane.
I can see why. Do you know what will help you to find your things?
What?
By keeping your room neat and clean. Did you know Jehovah has a place for all his things? Like the planets. They're always moving, but Jehovah made them stay in their orbits so they don't crash into each other.
No, Dad, that's just how gravity works.
Same with people. We all look different on the outside, but inside, Jehovah put all their bones and organs in the same place. Imagine if your eyes were on the bottom of your feet.
Wait, what about the situs inversion? A rare genetic condition in which some of your organs are actually mirrored? Or how about the vast array of genetic disorders that people suffer? Was that designed by Jehovah? Or are we attributing those mistakes to the devil? Also, I wouldn't mind having my eyes below my feet. That way, I don't have to look at this atrocious propaganda anymore.
Jehovah even keeps the animals clean. Look at these fish. They are cleaning the hippo. These birds help too.
I wish I had some animals to help me clean my room.
So do I sometimes. But that is why Jehovah gave you these. To
strangle the infidels.
When you keep your room clean, you are making Jehovah happy. And who knows, once your room is clean, maybe you'll find your airplane.
Wait, where's Dad? Did he just vanish into the wind?
I found my airplane!
Okay, let's go outside and play.
There's no way the airplane was the last thing Caleb found. I think the dad just hid it from him so he would clean his room. Quite a wholesome ending. Caleb and his swole dad playing in the park. Now we have one final cartoon for today, titled Jehovah's Name, and we're gonna learn how knowing God's name can help us overcome challenges. Neat.
Oh. I can't do this.
How's your talk coming?
Terrible. Maybe someone else could do this.
We all remember those days, huh, boys and girls? Well, boys, at least, because girls weren't allowed to do Bible readings in the Kingdom Hall. Sorry, ladies. But we all remember having that one talk with all the complicated names, usually in the book of Numbers or the first chapter of Matthew. The long genealogies. Fun times.
Do you remember what Jehovah's name means?
He causes to become?
Yes, he can become anything he needs to get great things done. And he can also help others to become what he wants them to be. Think about it. Jehovah is the creator. Think of all the animals he's made.
Huh? Whoa!
Wow, that's a big whale.
Huh?
Caleb has to be on some powerful drugs. The way he can just manifest animals at will. He's just always hallucinating.
He created our universe. Look at all the planets he made.
Whoa!
He makes sure everything has what it needs to grow. Jehovah can make us powerful too. Look at Moses. He took a shy man and used him to split the Red Sea.
More Bible myths that JW kids must accept as factual events. Make it stop, please.
If he can do all of that, do you think he can help you pronounce hard names and get prepared for your talk?
Yeah.
But of course, to receive his help, you have to ask him for it.
His name was Mephibosheth, the sons of Rimmon, the Beerothite. Recap and...
Congrats, Caleb. You practiced for your talk and managed to nail the pronunciations. I don't think you needed Jehovah for that. All you had to do was believe in yourself and practice. Now, let's make something very clear. I don't think there's a huge problem in believing in a God or a higher power. You're totally free to do that if you want. The problem is when you force your kids to accept myths as absolute fact. I call these Bible stories from Genesis myths because they didn't happen. There was no literal Adam and Eve, that's impossible. No global flood, no Tower of Babel, and a lot of Christians know this. The problem is not with Christians themselves, it's with fundamentalists who not only believe in these myths, but try to force that belief onto others. They attempt to teach creationism at school, at least here in America, and they constantly misrepresent evolution and other fields of science. I think this is a disservice to children because children deserve to learn the best available science without the weight of religious dogma on their shoulders. Forcing them to believe things which are not evidently true is a hindrance to their education. So if you want to believe in creationism, go ahead, but please leave the children out of it. I give these cartoons 7 out of 10 in the cult meter. A lot of cool animations, but the source material is a complete dumpster fire, as always. The first cartoon we're going to be watching is titled Pray Anytime, and it's only the 3rd episode in the series, and I really hope YouTube doesn't copyright strike me for this.
Anytime, anywhere, I can pray, and Jehovah will hear what I say. When each morning I wake, I remember to take just a moment to thank Him for this day, for the wonders I find on the way. In my mind, in my heart, I can pray, even when there's a crowd and I can't pray out loud. So Jehovah will hear me anyway. Anytime, anywhere, I can pray, and Jehovah will hear what I say. In the night He will hear when I call, He is near. Anytime, anywhere, I can pray.
Cool, so prayer. Very basic stuff, all Christians do it. JW kids are encouraged to pray constantly, especially before meals and when they need boldness to preach. JWs pray before and after their church services and before going out in the ministry. Nothing too crazy. When I was a believer, I used to pray before bed as well, just like Sophia is doing here. Prayer is used to thank Jehovah, ask Him for His Holy Spirit, and ask Him to bless the global brotherhood, aka other JWs. Then you end the prayer with, in the name of Jesus Christ. Although mentioning Jesus is more of an afterthought, sometimes the person giving the prayers will just say it really fast, like in the name of Jesus Christ. Yeah. So this following video is titled, Does Jehovah Answer Prayers? Excellent question.
Hey, Sophia, we know you're in there.
Please, Jehovah, make it stop.
What a loser. Let's go.
All these cartoons are so depressing, bro.
All right, class. Today we're going to discuss... Sophia, you're late.
I'm sorry. I was...
Never mind. We'll talk about this later. Okay. That's enough. Sophia, take your seat. Today, we're going to discuss the difference between division and long division. Okay, class. Here are the results from yesterday's test. Good work, Sophia.
Hey, Angela, what'd you get?
I don't care.
Whoa, D+? Well, at least there's a plus.
Whatever. What are you looking at?
These bully characters always crack me up. It's like the artist of Bethel wanted to go for a goth design, but didn't fully commit. And all these bullies are portrayed as dimwits and assholes, but at least she doesn't have like an angry face t-shirt like Caleb's bully.
Sophia. Oops, I didn't see you there. It's like you're invisible.
And look at all these other bully characters. Of course, one of them is a ginger without a soul, and the other one is just an Among Us ripoff.
Oh, what's this? No! See you tomorrow.
Are there seriously no teachers around to watch this kid get assaulted? Are there no responsible adults in this universe?
Are you okay? Let me help. Sometimes they pick on me too.
It was amazing. And then Miss Wilson said that I could hold the bunny. But I had to be very gentle.
Really?
I named him Fred. But I didn't get to hold him for very long. I'm pretty much a bunny expert now.
Oh, is everything all right, honey?
See you tomorrow. I'm fine.
Just report her ass to the teachers.
Okay, let's talk about something very important. Prayer.
I've never seen this family speak about anything that's not related to the Bible. Like bro, actual JW parents don't talk about Jehovah 24/7.
Caleb, what are some things that you can pray for?
Well, I can pray for things that make me happy. Like a helicopter. Or a mountain of ice cream. Without the bellyache. And Fred.
I see.
How dare you pray for ice cream and helicopters instead of Holy Spirit, Caleb? How selfish are you?
But tell me, when we pray before bedtime, what do we pray for?
We thank Jehovah for the good things he made, like animals, the stars, and the ocean. And God's kingdom.
I love how Caleb mentions a bunch of things that we can actually see and actually do exist. And then at the end, he just throws in an imaginary government like we wouldn't notice. JWs constantly pray for God's kingdom to come, even though this would mean the destruction of all unbelievers, which is kind of dark.
And to help our brothers and sisters.
That's right. You can pray for your brothers and sisters. And remember, they are praying for you too. We know that when we pray for the right things, Jehovah hears us.
Then why doesn't he answer my prayers?
Oh, what's wrong, Sophia? You can tell us.
There's a girl at school. She's so mean to me.
Oh, no. Oh, honey, it's okay.
I prayed for it to stop, but nothing's happened. Is Jehovah mad at me?
No, my dear. Jehovah isn't mad at you.
Maybe Jehovah can't see me.
No.
Or maybe he just doesn't exist? Time to play a game, boys and girls. What do you think Caleb's parents are gonna do now? A. Call the school to complain about this bully. B. Instruct Sophia to report the bully to her teacher. Or C. Pull out the Bible and yap about some obscure character. You probably know the answer by now.
There is someone in the Bible who felt the same way you do. Her name was Hannah. Hannah loved Jehovah very much.
Hey, wait for me!
But someone named Penina was very mean to her.
It's so nice to see the children play, isn't it?
She had a bully too?
Yes.
We're ready to eat. Here's your portion, Hannah. And Penina, here's yours.
She was very jealous of Hannah.
I'll get some water.
You think you're so special, Hannah? Then why hasn't Jehovah given you any children?
Fun fact, the Bible actually says that God was the one who closed Hannah's womb. So it was Big J's fault that Hannah was infertile. But of course, they're not gonna mention that. Also, just look at this baby, he's hella cursed. Cocomelon looking motherfucker.
Are you okay, Hannah? Why are you so sad?
Others could not understand why Hannah was so upset, because the pain was in her heart. So she talked to the one who would understand.
Oh, Jehovah, please see me. Remember me and do not forget me. Please give me a child. If you do, I will give him to you all his life to serve you.
What are you doing? Why are you drunk?
Typical asshole elder.
I'm not drunk. I'm under great stress.
Oh.
I've been praying for Jehovah to help me.
Go in peace, and may Jehovah give you what you've asked for.
Do you know why Hannah felt better, even though her prayer wasn't answered yet?
Why?
Because Hannah knew Jehovah heard her prayer.
Not sure how Sophia is supposed to relate to a fictitious Israelite stuck in a polygamous marriage, but okay.
When Jehovah listens to your prayers, he really listens. And he knows just what we need, even better than we do.
But how does he answer them?
In lots of different ways. Sometimes we just have to wait and see.
Because he's busy?
No, because it can be hard for us to see the answer. Let's talk about what you can pray for.
and what you can do tomorrow at school to work along with those prayers.
Alright guys, let's talk about why prayer in this religion makes zero sense. First of all, if Jehovah already knows exactly what you need, why would he need to ask him for anything? Prayers made sense in ancient religions when people gave offerings to their deities asking for rain or a plentiful harvest. Prayer was used as a way to bargain with the gods. And that's exactly what Hannah does in the story. She bargains with Jehovah. You give me a son, and I'll offer him as a slave to the tabernacle. But then again, how can you even influence the mind of an omniscient being? I don't know. And then how prayers are answered makes no sense either. Because let's say you have a terrible illness, and you ask Jehovah to cure you. If you are cured, that means God answered your prayer. If you're not cured, then that means either God is waiting to answer your prayer at another time, or God had other plans for you. Plans that you, as an imperfect human, cannot comprehend. So no matter the outcome, the believing Jehovah's Witness cannot conceive of the possibility that Jehovah simply does not exist. And that's why prayers go unanswered all of the time. Instead, these kids are told to pray their troubles away, and when these problems don't go away, they feel tormented and start wondering what they did wrong. It's a horrible system. No child needs to go through that experience.
Is Jehovah mad at me?
Yes!
I know that Angela and the other girls are going to be mean to me. But please help me to be like Hannah tomorrow. Help me to be strong like her. And then she went to the tabernacle and Eli was there. He was the high priest.
Oh no, it's them, run!
Look who it is.
I swear, these are the least intimidating bullies in the history of bullies.
Oh, scary! Oh, shiver my timbers! Shut up, man!
What do you want, Angela?
Oh, I was just wondering if you had a pen I could borrow.
What do I do?
Go defend your sister, Caleb. The fuck?
Jehovah heard her prayer.
Jehovah, it's me, Caleb. Please help Sophia.
And please, help Sophia be strong at school today.
Watch over the children in our congregation, like Caleb and Sophia.
Please watch over our children. Help our children. Make you proud, Jehovah.
Please, Jehovah, give our children the strength they need to face pressure.
Jehovah, please, I need your help.
We ask you this prayer in Jesus' name.
Amen. Amen.
Amen. Amen.
No, what is this? So are prayers like energy bubbles that enable Jehovah to use his magic to intervene in the world? Does he need like a certain number of bubbles to act? Or did he only need one? And if he only needs one prayer, then what's the point of praying for others? If everyone is asking Jehovah to protect the children, why is there a massive CSA problem in the religion? And why does Jehovah listen to the prayers of Sophia and not the prayers of the children being tortured all over the world? Does Jehovah have his favorites? You see the huge can of worms that we open when we think of prayer for more than 2 seconds? None of it makes sense.
What? Are you gonna cry? Stop, Angela. You're being mean. And if you keep being mean, I'm going to tell.
No, you won't.
Yes, I will. You can't tell me what to do. Let's go, Zoe. sister.
You're so brave. How did you do that?
I prayed for courage, and Jehovah helped me.
Ugh, why does Jehovah always answer prayers in the lamest way possible? In the Bible, he answers prayers by sending fire down from heaven and by stopping the sun, but nowadays he only responds in ways that can be explained naturally. Big J could have struck Angela down with lightning or something, which would have proven beyond a doubt that he has Sophia's backing. But no, it's almost like Sophia gathered courage on her own and Big J had nothing to do with it.
Hannah gave birth to a son and named him Samuel because, as she said,
"It is from Jehovah that I have asked him." There is no one holy like Jehovah. There is no one but you.
Thank you, Jehovah.
So the lesson of the story? Abandon your firstborn child to a creepy priest so he can serve as a slave his entire life. It's like dropping your child off at Bethel in the hands of Mark Sanderson. Sounds like a great idea. I think they could have chosen so many other Bible stories to teach the importance of prayer. You know, like the time Peter was imprisoned and then the whole congregation prays for him and then God sends an angel that helps him escape. Wouldn't that have been a better story to illustrate the power of communal prayer? I'm convinced that the writers of these cartoons just kind of pick a random Bible story out of a hat while making these cartoons and they're like, oh yeah, I guess this one will fit. And they just completely gloss over the fact that in Hannah's story, her suffering stems from the fact that Jehovah had closed her womb and that she was stuck in a polygamous marriage, which was also permitted by Jehovah under the Mosaic law. It's like, how is a 9-year-old girl supposed to relate to any of this? Now, I don't want to come off as too much of a hater in this video. I know prayer can be beneficial to people. Maybe you pray and maybe it helps you. That's great. I remembered I prayed a lot when I was a believer and it did help me at times. But if we're gonna talk about prayer, we also have to acknowledge the downsides of it. Because the truth is, even if you believe in an omniscient God that is all loving and that cares about you, the fact is that prayers go unanswered all of the time. And this potentially causes a lot of cognitive dissonance in a lot of people. Prayer might give you peace of mind, but news alert, it doesn't actually fix anything. Actions fix things. So I think it's more beneficial to teach children how to handle their problems and take accountability instead of just asking them to leave things in Jehovah's hands. Because doing that solves nothing. It reminds me of that other video where Caleb and Sophia are treated unfairly at school and all they're told to do is endure it instead of, finding a way to fix the problem. So if your child is being bullied at school, report that to the teachers. Don't just tell them to pray, because that's some terrible parenting right there. But then again, I couldn't expect much more from Caleb and Sophia's parents.
Like a helicopter.
I give these cartoons 8 out of 10 in cult meter. Absolute garbage. The animation is pretty good, the score is depressing as always, but the message is counterproductive as hell. Please don't raise your kids this way.
Stop, Angela. You're being mean. And if you keep being mean, I'm going to
send you to paradise.
Goodbye, little sheep.
So in case you have been living under a rock for the past couple of months, let me catch you up with the lore. This is Zoe. She is one of Sophia's classmates, and the first time we see her, she had just lost her grandma. So Sophia used that opportunity to give her a religious book. Zoe then started studying the Bible with Sophia, and she is now Sophia's only friend at school. Oh, and Zoe's mom is also studying the Bible with Sophia's mom. So the cartoon starts with a flashback of Zoe's grandma, right before she passed away. You know, I have to give it to the artist at Bethel. The animation has improved so much. It looks very professional. It's like the Watchtower version of Up.
Hey!
You know that people that are grieving after losing a loved one in death are more susceptible to being recruited into a cult, which is what happened to Zoe. Finally, a Bible verse that they don't just completely take out of context. But to be fair, John 3:16 can be applied to like anything.
Oh. Here you go. Thanks. Hey, soon we're having a memorial, and you have to come. It's the most important event. This invite is for you and your mom. I can tell you more about it at our study. Okay, thanks. Bye. See you later, Sophia.
That's right, Camille. Okay, let's move on to the next paragraph. Do you mind reading?
Okay, sure.
I find it funny that we now know Zoe's mom's name, Camille, but we still don't know the name of Sophia's mom. So while Camille is being indoctrinated, let's see what Sophia is doing.
Okay. Now it's your turn. Life was perfect. Adam and Eve disobeyed Jehovah. They lost their perfect life and died. Right. After that, nobody was perfect. So everyone would grow old and die. Jesus came to earth and taught everyone about Jehovah. He gave his life. He died for us. That's right. So that in the future, nobody will have to die.
So this doctrine is what Jehovah's Witnesses call the ransom. And it explains how the death of Jesus, who didn't die on a cross but died on an upright stake, saves us from sin. It's a fundamental teaching in the religion, so easy to understand that children can learn about it with these picture cards.
Has anybody ever given you a special gift?
How does she even remember that?
Why do you think they gave it to you? Because she loved me. Right. Jehovah and Jesus gave us the greatest gift. It cost a lot. But they gave it to us because they love us. And they want us to live forever. But what about my grandma? Their gift is for her too.
You know, it's funny. JWs always promise potential converts that they're gonna see their loved ones again in paradise when they're resurrected, as if they had the final say on who's going to be resurrected. But that's the main selling point of the religion. Join us and you get to see your beloved grandma or uncle or mother or father, whatever, even though she never took any steps to join the religion while she was still alive. Now, you know what Watchtower loves most? Bible fan fiction, and this time they take a really obscure character from the Gospels and spin a whole story around her, the widow of Nain. They have already used Lazarus in a previous episode, so I guess they didn't want to bring him back. Get it?
There's somebody in the Bible I would like you to meet. She's a lot like you. Luke chapter 7. She lived in a city called Nain. She had a husband and a son. But then, her husband died. She still had her son to keep her company. But then, her son died too. They both died?
Yes, Zoe, were you not listening to the story?
She was already a widow, and now she was all alone. The day of the funeral, Jesus came to Nain, and he saw the widow.
Ooh, I love neatly trimmed Jesus. He's so spotless. It's not like he was a homeless preacher traveling through the Judean countryside, right?
Stop weeping. Young man, I say to you, get up.
Wow. Why do you think Jesus brought him back to life? Because he loved them. Yeah. He loves all of us. He loves you. That's why he died for us. Jehovah brought Jesus back to life. Soon, Jesus will resurrect people. And because he died for us, we can all live forever. It's the greatest gift anyone could give us. When we go to the memorial, it's a way to say thank you.
I know this is at the core of the Christian message, but stepping away from the faith, it just seems a bit manipulative. I never asked Jesus to die for me, but now I'm supposed to obey him or he's gonna destroy me or torture me forever? Okay. So, Jehovah's Witnesses are a bit different from other Christian denominations. I know, right? Shocker. And they don't celebrate Mass every week, like the Catholics or the Protestants do. Instead, they celebrate their version of Mass once a year, in March or April, and they call it the Memorial. It's basically a 1-hour meeting where they display the bread and the wine, but only a few selected individuals are allowed to consume them. Yeah, it's really strange, and I made an entire video on the celebration if you want to check it out. But suffice to say, the memorial is the most important event in the religion. I would say the closest thing resembling to a holiday. JWs invite their extended families and friends and co-workers to the event, and a lot of family members do attend as a way of saying, okay, I did what you asked me to, so stop pushing your religion for the rest of the year. So Sophia is pulling at Zoe's heartstrings with the story of Jesus and the resurrection to get her to come to the memorial. It's a bit of a carrot and stick deal. Oh, Jesus suffered an excruciating death to give you salvation. The least you could do is attend this memorial. Wink wink. Oh, you want to see your dead grandma again? Well, come to the memorial so you can learn how to do it. Now, is this manipulative? I think so, but make of it as you will.
I hope my mom wants to come too.
That dog is so stupid.
Mom!
Hi, baby.
Should we get ready for the memorial?
Oh, honey. It was a long day. I'm so sorry. I don't think we can make it.
Poor Jesus.
Can't wait to see you tonight. Let us know if you need a ride. It's Sophia's mom.
Mom, we can do this.
Let's do it.
Yay! Mommy?
Yes, my little princess?
I'm glad you're studying the Bible.
Me too.
Mommy, I'm glad we're on our way to joining a doomsday cult. I wonder what Grandma would think of all of this. Imagine she was like a hardcore atheist while she was living.
At this time, we will have the passing of the wine.
Oh yeah, that's all they do with the wine, by the way. Just pass it around. Just as Jesus would have wanted. You're only allowed to drink from the wine if you're anointed, meaning if you have the hope of going to heaven instead of paradise earth. Only 144,000 people go to heaven, like ever. So anyone else is stuck in this tiny rock forever.
As we all go home tonight, think about what Jesus' sacrifice means to you.
Come with me.
I love how Zoe just spawned exactly where her mom was and not halfway across the world. This is a JW version of Paradise, boys and girls. Current JWs and some assorted Bible characters hanging out in a garden. How would they communicate with these Iron Age folk who only spoke Old Hebrew and Aramaic? Why are they still wearing their traditional clothing? Did they respawn with these clothes? Or did they have to produce them from scratch? Are there still child factories in Bangladesh producing these textiles? I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine. Sorry, Zoe, your grandma didn't make it to paradise. She was watching the Panda Tower channel before she died.
Zoe. Turn around.
Zoe!
Grandma? It's you!
My baby girl.
I missed you.
Grandma's here now.
Holy shit. The animation is gorgeous. Just look at those lighting effects. And Pixar Jesus, man. I mean, he would fit right into like a princess movie. I really do feel bad for the artists at Bethel who are clearly super talented but are just wasting their work for free for this cult. They could be making bank at Pixar or DreamWorks.
Jehovah has shown love in many ways. But when he gave Jesus life for us, that was the greatest act of love.
Guys, the animation has improved a lot, but the manipulation remains the same. Zoe was targeted by Sophia at school when she was at her lowest and has been brought into a doomsday cult that advocates for shunning and isolation, all while performing a ritual that is a mockery to Christianity. Sure, Catholics and Protestants can't get to agree whether the wine and the bread are like the literal body and blood of Jesus, but they still both agree that you should drink from it, you know? But in the JW religion, only a few select can enjoy the wine and the bread. If Zoe becomes a Jehovah's Witness, she will have to distance herself from her worldly classmates. She will be discouraged to pursue higher education, and she will be told to push her beliefs on others around her. And I think that's gonna be the next step for her in the series. Sophia's gonna teach Zoe how to preach to her classmates before she can get baptized. And of course, her mother is gonna follow right behind her as well. In real life, Zoe would have seen Sophia's antisocial behavior at school and would have stopped studying a long time ago. But you know, this is a piece of fiction, so I can just feel that Zoe is gonna end up getting baptized. I'm so sorry, girl. You deserved better.
Sometimes you'll hear people say of a little baby, "Look at that little angel." But more accurate would be to say, "Look at that little enemy of God."
I give this cartoon 7 out of 10 in the cult meter. Great animation, great soundtrack, but it hurt to see the downfall of Zoe. Also, I will never forgive Watchtower for getting rid of Caleb's dad's muscles. Just look at him. His suit doesn't even fit him anymore.
Look how they massacred my boy.
Caleb is going to learn about the exciting world of pioneering. In case you're new around here, a JW pioneer is a baptized Jehovah's Witness who pledges to dedicate 50 hours a month to the ministry, aka preaching to people. There are many ways to preach. You can knock on doors, stand next to a literature cart, write letters, make phone calls, or just approach strangers out in the streets. Back in the old days, pioneers had to preach 90 hours a month. Then it was reduced to 70, and a few months ago it was reduced again to 50 hours per month. But 50 hours is still a lot of time. So how is Watchtower going to sell the idea of pioneering to little children? Well, stick around and find out. So right off the bat, we're hit with a Bible text which has nothing to do with pioneering. It's Jesus telling his disciples to go and make disciples of people of all the nations, baptizing them in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, which is something Jehovah's Witnesses don't do. They baptize people in the name of Jehovah and the organization. This verse also doesn't mention the need to dedicate a certain amount of hours to the preaching work. Hell, nowhere in the New Testament will you find the idea of pioneers. Missionaries? Sure. Pioneers? Hell no.
And we have one more announcement. Sister Lydia Diaz is now serving as a regular pioneer.
Yo, where is Sophia? Did she get like disfellowshipped or something? Or maybe they didn't want to animate her in this episode.
We're so happy for you. We know you'll have many spiritual adventures ahead of you. Adventures ahead of you.
Oh, are we witnessing Caleb's first crush? Why did they turn Lydia into like a Lara Croft ripoff, complete with a little holster and everything? What does she keep in the holster, like Kool-Aid packets? And then the way she winks at Caleb? Yeah, it's definitely a crush.
What?
Hey, Dad. I want to be a pioneer.
That's wonderful, Caleb. what do you think pioneers do?
They go on adventures?
You know, I find it hard to believe that Caleb wouldn't know what a pioneer does. How old is he? Like 10 at least? After attending countless meetings, he must know that JW pioneers are not like Indiana Jones type of adventurers. There's no way he could be this clueless.
A pioneer's life is exciting. Do you remember when we talked about being a publisher?
Uh-huh.
They preach the good news. But pioneering is a way we can give even more to Jehovah. Pioneers devote their time and energy to help as many people as possible to become Jehovah's friends.
I love to do that.
I know you do.
You're not even a publisher, Caleb. You're getting way ahead of yourself. Sorry to break your bubble, my friend, but pioneering is way less exciting than this. Just listen to some of these comments on XJW Reddit so you get an idea of how lame pioneering actually is. Here, I'm gonna read you some of my favorites. Discreetly Kirby69 says, I pioneered. It sucked. I was broke, constantly bullied, and had no success in converting anyone. All I did was waste some of the best summers of my life preaching nonsense and getting bullied by geriatrics when I should have been in college or traveling the world. Any PMO youngsters on here, don't waste your time on this wild goose chase. Amen. Here's another one. As a young boy, the Borg implanted the idea in my head that I could be a pioneer and would somehow live like Indiana Jones, careering across the bushland, saving the natives from death at Armageddon. The reality was, I had a minimum wage part-time job and spent my other days with two elderly women writing long list of house numbers where everyone was out at work. There was no adventure. I even served where the need was greater in a developing country for a while. Yes, I traveled through bushland, not on a horse, but in a 4x4. I crossed the river on a wobbly bridge. You could say there was a degree of adventure, but the Borg had such a way of sucking all excitement out of even the most promising circumstances. While I was there, I met Peace Corps volunteers. I couldn't help but feel like I preferred their company to the J-Dubs. One, because they were pretty girls, but also because they did real work that actually helped people, like setting up schools and organizing clean water programs. I, on the other hand, traveled thousands of miles to read the Bible teach book to people and tell them that their abject poverty was all part of Jehovah's purpose to prove that he was a better guy than Satan. I'm sure my foreign experience was part of my waking up. My friend also went serving where the need was greater. He emailed to say that he visited a congregation that could only be reached on horseback. I thought, I'm sure he can't ride a horse. Sure enough, when he showed me the photos, he was not on horseback, he was on a donkey, being led by a local JW who walked in front, looking every bit the British imperialist that we should be ashamed of. The donkey was completely unnecessary, just something the donkey owner liked to do for visitors. I mean, it's true, missionary work does come off as a white savior activity. We gotta go reach these primitive natives, most of them are probably Christian already, and help them become Jehovah's friends. Because anyone outside our religion is miserable and one bad day away from ending themselves.
Good answer.
Standing next to a literature cart for hours. Wow, what an adventure. I know, right? Super exciting. Especially when you get the crackpot pastor coming up to argue about the Trinity with you.
What the dog doing?
Also, this dog is absolutely based.
Look at that little enemy of God.
Adventures, as in directing someone to a website when you can't answer a basic question about your own religion, or as in standing in the way of the local gas station while people walk past you and you passively look at them awkwardly. Yeah, gas station preaching was the worst. Poor people just wanted to fill up their tank and get on with their day just for some rando to come up to them and push a religious tract on them. Super exciting stuff, guys. Okay, here's one final one. Auxiliary pioneered as a teen where the need was great in West Virginia. There's nothing adventurous about sending your kid to rural Appalachia to get a gun pulled on you and a dog attack, all in the hopes of bringing the good news. Yeah, pioneering in West Virginia sounds like an absolute nightmare, man. So what about you, dear viewer? Did you ever get the chance to pioneer or go serve where
the need is greater?
How was your experience? Let me know in the comments below.
Pioneers also get to go to school. Not that type of school.
It's crazy how Caleb reacts so negatively to the word school, because we've seen him and his sister endure so much bullying and harassment since they isolate themselves from everyone there.
A special school that they attend with other pioneers, where they dig into the Bible and learn how to become an even better friend of Jehovah. It's a lot of fun.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh, that's cool. Caleb has no idea what Dad is talking about. Pioneer School is a 1-week course that you get to attend once you've been pioneering for 1 year. And believe me, it's nothing special. The study program is based on the same old Watchtower publications everyone has access to. It's just, repackaged in a fancy little book. Although I do have to admit, the food that was served during the lunch break was absolutely fire, and it was a really nice gesture for a congregation to come together to cook for the students. I pioneered for 1 year, and I think that was probably the highlight.
So, pioneers don't go on adventures?
Oh no, they do. Pioneers look for Jehovah's friends all over the earth. And some travel to faraway places.
Third world countries that need a white savior, and remote farms where you'll freeze your ass off. Yippee!
You know, Caleb, keep telling others about Jehovah. And when the time comes, you will be ready to go on the adventure of pioneering.
Wait, why is Caleb all grown up there? I thought the end was just around the corner. And what is this, a favela? Here you can find some of the most religious people already. These people already have Jesus, Caleb. Jesus. What a pathetic attempt to make pioneering sound exciting. When Watchtower tries to sell the idea of pioneering, they usually target young adults who are about to finish high school. But now they've hit a new low. Now they're targeting children. Caleb didn't even know what pioneering was. He is nowhere near ready for this level of commitment. He's not even a publisher yet. He still has to get baptized. What's next? Are you already gonna encourage him to become an elder? A governing body member? Yeah, bring him while they're young, right? Pioneering is not an adventure. It's a waste of time. Sure, if you travel to a foreign country, you'll get a feeling of adventure, but that's not because of the pioneering itself. The real adventure is getting out of your comfort zone and exposing yourself to other cultures. And you can do that, spoiler alert, without pioneering. If Caleb actually cares about adventure, the best course for him would be to attend college and maybe find a career that allows him to travel around the world. That way he can have all these adventures without the need to convert people. Because if you go to someone else's house trying to change who they are, you're not actually respecting their culture. You're looking down on it. Pioneering is nothing more than a timekeeping exercise. When you're a pioneer, your main concern is not how many disciples you make or how many people you help out. It's how you're gonna make your hours. And since realistically, you're not gonna spend 50 straight hours talking to people about the Bible, you have to fill up your time with meaningless tasks. And pioneers are experts at wasting time. Here are some techniques I learned in order to fill my 70-hour quota back in 2016. Writing letters. This was the easiest way to fill up hours. You sit down with some old sisters, write some letters inviting your neighbor to the Kingdom Hall, have some coffee and donuts, and talk. Sometimes you would spend 2 hours in the Kingdom Hall and maybe get like 2 letters done. Most of your pioneering time is gonna be spent talking to your preaching buddies. Another easy way to fill up your hours is cart witnessing. Standing next to the magazine cart waiting for people to come to you. Most of the times I did cart witnessing, we were not even approached at all. But you could easily spend like 3 or 4 hours just standing there and then call it a day. Doing return visits was another great way to fill hours. You would ride around the neighborhood revisiting people who showed a bit of interest in the Bible or who at least didn't slam the door on your face. If you took like 2 or 3 buddies with you in the car, you could do several return visits at a time. And if your territory was like in a rural area or a really large area, most of your time would be spent just driving around. I kid you not, you could spend 3 hours doing a few return visits without anyone answering the door, and you would still count those 3 hours as legit. That's it! Rinse and repeat till Armageddon comes. Pioneering is a complete waste of time, and the worst part, it's completely unbiblical. It's just a superficial show of spirituality. But here we are trying to sell the idea to elementary school children. This is a new low, even for Watchtower.
We know you'll have many spiritual adventures ahead of you. Adventures ahead of you.
Don't do drugs, kids, but don't do pioneering either. I give this cartoon a 9 out of 10 in the cold meter. No, actually I give it a 10 out of 10 in the cold meter because they still haven't unnerved Caleb's dad. I will never forgive you for this, Watchtower. Get this imposter out of my sight.
Oh. Be hospitable? What does that mean?
Caleb has finally dropped his innocent boy facade and embraced his true divine form, capable of breaking the fourth wall. But he's barely literate. I mean, even gods have to go to school.
It's a quality mentioned in the Bible. We can be hospitable by being kind to others and making them feel welcome. Does it make you happy when others share with you? Hospitality is like sharing. But it's not just about sharing what you have. It's about how we feel on the inside when we do it.
Because we love others.
The animation has gotten really good. The characters are much more expressive now, although they didn't need to whitewash the family.
There are many ways to be hospitable. You can make others feel welcome when they visit your congregation.
Hello, my name's Sophia. It's so nice to meet you. Welcome to our congregation. My name is Caleb. Do you like dinosaurs? Yeah!
Sometimes I forget Caleb is like 6 or 7 years old. You would imagine he's way older, with all the religious guilt he's forced to endure.
You can also make others feel welcome when they come to your home. You can even share a meal together.
Well, you better start using your Jesus power to multiply that pizza, Caleb, because your dad alone is gonna need like 2 of those pies if he's to regain his previous muscle mass.
I wonder who that could be.
Oh, I invited the whole congregation.
Bah.
Just make sure you have your parents' permission before you invite someone over.
And remember, we don't need to have a lot of things to be hospitable.
Oh, for God's sake, just play a movie or something. I've never seen Caleb watch anything other than JW broadcasting. It's so depressing.
Some of the most precious things we can share with others is our time and attention.
So, can we invite someone over? Please?
Sure. Who did you have in mind?
You!
That sounds like a wonderful idea.
Oh well, thanks for the invite, Caleb. I'll bring my Nintendo GameCube with Smash Bros. So we can all play together. Well, your mom can watch from a distance. She's not coming anywhere near my console.
This sister wouldn't shut up. She just would not shut up. She had her mouth on.
Welcome, boys and girls, to another installment of Saturday morning cartoon propaganda. Throughout the series, we have seen Caleb be scolded by his dad several times for a variety of infractions, playing around in the Kingdom Hall, bringing dirt into the house, and for accepting a birthday cupcake at school. Well, kinda. Caleb punished himself for that one. Well, today we're going to learn about discipline in the JW religion, and we're going to see Caleb be scolded once again by pre-nerf dad. Yeah, it's about to get culty. The first video we'll be watching is titled Discipline is Love, based on Proverbs 3:12, which says, "For those whom Jehovah loves, he reproves, just as a father does a son in whom he delights." Wow, let's watch. What did you do this time, Caleb? Did you watch a holiday cartoon, or were you playing a violent video game? I don't know, the possibilities are endless.
Caleb, why aren't you playing outside?
Dad said I'm punished.
Oh, I see. I know Dad loves you. even when he disciplines you. Hey, do you remember when we planted the fruit tree?
Uh-huh.
It grew fast. But then...
It fell over.
What did Dad do?
He helped it.
Right. Did the straps hurt the tree?
No, they helped it grow straight.
Yes. Jehovah and Dad correct you sometimes too, like the tree. Do you remember what the Bible says? Jehovah disciplines...
Jehovah disciplines the ones he loves.
Yeah, I don't think we should be looking to Jehovah as a shining example of fair discipline. J-Man always goes overboard with his punishments. Like that time he killed 70,000 Israelites because King David took a census? Or when he killed a man for refusing to impregnate his dead brother's wife? I'm serious. Oh, how about that time he drowned every living thing for the sins of humanity? No wonder JW parents sometimes go overboard with their punishments. They learned from the very worst.
Whoop! Oh, Caleb.
I love you, Dad. If discipline is love, you must love me a whole lot.
Yes, Caleb. Yes, I do.
I would not want to be punished by Caleb's dad. One wrong swing could send you to the emergency room. So if you haven't figured it out, JWs are obsessed with discipline. In fact, physical punishment was a staple of growing up as a Jehovah's Witness. To justify this physical abuse, JW parents will usually refer to Proverbs 22:15, which speaks of the rod of discipline. But it's not only JWs who love to use the rod. Other evangelicals love to mention it as well. I remember when I used to work at Applebee's, I had a manager who was super religious, who told me that he had an actual rod hanging from his wall, with this Bible verse written below it, just in case his child decided to disobey. Even if he never actually used it, the threat of physical violence was still ever present. I'm sure if you grew up a JW or an evangelical, you probably heard of kids being physically disciplined at church. So please let me know your experience in the comments below. In this 1979 Awake article, Should Children Be Spanked?, Watchtower advocated for the use of physical punishment. I quote, "But does loving discipline include a parent's use of spanking? According to God's word, it definitely can, when the spanking is an expression of and in a manner consistent with love." Consider these verses from the inspired book of Proverbs. "Folly is bound up in the heart of a child, but the rod of discipline will drive it far from him. Do not withhold discipline from a child. If you punish him with the rod, he will not die. Punish him with the rod and save his soul from death. He who spares the rod hates his son, but he who loves him is careful to discipline him." While such references to the rod could cover various forms of discipline from parents, physical chastisement is certainly included. Whether they do it with a hand, a wooden ruler, or some other type of appropriate rod, parents are authorized by God to use spanking in lovingly disciplining their children. Yikes, I don't know about you, but I don't think physically beating your children is a loving form of discipline. Dear viewer, you may be thinking, well, I was spanked as a child and I turned out okay. And if that's the case, good for you, but I still think we should do better. Watchtower has softened their stance towards physical punishment in the last few years, advocating for other forms of discipline. But it's fair to say that physical punishment is still practiced in JW families and accepted in their wider culture. But discipline is not only administered from parents to children though, it's also administered in the congregations. Anyone that commits a so-called serious sin is punished by being called out in front of the entire congregation in a sort of sick humiliation ritual. Yeah, this religion is obsessed with punishment. The video also comes with an activity sheet. Look, I love mazes. Let's see if this is the way. Nope, maybe like this. Come on. It's impossible. The next video we'll be watching is titled Be Humble. Yeah, because JWs are the epitome of humility. claiming to have the only true religion and all. Let's watch.
She thought that she could win, but there was no way. Next year, I'll be the fastest kid in the entire school.
That's 'cause I'm not in your school.
Oh, please. Remember last time when I beat you in front of the whole congregation?
Are mom and dad just watching over Caleb all of the time?
Caleb, do you remember this story?
Oh yeah, that's the Tower of Babel.
That's right. Why were these people trying to build this tower?
So they could live there?
Actually, it was because they thought they were awesome and wanted to show off.
No, they wanted to build a tower so tall it could reach into the heavens. And the Bible says God was actually kinda scared of them achieving their goal. That's why he pulled the reverse Duolingo and confused their languages. Come on, dude, did you read the story?
But what did Jehovah think of that?
Oh, he didn't like it.
That's right. He even confused their languages, so they would stop bragging.
But at school, everyone brags.
I know. Lots of people brag. I have bragged too.
I'm sorry, I still can't get over how they massacred my boy.
But that's wrong. When we brag or show off, it's like we're building a tower for ourselves, just like the Tower of Babel.
If I wanted to, I could set a new world record. No problem.
If you say so, but I'm better at basketball than you.
These animations are so cool, man. Like how he slams the basketball on the ground. Chef's kiss.
I was just messing around, but they say I'm a natural.
The higher up we try to put ourselves, the more dangerous it gets. Do you know why?
Because we'll eventually fall?
Yes.
Wait, did you see how Caleb's teddy bear fell from the ceiling? That means Caleb wasn't just imagining this, he materialized this scenario out of thin air. Caleb is divine. If there's someone with bragging rights, it's him.
Also, 1 Peter 5:5 means that Jehovah doesn't want us acting like we are better than everyone else.
I'm surprised Dad didn't choke on his words because most JWs absolutely believe they are better than everyone else. That's why they go knocking on your door. How can you possibly be humble when you believe the creator of the universe has handpicked you for his purposes? Oh, and don't even get me started on the governing body, the prime examples of humility.
Humble people don't need to brag, because Jehovah will make them feel good about themselves on the inside.
Caleb's dad just wanted to find an excuse to scold him. He was just being a kid. You know, kids brag to their friends sometimes. I don't know, it just seems a bit excessive.
Goodbye, little sheep.
The next video is titled, Be Kind and Share, and it's one of the really old ones, back when Caleb was still brown.
Caleb, Sophia, I have presents for you.
Presents? Ooh, presents. Awesome, a new car.
Ooh, paintbrushes. Thank you, Mommy.
Thank you, Mommy.
These are mine.
Just for the record, Sophia started it. Hey, Sophia is actually quite talented. She did all of this with a dry brush. Too bad Watchtower will eventually crush her dreams of studying art in college. Hey guys, Panda from 2025 here. I actually wrote this script 2 years ago but never got around to recording it, so this joke about Sophia not going to college is already obsolete since Watchtower allows college education now. Man, this religion has changed a lot during the past 2 years. Okay, back to the cartoon.
Give it back, it's my toy.
Come on, Caleb, let me see.
No. Come on, give it back. Stop.
Okay, kids. Looks like we need a lesson on sharing.
Whoa.
I'm telling you, mom and dad are always standing around waiting for the kids to screw up. Give me a jump scare warning next time, Watchtower.
When Jehovah created the paradise, do you think he kept all of the animals to himself?
No.
He shared all his animals.
Even the cute little ones.
None of these animals share the same ecosystem. Doesn't this fox live like in the desert? And how did Adam get a toucan? Did he traffic it from Brazil? Did Caleb's dad give it to him? I mean, he's Brazilian after all. Did Jehovah also share the leashes and the poison frogs with Adam? Also, yes, I was with Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden. I just never told you about it.
That's right. Jehovah shares everything with us.
Including cancer?
So what do you think you should do?
We're a good team.
Yeah.
Do you want to try?
Do you want to go first?
Really?
Really?
Yeah. Ready? Set. Go!
This was actually quite a wholesome episode. Actually, most early episodes were quite wholesome before they devolved into homophobic vitriol and mental anguish. This video also comes with an activity sheet where you can cut out and assemble Caleb's car. Wait, there's no Bible text forced into this activity? It's just an innocent arts and craft project? Wow, I must be dreaming.
Are we not grateful?
The next video is titled, Be Truthful, because Watchtower is the most truthful organization in the planet.
What happened?
Nothing.
Caleb, do you know why Jehovah wants us to tell the truth?
Caleb's dad is unable to teach his son a lesson without mentioning Big J. It's actually crazy.
Telling the truth is like building a bridge with your friends. If you lie, they can't believe you. And they might not want to be your friend.
But Dad, what if it's not such a big lie?
All lies are bad, even little ones.
Can someone send this cartoon to Jeffrey Jackson, please? I think he missed the memo.
One lie leads to another, and they cause much harm. Do you remember who told the first lie?
Satan?
Right.
Fun fact, Satan never actually lies in the Bible. He tells Eve that if she eats from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, her eyes would be opened, and that's exactly what happens. In the book of John, Jesus calls Satan the father of the lie, but well, we never actually catch him lying in the book.
But what about Jesus? Would he ever lie?
Well, there is one verse where Jesus tells a small little lie. When he tells his brothers he's not going to a festival, and once they leave, he ends up going anyways. Maybe he was using a bit of deception, which wouldn't be out of character since God uses deception several times in the Old Testament. Just food for thought.
Who do you want to be like?
I want to be like Jesus.
Caleb is ready to be like Jesus.
Good, my son. So, what happened there?
I broke it. It was an accident. I crashed my plane.
Thank you for telling the truth. Next time something like this happens, what should you do?
I'll tell the truth. And can I tell Mom I'm sorry?
Good idea. Let's go do that right now. And then we'll pick up the broken pieces.
Well, at least they didn't have the mom pick up their mess this time. So just a few thoughts on this cartoon. I wish the governing body could learn something from this because they're more than willing to use deception and weasel language to whitewash their religion. Also, this idea of a little lie multiplying and becoming a huge lie is just the perfect description for this religion. It all started with the delusions of one dude in the late 1800s, and now we have 8 million people slaving away for a pipe dream. Now as for the lesson, I think children should be encouraged to tell the truth. That's a good virtue. Although lying in itself is not completely black and white, you know, but it's a children's cartoon, so I don't expect them to go into like a nuanced discussion on the ethics of lying. This video comes with this activity sheet where you're supposed to cut out the parts of this bridge infested with Mucinex monsters and replace them with clean pieces. But I wouldn't have the heart to cut out this little guy. It's not his fault that he was created evil.
Look at that little enemy of God.
The last episode we're going to be watching today is titled Forgive Freely, because this religion is known for freely forgiving people and not putting them through public humiliation rituals.
Caleb, you broke my toy.
I didn't mean to. I'm sorry.
You always say that.
Well, I am sorry.
Well, that won't fix my toy.
I told you I'm not crazy. These parents just materialize out of thin air every time their children make a small mistake. Caleb does not want more discipline from pre-nerf dad.
What's wrong, children?
He broke my toy. I told him not to touch it.
Bah.
I said I was sorry.
You always say you're sorry.
Okay, children. So Caleb broke your toy.
But that's not all he did. He ate my ice cream, he went into my room without asking, and he scribbled on my songbook.
Well, I am sorry.
Poor kids.
Sophia, can you think of anything you have done wrong?
Well, I forgot to make up my bed. I lost my homework. And I didn't do the dishes.
Yes, it's not easy to remember our mistakes. But are you sorry? Do you know what Jehovah does when we are truly sorry? He reminds us at Ephesians 4:32. It says, God freely forgave you.
Unless you pick up sticks on the Sabbath, then that's an automatic death penalty.
Sophia, what does it mean to freely forgive?
I am sorry, Sophia.
It's okay, Caleb.
Just don't touch my stuff again, you little shit.
Ah, good children. That makes Jehovah very happy.
This man seems to know the thoughts of the sovereign of the universe. Maybe Jehovah demanded a blood sacrifice so his rage towards Caleb and Sophia would be appeased. Nah, Jehovah would never be that petty, right? Right?
Anybody know where the mess came from?
Uh-oh.
Caleb's dad was then brought to the back of the kingdom hall and spanked without mercy. Bachido na bunda tadinho.
Uh-oh.
So, forgiveness. A good message, right? I think it is healthy to be a forgiving person. The only issue with forgiveness in this religion is that sometimes you are forced to forgive. Even when a fellow worshipper commits a major infraction against you, you're just expected to always forgive them. And I don't think anyone should be forced or coerced to forgive. Forgiveness needs to be earned, not just taken for granted.
Presents! Awesome, a new car!
I give these cartoons 6 out of 10 in the cult meter. These are not the worst Caleb and Sophia cartoons out there. I'm just super happy that they don't advocate for physical punishment in these cartoons. And my hope is that newer generations of Jehovah's Witness parents are open to other forms of discipline that do not involve physical punishment. As you may know, the first Caleb and Sophia cartoon ever made was a 2-part episode titled Obey Your Parents and Obey Jehovah. You know, where Caleb gets in trouble for bringing a toy wizard into the house? But what many of you don't know is that this same DVD came with a music video titled
Listen, Obey, and Be Blessed. Are you ready to sing with us?
I can't play the song here because it'll probably be struck down, but I can read the lyrics for you. Here we go. Oh boy. Listen, obey, and be blessed when you hear God's will expressed. If you would be happy and enter his rest, listen, obey, and be blessed. Teaching them young, am I right? This song is not exclusive to the cartoon, it's actually part of the official songbook and sung in the Kingdom Hall by grown adults. It should just be the slogan for the entire religion.
Listen, obey, and be blessed.
That sounded very good. Caleb and Sophia are trying to memorize this song. Can you memorize it too?
I don't think this baby is capable of speech yet. Hurry up and learn how to sing, you little enemy of God.
We've got to celebrate
celebrate our differences.
During the early years of the cartoon, Watchtower released quite a few songs for children, and they're actually quite wholesome. We have Be Appreciative, where Sophia draws something for her parents, and we actually get a bit of lore for these characters. Turns out Dad works doing construction, which would explain his huge muscles, and Mom is seen preaching in San Francisco. So does the family live in the Bay Area? How were they able to afford their own house if the mom doesn't even work? Or maybe she's like a successful artist, painting all these portraits of Ron Swanson and cats. We also have this absolute banger where Caleb and his family go to Bethel, which proves that they are interdimensional beings who are able to travel to our world. They also took a photo with Toni Morris, which is like the greatest crossover in Watchtower history, hands down. This music video was probably a blast to make. Like, just imagine all the producers directing the unpaid laborers at Bethel. Like, oh yeah, brother Numer, pretend there's like 2 tiny kids sitting in this desk. Yeah, that's right. I also found these memes in an old JW forum, and some of these captions are killing me. This is where we cook the apostates. Damn. I volunteer as tribute if it means being consumed by Mark Sanderson. One of my teachers said he does not believe in Jehovah. Should I take my sling and kill him? No, but you should do that with the girls that bully you. So this is the notorious tower that is said to enslave people. Enslave is a strong word, Caleb. I would say educate and reform. Free. I kid you not, I actually stumbled upon this image when I was still a believer, and it kinda gave me a bad feeling inside. Must have been the cognitive dissonance.
To serve Jehovah is the best work that there is.
I want to go to Bethel when I grow up.
At the rate Caleb is aging, it's gonna take him another 20 years before he's able to serve in the house of God. Another old song is Giving Makes You Happy, which is actually quite a banger. Caleb is riding along the neighborhood and he sees his parents working in the yard, so he gives them a gift. A glass of cachaça for Dad, a helping hand for Mom, and a flower for Sophia. How wholesome. Also, it's funny how Dad's eyebrows disappear in this shot as he's placing down this Lorax looking tree. The animators have improved so much since then. Our last music video is titled Endure Despite Unjust Treatment, and it doesn't even have any lyrics, it just has Caleb and Sophia in their natural state, suffering. Poor Sophia can't catch a break, man. She is bullied at school and in the Kingdom Hall. Jehovah should have smitten those girls on the spot. Okay, so they're comparing Sophia's suffering with the story of Joseph. Is she going to be sold off into slavery as well? Bro, getting your book of Bible stories tossed away is not the same as spending 1 decade of your life in prison for something you didn't do. Watchtower has always painted these worldly kids in a negative light, but in this frame they are portrayed as genuinely evil. Just look at this boy, he would definitely sell you to the slave caravan in a second. Also, is this some sort of racist caricature? I wouldn't put it past them.
Wow, I can talk to Chinese people.
We've seen Chuck in other episodes. He's Caleb's main antagonist slash bully. You know, typical fat bully obsessed with video games and Cheetos. So Caleb and Sophia learn to forgive their bullies, just like Joseph forgave his brothers who sold him into slavery. How sweet. So that's it for the Caleb and Sophia music videos. Of course, Watchtower has made many more animated music videos for children outside of the main series. The art style started quite simple like this. Flat characters with simple dots for eyes. I'm not a big fan. Watchtower then switched things up for their Bible books video, but this style didn't stick around for long.
Encouragement to listen and obey.
It did look a bit wonky, like, just look at this. It looks cheap as fuck. Later they switched to this style, which is a huge improvement. The colors are beautiful and the animation is subtle. It's so beautiful in fact, you almost forget it tells the story of a young boy indoctrinated from birth, who ends up serving as an unpaid laborer in a cult compound. And I know it wasn't their intention, but this shot looks really ominous. Like with the Watchtower logo on top, it's giving me 1984 vibes. The last art style they chose is much more reminiscent of Cartoon Network, and I actually really dig it. The eyes are much more expressive. It's hilarious how the cartoon version of Let looks less cartoony than the live action.
I'm pregnant.
We also get a cartoon version of the entire governing body. Well, most of them. This one doesn't exist. He never existed. We have always been at war with Eurasia. Okay, enough with the music videos. Let's get to the meat and potatoes. The 4 Caleb and Sophia cartoons, which we have not covered yet. Let's start with one of the really old ones, titled Stealing is Bad, based on Exodus 2015. You know, one of the 10 commandments, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not murder, thou shalt not forget to subscribe to the Panda Tower channel. You wanna make Jehovah happy, don't you?
Good afternoon, shoppers. Stop by our bakery for today's specials.
Come on, Caleb, time to check out.
Is Caleb stuck in some sort of purgatory? He's like the only one in the store.
Caleb, no candy today.
Mom never lets Caleb have any fun. Are lollipops from Satan as well? Jeez, are they magical?
If you steal, will you be Jehovah's friend? Do you want to be Jehovah's friend?
I know he's just a little kid, but it's crazy how Caleb's entire moral compass hangs on whether Jehovah likes something or not. Last time I read the Bible, Jehovah doesn't have a big issue with stealing, since he encouraged his chosen people to conquer and loot cities all of the time. Not only loot, but also enslave non-Hebrews and keep young virgins as sex slaves. Did that not fall under the category of stealing? I'm just saying, maybe we shouldn't steal because it's harmful to society, not because some being in the sky told you to. It seems Caleb has been able to peek into the spirit realm from an early age. The angels gave him an encore when he turned down a violent video game, so they must be going haywire up there when he put that lollipop down.
Oh, honey.
Don't worry, Caleb. You can have all the lollipops you want in paradise. You'll be able to eat as much candy as you want without your teeth rotting and without diabetes knocking at your door. The next video is titled, Please and Thank You. And damn, that sandwich looks really good. What's your favorite sandwich in the world, guys? Let me know in the comments below. I think mine is torta de carnitas. With a family-sized horchata on the side. Hell yeah. Caleb showing off his Brazilian heritage.
It looks like Caleb is getting hungry. Let's see how Caleb asks his mom for food.
This cartoon is so meta, dude. The parents are both characters and narrators. Like, they break the fourth wall all of the time. It's like they're aware of our existence.
Mom! I need food now. I'm hungry. Caleb!
Do you think that was the best way to ask for food?
Yes. I mean, no.
Let's give Caleb a second chance and listen to what special word he uses this time.
Mom, can you please make me something to eat?
Oh, yes, sweetie. I'm gonna make you the best sandwich ever.
That's much better. That word please makes all the difference. Even Jehovah uses the word please.
What? When does Jehovah ever say please? Oh, that's right. It only happens once in the JW Bible when God asked Abraham to sacrifice his son to him. Abraham, could you please slit the throat of your own son for me? Pretty please. Funny how the cartoon just skims over that story. I wonder if Dad would be willing to sacrifice Caleb if Jehovah ever asked him to. Yeah, he probably would.
Now that you got what you asked for, Caleb, what do you say?
Caleb is ready to go berserk on that sandwich. Bro, chill. It's all yours.
Thank you, Mommy.
Very good. Always remember to say please and thank you. And don't forget to thank Jehovah.
Thank you, Jehovah, for having my mom making me a sandwich. In the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Mom, can you please
strangle the infidels?
Oh, yes, sweetie.
Okay, smartass remarks aside, this is a really wholesome episode, you know? Teaching your children manners is super important. For all the criticisms I have towards the Watchtower, some of their early cartoons were very cool. Don't steal, have good manners, be respectful, be generous. These are universal lessons. The problem was that the cartoons got more extreme as time went on, teaching kids to isolate themselves from the world and try to convert their classmates after traumatic experiences. You remember that episode where Sophia feels like she has no friends at school? Well, Watchtower decided to give her a friend who happens to be a really old woman. This episode is titled Making Friends. Let's watch. Poor Sophia, why is no one paying attention to her? Is there only like old people in this congregation?
Sister Elsa, did you paint these?
I did.
They're amazing. How long have you been drawing?
As long as I can remember. It's my way of being able to share all the stories of my life.
Could you show me?
Yes, of course. I remember a time when I was young and in East Germany. We weren't allowed to do our work as Jehovah's Witnesses. We were under ban. I helped in copying our Watchtower magazines by hand and then hiding them in food.
You did?
Yes. We'd then send the food to our brothers who were in prison. I was also asked to help in distributing Bible literature to our congregations as an underground messenger.
Wow.
Time passed and then things started getting better in Berlin. Shortly after, I immigrated to New York and I met my darling husband.
Wow, that was a great story.
Thank you.
Elsa is such a badass, reminiscing of the days when she broke the law for Jehovah. Some of these old JWs actually have fascinating stories because they actually experienced religious persecution. JW kids growing up today have it way easier.
But I'm sure you have stories. What do you like to draw?
Well, actually here. This was the time when Caleb and I went to the park and we met a little girl there. I'm glad I reached out that day. Lasting friends can be of any age when they love Jehovah.
I mean, yeah, there's nothing wrong with befriending older people, but let's be real. Sophia and Elsa probably don't have much in common beyond their obsession with Big J. Sophia needs friends her age. And I think Watchtower knows this. That's why they made an episode later where she makes a friend who is actually closer to her age group. And Elsa does die a few episodes later, so Yeah, I guess she couldn't be Sophia's friend for much longer anyways. Rest in peace, Elsa. See you in paradise, along with Abraham and Genghis Khan.
But wait! There's more!
The last episode we're gonna cover is titled Protect Your Children, and I'm issuing an SA trigger warning for this one. You have been warned. Okay, so if you kept up with the channel for a while, you know that this religion has a terrible record with CSA. I'm sorry I have to speak in code, but YouTube always censors this stuff. CSA is a big problem in this religion, because if a child is S8 and comes to the elders for help, the elders require a second witness to establish wrongdoing. And as you can probably imagine, CSA usually happens without a second witness. So unless the abuser comes clean, there will never be a second witness to the crime. This two-witness rule has led to a lot of CSA cases being swept under the rug. There have been cases of the elders discouraging the victim from contacting the authorities because this would bring reproach on Jehovah's name. In other words, they put the organization's reputation above the victim. If you want to learn more about this issue, you can watch this video I made a while back. Here I talk about the CSA issue in this religion more in depth, but for right now, we'll be watching the one cartoon Watchtower made trying to address CSA. Let's watch.
Children, Jehovah wants you to be happy and keep you safe. But some people want to do bad things to you. So Jehovah gave you a conscience. It's like an alarm system that helps you to know right from wrong. It will protect you from danger. So, Mom and I will help you test your alarm system. Ready? What if someone tells you something that makes you feel uncomfortable or scares you? What do?
I'm not sure, but that's weird. Stop!
I'm not sure what to think of the way they portrayed PDF files here. Like, I know they're monsters, but they're not gonna appear to children that way, you know? Should they have been portrayed in human form? I don't know. Let me know what you guys think.
Very good. Tell them to stop it. And you tell Mom and Daddy. No matter what someone tells you, never keep a secret from us.
What if they ask you to do something that makes you feel uncomfortable?
I would say no.
You're right. You should say no and walk away.
Okay, it sounds like sensible advice so far.
What if they try to touch you where they shouldn't?
I wouldn't let them. I'd get out of there.
Good, Caleb. Even if it's an adult you know and trust, you should say no and run away. And you should yell, "Stop doing that! I'm gonna tell on you!"
Stop doing that! I'm gonna tell on you!
The world can be a scary place, but you are never alone. Remember, you have your conscience, your mom and dad who love you, and you have Jehovah.
What do you think? Pretty decent advice, I would say. What frustrates me is that the Watchtower puts out cartoons like this, encouraging parents to protect their children, but they refuse to change their official policies in a way that could actually protect children if they're ever S8. That stupid two-witness rule has caused so much suffering and has enabled so many PDF files to just roam around the congregation looking for their next victim. This organization is not doing enough to protect children. In their latest edition of the Shepherd the Flock of God book, which is like the secret manual for elders, we have this atrocious policy, where it states that if a member of the congregation confesses to watching CP, that is not considered abuse. The elders will only give him a slap on the wrist instead of reporting him to the authorities. Pause the video, read these guidelines, and tell me if this organization actually cares about children. Sorry that we had to end on such a terrible note. I just didn't know where to place this cartoon. It's so out of place. I'm glad they released this cartoon because parents should teach their children how to protect themselves. But if Watchtower actually wants to protect children, the real life Caleb's and Sophia's, they need to change their policies. And I will not stop speaking out until they do.
Jehovah loves you, young ones.
So, that covers every single episode of Become Jehovah's Friend. What a journey. More than 50 lessons over the course of 13 years. Let me know, which was your favorite moment of the series? I would love to hear your thoughts. But don't worry, this is not the end. Watchtower is still releasing new episodes every now and then, so you can be sure I'm gonna cover those as well. And I'm also planning to release a few more episodes covering the creation of the series, and also maybe a bit of lore, a bit of something more silly on the lore of the cartoon. So stay tuned for that. Hello boys and girls, welcome to another installment of Saturday Morning Cartoon Propaganda. We have a very special episode for you today. We're gonna learn about the creation of the cartoon, Become Jehovah's Friend. If you kept up with my rebuttal so far, you know I've now covered every single episode in this series. But what you may not know is that Watchtower also released 3 behind the scenes episodes, and they tell the fascinating story of how this cartoon came to life. We're also going to be talking about the evolution of the series throughout the years. Are you ready? Let's get into it.
2012 was the best year of my life. That's when the Become Jehovah's Friend series began.
13 years ago? It seems like only yesterday that the governing body released this DVD in the regional convention. Watchtower had made 2 movies for children before, the Noah and David movies, but those were made with watercolor paintings and some live action bits. This was the first time Watchtower tried 3D animation, and let's just say, the first episodes haven't aged very well.
This series helps us all learn about Jehovah. Maybe you wonder, how does it get made? Let's take a little field trip and find out. It all starts with the governing body.
Here you go, Caleb.
Thanks.
There he is, Uncle Tony, the unofficial spokesman for Become Jehovah's Friend. They probably chose him because he was the only governing body member with children. Notice how I said was. That's because he's no longer part of the governing body. He resigned or got kicked out, we still don't know. Tony actually appears in a prelude to the first episode in the series, and it may have been his idea to create this cartoon in the first place.
Some of the greatest joys we experience in life are as a result of a happy family life. But living in these hectic last days, achieving such happiness is very difficult. The governing body deeply appreciates you hardworking parents and all that you're doing to try to help your children find a rich, satisfying life. As a parent, I remember the challenge we faced trying to develop love for Jehovah in the hearts of our 2 little boys. We used the tools available, the Bible, Watchtower articles, and then in 1978, how thrilled we were to receive my book of Bible stories. What a godsend this proved to be.
We all remember this book, don't we? Several generations of JW kids grew up with terrifying images of the flood and babies about to be cut in half and men bleeding to death. A true gift from Jehovah.
It is a fact that animated videos capture the interest of little ones and can be a powerful teaching tool.
Indoctrination tool, that
Hence,
is.
It's my privilege on behalf of the governing body to introduce to you a new animated video series entitled Become Jehovah's Friend. We love you very much, but our love for you is just a reflection of Jehovah's great love for you and your little ones. May they learn, develop, and grow to become Jehovah's friend.
I love how Tony just seeps into the darkness like a Sith Lord. I'm sure Tony never imagined how many people would end up watching his beloved cartoon series, just not on the platform he would have liked. I wouldn't say I grew up with Caleb and Sophia since I was already in middle school when it released, but I did enjoy it when I was still a believer. Hell, I still enjoy it today, ironically. So let's take a look behind the scenes to see how this beloved series was made.
Here you go, Caleb.
Thanks. They carefully choose what lessons they want to teach us. Then they give those ideas to the animation team at Bethel. They talk about it, then they make a story. Now it's ready to record.
Caleb! Time for dinner.
Wait, that's Caleb's mom? She looks like a Karen even in real life. Can we see the dad, please?
After that, the artists make the story into pictures. They draw houses and chairs, airplanes and bikes, and 3D people. The team puts the pictures together to make a movie. Something's missing. Oh yeah, color. That's better.
I still can't believe the animators don't earn a single penny for their work. Unbelievable. So this is Caleb's base model. It's from episode 4, which is a massive improvement from the first 2 episodes, where everyone looks kind of cursed. The pilot episode hasn't aged very well. The textures look flat, the lighting is off, and the animation is quite janky. But you gotta take into account it was their first animation, so I can't be too harsh. There was a lot of improvement after this.
So they write a story, record voices, and design the characters. Do you know what comes next?
What's going on?
Caleb, need help?
I can't move.
Someone please make a Caleb and Sophia analog horror, where Caleb is stuck in rig form forever.
That's because you need a rig.
A rig?
3D characters need bones and muscles, just like people. These bones, along with hundreds of controls, are called a rig.
Whoa! Could you please stop doing that?
I don't know if I told you this, but I studied 3D animation for 2 years in high school, and let me tell you, rigging is a pain in the ass. One tiny mistake and your limbs go flying off in random directions. That's why in so many beginner animations, you'll see like the arms twisting upon themselves, because rigging is quite difficult to master. And don't even get me started on animating the mouths. Ugh, still gives me flashbacks.
Want to test out that rig? Whoa!
How better?
Now I am. Now it's animation time. Animators make 3D people come to life. First, they study people. Then they can make 3D people do the same thing.
Imagine someone asks you, hey, so what did you do in Bethel? And your answer is, oh, I was riding a bicycle. Pretty cool. It beats working in the laundry department for sure, cleaning all those sticky pillow sheets.
Hey, what happened?
Looks like we're missing something.
What?
We need lights. That way everyone can see us. Can someone please turn on the lights? Thanks.
Whoa!
Much better.
See all these pieces flying around? Somebody has to put them together.
That's pretty cool.
That fourth wall breaking ostrich still haunts my dreams.
Hey, why is it so quiet?
They need to make the sound effects. Sometimes they get to play with toys.
Then they write music.
Including new songs, like Pray Anytime. Look at all these kids. Kids around the world record songs in over 100 languages.
Mon chéri, je vais te préparer un bon petit sandwich, d'accord?
Hienoa outo. Maalausvälineet. Kiitos äiti. Kiitos äiti. Hey, why do we sound funny?
Hey, Caleb can finally speak with Chinese people.
Wow, I can talk to Chinese people.
Jehovah loves children.
Well, maybe he should start protecting them then.
Thank you, Jehovah, for the video. 谢谢耶和华. Thank you, Jehovah, for Caleb. I want to be Jehovah's friend too, just like them. Do you?
No thanks, Caleb. I think I'm done with Desert Storm Gods. Thank you, though.
What a blessing.
One day in April 2011, the overseer of audio video services came downstairs, down to post-production, gathers everybody into a little room, and he says, the governing body wants to make an animated series for children, and they want to know if you can do it. And so we all looked at each other, everybody's looking around the room. Are we really going to make an animated series for children? They really want this?
No, Ryan. Jehovah wanted it. He's the one working through the governing body.
Back in the 1990s, the governing body was asked if a fully animated video for children could be considered. And evidently it was not the proper time because the video was not approved. But what a surprise in 2011 when the governing body approved a fully animated video series for children.
Mind you, JW's always claimed that the organization is ahead of its time in terms of technology, like with the photodrama of Creation, which was a technical marvel back in 1914. Jehovah's Chariot is always on the move, but it's funny that it took them so long to catch up with Satan's world when it comes to animation. They rejected a proposal for what I assume would be a 2D animated video, even though 2D animation had been around for decades at that point. DreamWorks released The Prince of Egypt in 1998, which looks incredible even today, so I'm not sure what stopped Watchtower from trying their own animation. It also took them forever to delve into 3D animation because the first Caleb episode was released in 2012, 17 years after the first Toy Story film, and it looks somehow worse. I'm just saying, for an organization that is supposed to be backed by the sovereign of the universe, you would expect them to be pulling off some unprecedented technical feats, but somehow they're always behind in production value. I guess this religion really did peak back in 1914.
The team immediately worked on creating a sample animation to show not just technically how they could create a character in an environment, but also, more importantly, to show how a lesson could be taught and how this could be a powerful tool. The teaching committee loved it and gave full approval to produce the series.
This is the Caleb we could have had. He's kind of unnerving.
Well, one clever idea was to have Caleb portrayed as a small boy with a big, vivid imagination.
The intro with the stunt plane was significant, I think, because it showed that the governing body was sending a message to children everywhere, saying that this is for you.
Duh.
But also said to them, this character, he's just like you. He's got an imagination, likes to play, and also, just like you, he wants to
strangle the infidels.
Well, that first video had hard deadlines that had to be met. To meet those targets, some of the brothers had to at times work for 30 hours straight on their computer. Then they would take a nap, get back up, and continue their work.
These poor, unpaid volunteers were worked for 30 hours straight, all to meet the deadline imposed by the governing body while they lounged away in their luxury suites. This is some Scientology, Sea Org level of exploitation.
Are we not grateful?
This would constitute as a serious workplace violation anywhere outside the cult compound.
But the brothers had a beautiful spirit.
Bruh.
They told me a soldier does not work from 8 to 5. He does whatever the cause demands. Satan's at war with our children. We'll do whatever it takes to combat the devil.
This just shows you the level of fanaticism that is ingrained into JW volunteers. These Vetelites really do see themselves as soldiers waging war against Satan himself. I think the reason the governing body was in such a rush to finish this cartoon was because they wanted to release it in next year's regional convention as a physical DVD. They could have just released it digitally like they have done with every other episode since then, but nope. They just had to put on a good show. They had to work these volunteers to the bone and waste millions of dollars distributing physical copies of this cartoon, which is aged incredibly poorly. And just look at the cover. It says special edition, but they only ever released this once, so I'm not sure what's so special about it. Is there also like a director cut somewhere? Also, I love how Toni Morris has been immortalized in the back cover of the DVD. He may have been erased from the governing body, but he will never be erased from our hearts.
The governing body completely shaped the teaching, the tone of this series, as you would expect. One example was in the lesson on obedience, where Caleb leaves his toys out and doesn't listen to his mom. An initial idea by the team was somebody slips on a toy, knocks over a candle, curtains catch on fire, boom, house burns to the ground. So that went to the governing body and they reviewed it and they said, well, that's pretty scary. Try a different idea. That's a bit much.
We didn't want to do anything that needlessly frightened the children. So we try to look at it from the parent's perspective and some things we would not approve.
You have got to be shitting me. This coming from the same religion that released my book of Bible stories, and after the creation of this cartoon, went on to release a dozen Bible movies packed with violence and death.
We didn't want to do anything that needlessly frightened the children.
Not counting all the Armageddon imagery that probably scarred an entire generation of JW kids. So showing all that is okay, but showing an animated house catching on fire is too much?
Even though the governing body rejected some of the team's ideas, they made it a point to let the team know, we want these creative ideas. We encourage the creativity. And that really touched us. It meant a lot to us and kept the team motivated to keep presenting ideas.
The fact that every proposal had to be approved by the governing body probably held back a lot of the creative ideas that could have come out of the art department. This religion is the bane of creativity.
We also had to plan out how translating branches would produce each of the pieces needed for their DVD. As each branch had finished their DVD, we put a copy of it on our wall to track the progress. To our surprise, the wall started to fill up with discs and they spilled over to the next wall, and that was so encouraging for our team to see the progress.
So we really were excited to release it at the convention, and it was amazing the work that went into it. We were able to release it in over 130 languages, the first one.
I just have a feeling that the governing body lives for these moments, where they take the hard work of unpaid, overworked volunteers and present it as their own. They thrive off the applause and adoration of their members.
Well, what's remarkable is young ones are using this tool to apply Bible principles even before they're old enough to attend school, and it's helping them progress to the point of baptism.
In other words, we're happy this cartoon has been successful in indoctrinating young children to dedicate their lives to Jehovah by signing up for a long life commitment to the Watchtower by means of baptism. That's what he means.
Our son Malcolm was baptized in 2018. Prior to his baptism, when he was still young and learning, we were worried because Malcolm had a problem with lying.
I noticed that the big green slimy things kept on growing bigger and bigger as Caleb kept lying. Seeing them, I had the picture of them stuck in my head. So every time I ever wanted to or felt like lying, I would imagine them behind me growing bigger and bigger as well. And that helped me quite a lot.
After watching Caleb's father lovingly talking to Caleb and seeing Caleb listening when his father used Bible characters to teach Caleb, I tried it with Sua. Sua was receptive to this method and listened well to what we wanted to teach her. This made me realize how effective the videos are. We are very grateful.
We as parents are especially grateful to Jehovah for teaching us methods on how to raise our children well.
I want to be Jehovah's friend, like Mom and Dad.
Of course she wants to become Jehovah's friend. She's a 5-year-old girl. Jehovah is the only friend she knows.
I've had the privilege over these past 10 years to meet a lot of the children. Some of them when they first were being shown the videos and then grew a few years, and it's just very evident Jehovah blessed the project because wisdom is proved righteous by its works. This has worked.
Yeah, North Korean propaganda also works on young children, so does that mean Jehovah is backing up the Kim regime? Yeah, he probably is, to be honest. Guys, the reason this series is called Saturday Morning Cartoon Propaganda is not because I want to be inflammatory. Watchtower did not create these cartoons with the intention of entertaining children or for the sake of art. Nah, this cartoon is an indoctrination tool. And what do we call that? Propaganda. Sure, the first few episodes were wholesome lessons that you will find anywhere else. Don't steal, have a good manners, be generous. But over the years, the cartoon devolved into lessons on how to isolate yourself from your peers, how to indoctrinate others at school, and how to commit your life to the religion. This was always the end goal.
It does us good to remember why the Become Jehovah's Friends series was created. These videos were not designed as mere entertainment to simply pacify children for a short period of time. These lessons were designed to help children build a relationship with Jehovah so they can live and serve Him forever.
There you go, took the words right out of my mouth. Lifelong servitude to Jehovah, aka the Watchtower organization. Clear as day.
Jehovah loves children. How do you think Jehovah feels? Knowing that a young child can come to know Him through this animated series and grow up to become His dedicated servant.
His servants? I thought Jehovah wanted us to become His friends. You should have named the series Become Jehovah's Servant. That would have been much more fitting. Okay, let's talk about the development of the art styles in Become Jehovah's Friends, because the production quality has improved a lot since that first episode. As I mentioned, right after the pilot episode, the artists of Bethel updated all the character models. This style stuck around for quite a while. The character models remained mostly the same, and then they had like a major style update in episode 47. The kids were now a bit older, they had more expressive eyes, bigger pupils, everyone was whitewashed, and this is when they took away Dad's muscles. Look at these two images, they're only one episode apart. I still don't know what possessed them to do this. The textures were also revamped, the environments look much more realistic, and the animation is also very smooth. We're talking about professional level animation now. It's actually quite amazing how we went from this to this in a matter of years, from a team of animators who probably started off from scratch. I guess all those years of pulling all-nighters and sleeping in the office paid off.
We will continue to pray that this series reaches the hearts of our young ones and draws them closer to Jehovah, their friend now and forever.
Oh, Tony, I don't think you have the faintest idea of what you unleashed with this cartoon series. Not to toot my own horn, guys, but these cartoon rebuttals have been the most successful videos I've had on the channel, which means potentially millions of people have been introduced to the Jehovah's Witnesses through these cartoons. And I think that's wonderful, because if I was an outsider curious about the religion and then I stumbled upon these videos where Caleb is always suffering and where the kids are experiencing religious trauma, I would probably be put off from the religion. So thank you, Tony. Thank you for creating this series. It has potentially kept millions of people from joining this religion, and it has also given us a lot of memes.
Roll camera.
The episode for this week is titled Jehovah is a Real Person, and it's based on James 4:8, which says, "Draw close to God, and He'll draw close to you." A very well-known text, but how can you draw close to an entity which you cannot see or hear, and whose existence you cannot prove? Well, let's watch the cartoon.
Hey, buddy. Here, boy, here, boy. Where is he? Woo!
Some of y'all were confused when you saw Caleb playing with a toy dinosaur in the last episode. You probably thought that Jehovah's Witnesses don't believe in dinosaurs, but that's a common misunderstanding. Jehovah's Witnesses are creationists, but they're old earth creationists, meaning they accept the scientific consensus that the earth is billions of years old. They still believe in Adam and Eve, meaning that humanity is only 6,000 years old, and that evolution is not a real thing, but they have no problem in accepting the existence of dinosaurs. Young Earth creationists, on the other hand, believe the Earth is only 6,000 years old and claim that dinosaurs either did not exist or live alongside humans. So yeah, dinosaurs are Jehovah's friends, or at least they were before he decided to nuke them.
Okay, roll over. Good boy.
What the dog doing?
Okay, kids, are you ready?
Grab your things and let's go.
I'm 100% sure that the animators ripped this off from a Night at the Museum movies. You remember when Ben Stiller plays with a T-Rex skeleton like if it was a dog?
Let's go, Sophia.
Coming.
Hey, Dad. Does Jehovah eat food?
No, but he made it taste yummy for us.
Does Jehovah sleep?
He doesn't sleep, but he wants you to get a good night's rest.
Since when did Caleb get so dumb? The only indication we ever get of his age is in that birthday episode where one of his classmates turned 6. So by now he must be like 8 or 9 years old. And Caleb has been a JW all of his life, so he must know that Jehovah doesn't need to eat or sleep. So why is he asking these dumb questions? It's like exposure to the religion is just melting his brains.
Does Jehovah have fun?
Of course. Jehovah invented fun.
Wait, but Jehovah also invented food and sleeping, and you just said he doesn't do that stuff. So why does he need to have
fun?
It's such an arbitrary answer, and the Bible never describes God as having fun. In fact, I can't think of a bigger party pooper than Jehovah. He gets his feelings hurt when we celebrate birthdays or Christmas.
F is for fire that burns down the whole town. Use for uranium bombs. N is for no survivors.
Dad, what does Jehovah look like?
He's a spirit. That means he's invisible, just like the angels.
But when angels look at Jehovah, what do they see?
Wait, now Caleb's asking profound questions? Was he acting dumb in the beginning? What's going on?
You have deep questions, my son. I don't know what they see, but do you know what we can see?
Romans 1, verse 20.
Could you please have a normal conversation for 5 minutes? 5 minutes without mentioning Jehovah.
Can you please read that for us, sweetie?
Sure. For his invisible qualities are clearly seen from the world's creation onward, because they are perceived by the things made. So, when we see creation, it's like we see him?
Yes. When we look at all the wonderful things he made, we learn what kind of person he is.
See that glow? It's called bioluminescence.
Jehovah's such an artist. Everything he made is beautiful.
Ooh, I know of another creature that uses pretty lights to attract prey. Is the anglerfish beautiful? What does this teach you about Jehovah? You know, it's funny. Watchtower loves to claim that nature reflects God's personality, but they're always very selective on the topics that they choose. You will never catch Watchtower talking about the most disturbing aspects of nature, like that fungi that turns ants into zombies, or the fact that male mandrills have harems of females that they keep as sex slaves, or the fact that if a mother panda has 2 cubs, she will abandon one of them. How about the homosexual behaviors found in a lot of species? Wouldn't that prove that homosexuality is natural? We could go on and on. Because if you really want to use nature to figure out God's personality, then God comes off as like the mad scientist. Like, what the fuck was Jehovah thinking when he created viruses?
Whoa.
What's your favorite thing Jehovah made?
Birthday cupcakes?
My favorite thing. Outer space! Whoa.
These are giant molecular clouds. Stars are born here.
So many stars!
They're actually giant nuclear furnaces.
I love Sophia. She's such a nerd. I'm glad she's able to go to college now. Maybe she can study astronomy and become the next Neil deGrasse Tyson or something.
Jehovah made them so beautiful.
Yes, and he even gave each star a name.
Jehovah is so powerful.
What?
Huh?
Whoa.
Whoa, the whole family is tripping balls now.
What about you, Sophia? What's your favorite thing Jehovah made?
The brain!
Me too.
Remember when Sophia's eyes were actually glowing and full of life? Now she has that same empty stare like her mother. No life under those eyes, only indoctrination. What the hell did they take?
These are brain cells called neurons.
With the questions Caleb is asking, I think his synapses are not working properly.
That tickles.
That was a message traveling through Caleb's neurons. They're everywhere.
It's amazing. Jehovah is so wise. Wow.
Jehovah could have made us like robots. But instead, he lets us think and make choices.
Yeah, but if you make the wrong choices, Jehovah promises to destroy you at Armageddon. So is it really free will if the alternative of obedience is death?
Jehovah made our brains so we can enjoy the world around us. Because he loves us.
The craziest part is that since Jehovah is a figment of our imagination, this is our brain convincing itself that it was created with a divine purpose, which is so trippy.
Yes, from little things to big things. We see Jehovah's qualities in everything he made. That's what he's telling us at Romans 1 verse 20.
I'm glad he made apples. Dad, what's your favorite thing God made?
Cachaça.
This is what I love. When Jehovah made people, he made us in his image. He put his good qualities inside of us. So, when people forgive or do good things for others and show love, we can see what Jehovah is like.
Does that also include the less flattering human emotions like anger, jealousy, and hatred? If we were created in the image of God, then that means God is able to reflect those emotions as well. And he does. In the Old Testament, Jehovah gets jealous when his people worship other gods. He feels hatred towards things he doesn't approve of. And he gets angry like all of the time, sometimes even displaying outbursts of rage. He also feels regret at times, which is a deeply human emotion, not the emotions of what should be a all-knowing, all-loving entity. And I bring up all these counterexamples not to be like a snarky atheist, but to show you that there are flaws in trying to understand God by observing the natural world. If you only focus on the nice and wholesome things of nature, then you are not actually basing your idea of God from nature. You are imposing your idea of what a God should be into nature. Man, I never imagined we would be discussing the nature of God from a children's cartoon, but here we are.
But Dad, I wish I could see Jehovah, not just what he's like.
You want to really know Jehovah. In the scriptures, Jehovah gives us pictures, illustrations that help you see who he is, and the many ways he cares for you and me. That's what he wants you to see. You just have to look.
I'm looking.
Look for Jehovah. Can you see him?
Are you ready for the singing bits, boys and girls? Brace yourselves.
I'm looking for Jehovah. What do I see? Trees and glowing creatures and stars beyond my reach. But is there more to see? Is he real to me?
Pay close attention to these lyrics. Caleb asked himself, is Jehovah real to me? That language is really common in Watchtower literature. In their study manual, What Does the Bible Really Teach? We read, true, you cannot see God because he is an invisible spirit. By learning about him through the pages of the Bible, however, you can come to know him as a person. As the psalmist said, you can gaze upon the pleasantness of Jehovah. The more you learn about Jehovah, the more real he will become to you, and the more reason you will have to love him and feel close to him. So this religion is primarily concerned not with providing evidence for God's existence, but with proving God's existence to yourself. By reading the Bible and observing the natural world, Jehovah will feel more real to you. It's all about feelings. So let's see how the character of Jehovah becomes more real to Caleb.
He says he's like a potter who molds me just like clay. He helps me change my thinking. He guides me every day. Is there more to see? Is he real to me?
Okay, so here is one way that JWs convince themselves of God's existence. They're told to put on the new personality, that is, display Christian qualities like patience. The quickest way to display these qualities is by asking Jehovah for Holy Spirit. So when Caleb gets mad, he asks Jehovah for patience, and when he starts to calm down, he attributes this behavioral change to Jehovah. That's how I tried to convince myself of Jehovah's existence when I was a Jehovah's Witness. Whenever I had a negative thought or maybe a lustful thought as a teenager, I asked Jehovah for his help. Then I attributed that feeling of peace to the Holy Spirit. When looking back, it was probably just my brain, functioning normally as it should.
One day I was so sick, I couldn't play outside. But he was there for me. Yes, he cares for me.
Ooh, that's another way that JWs see God in their lives. When they recover from an illness. And it doesn't have to be a serious illness either. Caleb sees divine intervention after recovering from a simple cold. Oh geez, Jehovah, you think you could help me recover from this cold I'm having at the moment? Yeah, sorry guys, that's why my voice sounds a bit rough today.
Now I see his hand. Now I understand. Jehovah is real. He's my best friend.
Man, Caleb calling Jehovah his best friend is depressing as hell.
So when me and my sister make our way to school, and kids that seem so scary make bad things seem cool, we call on Jehovah.
Here we go again, demonizing your classmates. I was low-key hoping that they would stop portraying Chuck as a vicious bully, especially after that music short where Caleb helps him get up after he slips. But nope, he's still cast as an evil heathen, trying to get Caleb to play a Sparlock the Warrior Wizard game.
Oh, scary! Oh, shiver my timbers!
And what is Angela doing here exactly? What is she tempting Sophia with? A lollipop? Are lollipops evil now? They just forgot to add Satan in the background with puppet strings attached to these children.
We call on Jehovah and tell him how we feel. He's our shield.
Oh geez, I wish Jehovah put his big fat arm down to protect children from pedos in the congregation. That's what he should be doing instead of shielding them from video game, lollipop, death race.
When I'm at my lowest and feeling really down, he holds me with his right hand and he lifts me off the ground. Jehovah is real.
2,000 years later.
Jehovah is real. He's my best friend. Jehovah is real. He's my best friend.
Amen.
Amen.
Good night, Caleb.
I love you, Jehovah.
I love you, Caleb.
The first time I saw the ending, I burst out laughing, man. I love you, Caleb. You know, I think this is the first time we hear Jehovah speak in the cinematic universe, which means he is officially canon now. And that also means that Caleb finally accomplished his goal. He finally became Jehovah's friend.
I love you, Caleb.
If you are a believer watching this, let me know in the comments below. How does your church view the idea of becoming God's friend? Is it respectful to refer to God as your friend? Or should he be referred to with more honorary titles like Father or Lord? Let me know in the comments below. Jehovah's Witnesses have no qualms in referring to God as their friend. And they also love to say the divine name, Jehovah, 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 as if they were talking to their homie. They have used this language for a long time. But your friendship with Jehovah is the most one-sided relationship you could have. He never bothers giving you proof of his existence, which is the bare minimum in any relationship. You talk to Jehovah all of the time and you don't hear a peep from him. Watchtower will try to convince you that Jehovah does respond in very cryptic ways, like by means of the Bible or the organization. But that kind of stuff would never fly in a normal relationship, so why should we accept it here? And the worst part is that Jehovah threatens you with everlasting destruction if you decide to disobey him. Do you threaten your friends with death when they don't follow your orders? Sorry, that does not sound like a friendship to me. If you consider this being to be your best friend, I don't know what to say to you. I give this cartoon a 7 out of 10 in the cult meter. The animation is great as always. There's some very creative scenes here with the dinosaur and the Ant-Man costumes. The song's actually not that bad, but you know, the premise of the whole thing is very silly, and that ending with Jehovah speaking just cracked me up. So yeah, now we have covered every single Caleb and Sophia cartoon as of October 2025. I'm sure they're gonna keep making more, so stick around to see more rebuttals in the future. If you appreciate my work and would like to support it, please head on over to Patreon or become a channel member. It's only $1 a month and you gain early access to all my videos. And again, please excuse me for my wrong voice. I'm recovering from a cold and that's why I sound a little funky here. I appreciate your patience. Take it easy guys, have a wonderful day, and stay away from the tower.
Like a helicopter. Whoa, whoa.
Presents! Awesome, a new car!
Or intruding on anyone's property.
Bah. Goodbye, little sheep.